attention to the numbers. 144 out of 288. BJP has touched the 50 number. BJP is leading in 50 seats on its own. The INDI alliance is 35 seats. So the BJP is 15 seats as a party itself more than the INDI alliance in terms of leads right now.
If it has to get 95, that means out of 288, I'm just saying, it has to have 32% conversion rate, which is where it is right now. If you look at the total number of seats, 146, it's on 51. That means it's overperforming. It's outperforming even the 32% number.
And the NDA conversion, 105 out of 146 already. Rashid Kitwai.
So I think, Anand, nothing has worked for the FVA. In this case, they failed to build a narrative. If there was a narrative of katenge, batenge, ek hai to safe hai, that has obviously seems to have worked very well.
नहीं सर बटेंगे कटेंगे सर कटेंगे बटेंगे नहीं है
या
बहुत फर्क होता है
कटेंगे बटेंगे तो उल्टी
there is a difference there, that's why.
So I think the BJP or Mahayuti were able to build a very powerful narrative and there was no counter narrative. I think MVA kept harping on this thing that what happened in Lok Sabha, it will reflect in Assembly, etc. And you know, a lot of it is about poll strategy also, and the poll strategist Sunil Kanugolu was there for. There were a lot of complaints, remember, during Haryana, but Congress take no note of it, and the same thing happened. So it's also partly wrong selection of candidates, talking points, etc.
You know, sir, I'll be very honest with you. The subaltern, it's the time of the subaltern. Whichever way you look at it, this is a renunciation of elite politics, okay, and it's global. This phenomena is global, and you're going to see this develop even in our country over a period of time.
You just want to read through the bypolls, Rahul, that's the update. Karnataka, NDA leading 2 out of 3 seats. That's
a big one.
And Uttarakhand, early trend gives BJP the lead. You mentioned Kedarnath. Uttar Pradesh, 6 out of 9 is with the BJP. Trinamool Congress. Palakkad, BJP leads 6 out of 9. Palakkad, the UDF has now snatched the lead from the BJP. Priyanka Vadra taking a huge lead, so she will be more or less sitting right next to her brother in the winter session of Parliament in Lok Sabha. Rahul Gandhi, the LOP there. Bengal, Trinamool Congress leading in all 6 bypoll, where the BJP said that the Trinamool has used everything possible to ensure that they take
even
these
Priyanka's entry into Lok Sabha may for the Gandhi family might be a monumental thing, but on the back of the safest seat in India, presumably for the Congress party, will not give her bragging rights. This will only once again in the public's imagination cement the Congress with a particular vote bank. Rahul, the Congress is losing out there.
Rahul, that's your outlook. Many
no, it's not mine. It was actually even A.K. Antony said this. Even after the 2024
electoral politics now, his son has joined BJP. What I'm saying is, congressmen today they are saying Priyanka Gandhi आई है, नई रोशनी लाई है. What do you say to that mindset?
Sir, देखिए,
well, Roshni is certainly not happening in Maharashtra. There doesn't seem to be much Roshni in Maharashtra.
On the Maharashtra number, there's some new data in. The Election Commission first data on vote shares and the numbers, and it tells us why the BJP is so ahead. BJP is at 21.3% vote share, early trends right now. The Shiv Sena is at 11.8%, and the NCP is at 23.2%. So between these 3 parties, the NDA alliance has got a vast majority.
Yeah.
The UBT, let me just check where the UBT numbers is. Shiv Sena UBT is at 10%.
10%, okay. So that vote share of the Shiv Sena UBT, is it similar to the Eknath Shinde Sena? Or
no, that's 11.
That's 11.
So 11%. But we have to see, is the UBT getting core Shiv Senics?
That's right.
Or is it a vote transfer from the Congress NCP that's helping Shiv Sena UBT? And where is Eknath Shinde?
The UBT is doing very badly. The UBT is leading only in 4 seats. And like I said, only in 1 Mumbai seat. Can you imagine that the Shiv Sena, which was the party of Mumbai, you know, it established itself in Mumbai, is leading only in 1 seat, which is the Vile Parle seat. Other than that, the 3 other seats where the Sena UBT is leading is outside of Mumbai. There's 1 seat in Vidarbha. This is the seat
and
of
actually, Zach, we don't even know the quality of the lead in that particular seat.
This could very well change. Could very well change. So I think so far, you know, an hour and 15 minutes into counting, the biggest gainer seems to be the Shinde Sena and Ajit Pawar, and of course the BJP. And the biggest loser certainly seems to be the Sena UBT.
Also the Congress party. One may say that because Ajit Pawar is benefiting from the state and centre perception within the Pawar family. But look at the Congress party and their performance. This is the rocket, and somebody who's rocketing up all the way, bang. It's the NDA inching fast towards the halfway number or magic number of 145.
How many rounds?
That's the number.
Because, you know,
we'll get a check on how many rounds. We're coming up to 9:15, so we should be at least into the second or third round of counting. We'll get Avantika to get us those
things can
details.
change. We saw that with Haryana. We saw that with Haryana.
117 leads, but in this case, it looks like settling. It seems it's going to settle. There's not going to be a big upswing or this way or the other. Avantika, how many rounds of counting? Let's go across to the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
3 rounds in Maharashtra and in Jharkhand. Brajeshji, how many rounds done? I think it's only the 1 round only. Ek bari. Brajeshji, how many rounds done? First round only, na? First round in Jharkhand, Anand.
Now, but quickly ask him on Jharkhand, 13 to the NDA. Is it going to buck the trend? Is this going to hold? Because that means that the BJP is wresting Jharkhand from JMM Congress.
Well, it certainly looks like, at least from now, it's the first round still, but we're seeing a massive lead for the BJP. Brajeshji, you were talking about Jharia and how important Jharia is. It was last time to the Congress, and you're seeing that change happening right now.
Jharia is very, very important. It is part of Dhanbad, and Jharia is known globally as the coal hub because most of the collieries are located in Jharia. So last time this seat was with the Congress, and this time, at least the initial trends, it's showing that BJP is leading there, you know, and both contestants, they are from the same family, both are female, and basically they are Devrani and Jethani. So it's a very interesting contest there.
Okay, he's finding it interesting because of the Devrani-Jethani contest, but interestingly, you know, yes, the BJP is taking a massive lead in the first round, Anand. Champai Soren is still holding on to his lead. Hemant Soren is also leading right now.
Right, 13 and 8, interesting picture that's been put
We'll
out.
have to look at the tribal.
Hemant Soren, where the whole family is giving each other nice tail malish while he's playing with the dogs.
He was talking about Latehar. The northern Jharkhand is the tribal belt.
The area.
This is something that the BJP has always traditionally found hard to penetrate into. But I think the interesting thing is the gains.
Yeah.
Out of the 13 leads, 4 of these seats were either with the Congress or the JMM in the last election, and 4 seats, the JMM or the Congress have lost to the BJP. So I think that's the critical factor to keep an eye out for.
And a pan-Jharkhand lead for the BJP, not just one particular region?
It's it's spread across. It's both in the western part as well as in the eastern part. The BJP is, like I said, leading in 13, 4 gains from the previous
That's
election.
important. That's an important
21 leads of Jharkhand, 13 to the NDA. Is it 2-0 this time around? And if it is 2-0, if these trends hold, what does that imply? Rohit Chandravarkar and also Nalin Mehta. Then we'll take it across.
Well, you know, the first thing I'd like to say is, you know, there was some discussion about whether the MVA narrative worked or whether the MVA had a good enough narrative and all of that. I think this is more of NDA's victory, not really INDI alliance's loss. And I attribute that victory mainly to, you know, the recent schemes that they announced. Whoever thought of bringing this Ladli Bahan Yojana of Madhya Pradesh to Maharashtra, and my information is it was the BJP which thought of it. The credit seems to be going to Eknath Shinde as the chief minister because it is known as Mukhyamantri Ladki Bahin Yojana. And he aggressively, you know, campaigned. Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar also, you know, went around the state, held countless rallies saying, you know, we are doing this for our sisters, we are doing this for you. And I think it can be attributed, this win can be attributed mainly to those schemes for women and farmers. Anand.
Well, 122 leads for the NDA out of 163, BJP 64. Before we take the conversation forward, quickly just want to see some interesting seats. Worli leads, Mankhurd leads, are they plotting? Nawab Malik?
No, not yet. Let's go from south. Kolaba, Rahul Narvekar is leading. In Mumbai Devi, Amin Patel is leading. In
So Shahnazi trailing there.
Yeah, in Dharavi, Dr. Gaikwad is leading. In Kalina, which is the only seat, like I said, in Mumbai, where the Sena UBT is leading. In the neighbouring seat of Vileparle, the BJP is leading. In Ghatkopar East, the BJP is leading. And in the outskirts, again, Goregaon, BJP leading. In Charkop, BJP leading. Even in Thane, as you would expect. In fact, in Thane, all seats, it's within the NDA. In Majiwada, the Shinde Sena is leading. In Kotpuri, of course, the Chief Minister is leading. In Thane city seat, Sanjay Kelkar of the BJP is leading. Even in Mumbra, which is Jitendra Awad's seat, there the Ajit Pawar NCP candidate is leading right now.
So there is a Sion and there is also Sionville, which is Worli. That is Sionville, S-C-I-O-N, Ville. What is happening in Sayanville, I want
It's
to know.
not in plotting.
Oh, wow.
That's why Worli and Mankhurd, because of the Nawab Malik factor,
the
it's
suspense
interesting.
in Sayanville.
It's not plotting
Amit
yet.
Thackeray, you know, Raj Thackeray's son, even Mahim.
Amit Thackeray,
That's a
Mahim is also not
three-way
plotting
versus
yet.
Sena
Mahim also not plotting yet.
At this point, so there is a elections are fought on both on party politics and micro level management, and you've already talked about that. But at the social level, at the social matrix level, there's a clear story emerging at this point. If you look at Maratha dominant seats, NDA is ahead 38-12. That's where they had lost support base 3 months ago.
It's
If you look at Kunbi dominated seats, OBCs, 13-3. And so they're sweeping those seats. Women dominated seats, seats where women voters are more, NDA is sweeping those seats. Seats where Dalits are more, NDA is sweeping those seats. And that is significant because of 3 months ago you had the narrative of Constitution Khatre mein hai. And that is exactly what the Dalit voters turned BJP on.
Taking some credit for that.
Very interestingly,
If you have a vote percentage difference of 10% or so, that is bound to happen. It will cut across all segments. So there is no great, science in saying that, the OBCs are voting and Dalits are voting.
Is a great thing.
Can you also look
The
at
kind of micromanagement that was done to get this on side was big. Because they got into poll mode right after the results came out. And Kiren Rijiju, in fact, did more than 200 meetings.
Yeah, but he did them as a Buddhist.
Yeah, but among the Mahars,
Yes,
Mahar
right. So
community,
Buddhist
but
Dalits
also among the Matang community.
is where he took his.
Bhupendra Yadav did some, again, hundreds of meetings with these 55 Dalit subcastes, and spoke to each and every community to say that what is your issue? Clearly, reservations are not ending. So why don't you just take it out of your mind that this is something that is going to
RSS
happen?
has also been
they
able
actually
to bring
worked
out
quite
all the
hard
RSS
in
point.
micromanaging this election.
to add to what Nistula is saying on micromanagement and the work that they did on the ground and the RSS point, there's a new data point I want to throw here. We've had the discourse of बटेंगे तो कटेंगे. Then we've had एक है तो safe है. Muslim dominated seats, NDA is sweeping at the moment.
That's right. 13-6. So there's a complete polarization.
And that's polarization
really
and counter
That's
polarization.
the long and short of it, actually.
No, sir. I mean, now you see, now somebody is going to turn around and say, please have your coffee. Because the Muslim vote doesn't impact too much of Maharashtra, someone will say. But I believe that in setting the narrative, it has had a massive impact, an overwhelming impact. And perhaps you're right, sir.
Thackeray's seat in Mahim, it is the Sena UBT candidate who is leading there right now.
Oh, interesting.
Sena UBT.
Interesting. So Mahim has started plotting, and then that's where the rail engine and Amit Thackeray, the Thackeray legacy, Thackeray versus Thackeray. Will Raj Thackeray's son Amit Thackeray rest that seat? Will he get the support of the Mahayuti there? Will that happen? Because
so can we start?
Because the MNS is contesting 70 seats. It is fighting, and a lot of them against the BJP also in Maharashtra. Yes, Jharkhand 15-8-1. So BJP and the NDA opening up lead even in Jharkhand. Yes, back to Maharashtra.
Can we make some 4 or 5? I'm not saying conclusions, but flag 4 or 5 things now, which we can perhaps look at. So the Mahars, it seems, are voting for the NDA right now because it appears that the welfareism, the schemes, etc., are beginning to kick in.
The first point that you make, let's just see if it's reflecting on the wall.
Dalit seats,
out of the 20 seats that are reserved constituencies, 15 of them the NDA is leading. You want to break that and see which of those parties, 7 BJP, 5 to Ajit Pawar, and 4 to Shinde Sena out of the 20 seats.
That's a big number.
So first part is the Mahar. Second place.
Let's look at the OBC vote now.
OBC.
Many people said that was going to be fluid, but I believe that there might be a consolidation happening now behind the NDA even there. Can we have a look?
So that's what Nalin said specifically, the Kunbis, OBCs.
58 of them, 47 to the NDA, and only 10 to the India Alliance. These are OBC dominant seats.
So that fear factor is wearing off.
BJP 18, Shinde Sena 18, NCP Ajit Pawar 10.
So let's look at these women-dominated seats because many people said that scheme, the targeted scheme, and remember, it's not just one woman in a household. There could be 2 or 3 women in a household that might be getting that money.
Who could be the beneficiaries?
And when you think about economics, these homes tend to earn about 12,000 rupees, 15,000 rupees a month. And if, 4,000 or 5,000 rupees are coming in, it's a massive, it's like a bumper.
So I think going back to what happened 3 months ago, and Rohit, you can weigh in on this whole triple M factor, Maratha, Mahar, and Muslim coming together, which is what, dislodged the NDA in the Lok Sabha. that seems to have now reversed. At least there is evidence to show Marathas have come back to the NDA, and certainly a section of the Mahars have also come back to the NDA.
And the other point, straight fights, BJP versus Congress. I know that some people say that there are other fights, but you know, the main fights, the two engines of the two sides, last time it was 38-52.
Yeah, it's
Against the
34
BJP,
and 10.
34-10.
46 seats that we have reports for. 46 direct fights, Congress, BJP. BJP leading in 34, Congress only in 10.
So we have half the number.
That's
that
about a
was
70%
reported.
strike rate?
Exactly,
Yeah.
that's a 70% strike rate.
So if
That
the
is-
BJP maintains a 70% strike rate, then the Congress is not the challenger.
Now
head on.
imagine the national narrative, how it's going to be changing immediately, sir. National narrative. Congress once again proving not to have much of an impact against the BJP.
And Rahul, it's not just about the Congress party, it's the
Sir,
whole
आप
India.
हाँ में हाँ मत मिलाइए, sir, ये तो बहुत गलत हो जाए.
No, why not? If it is a statement of fact, why would I...
No, so I have to ask
because
you,
you're Rahul
is this a
Sharma?
reflection? Is this a reflection on Rahul Gandhi?
Absolutely, in a way it is, and it's also a very poor reflection on the entire India alliance. India alliance will collapse because the defeat in Jharkhand, likely defeat in Jharkhand, in Maharashtra, Mamata Banerjee is already unhappy, she pulled herself out, Aam Aadmi Party is nowhere in picture. So it becomes, you know...
Chetan Bhagat?
Yeah, I think people have rejected a couple of factors. People have rejected an alliance of convenience. Someone
But
needs,
there's a convenience alliance on
someone
the other
needs
side
to
also.
explain what is Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena doing with Congress and NCP together. Someone please explain this. People are asking this. Please explain what is this for? How will Balasaheb Thackeray have reacted wherever his God bless his soul?
Chetan, there are 51 seats where it's Sena versus Sena. We have 25 reporting. 20 are with the Shinde Sena.
Yeah,
4
because that
with
kind
the
of
Sena
makes
UBT.
sense. This is that original Shiv Sena. You know why? Not because of the symbol, but because, yeah, the original Shiv Sena would ally with the BJP. I mean, where else would they ideologically
Uddhav
ally?
Thackeray is a king without kingdom now.
So, and then the second thing, people, I've seen people give their sympathy once, but you're not entitled to it for life. Even the Congress in 1984 got 400 seats, it never got that many.
NDA
again.
breaches
And
the
they got
magic
in the-
number. Sorry, NDA breaches the magic number 145 in terms of leads, 184 leads, 145 with the NDA. That's the magic number. They've hit it among the leads and projections for the first time. 145, 144, halfway mark is 144, majority number is 145. The NDA is already there. Yes, Chetan, please complete. Sorry.
Yeah, so, you know, there was a certain sense of betrayal that the party was snatched away from Uddhav. And I think in the Lok Sabha elections, there was some sympathy once. But sympathy is emotional and emotions are fleeting. They go away. And after that, if CM Shinde has proved himself, then he will get the vote.
Yeah,
I
it's a
think
phenomenal turnaround from 3 months ago, by the way.
The other thing is people love the slogan, people love the scheme. People love the Ek Hai Safe Hai, people love the Ladli Bahan Yojana. They just love it. I mean, if they do. And I think there was some anger in the Lok Sabha elections against the BJP, etc. It's been expressed now. It's like sometimes you have a fight at home, but people are still like, okay, but this is still our party. They are not doing everything right.
What's happening in the Swara Bhaskar, that particular seat where a husband is contesting? That's an
Anushakti
interesting.
Nagar.
I want to know. I
Anushakti
want to see what Anushakti
Anushakti
Nagar.
Nagar is versus Sana Malik.
Yes.
So it is Nawab Malik's daughter,
Yes.
Sana Malik, against Fahad there, and there is going to be
yeah.
drama. For Anushakti Nagar and Mankhurd both are not reporting at the moment.
Not reporting.
But even as the NDA gets to the halfway mark and beyond it in terms of leads, 147 already. It's beyond it, 147 out of 187. Let's go to the live result hub with an update on Jharkhand, where it's becoming neck and neck. 15-14 out of 32 leads. NDA and the INDA alliance, 16-14 now. Yes, Avantika.
It is so close, Anand, in Jharkhand. I mean, we're seeing the numbers coming in from Maharashtra, 147, Mahayuti really taking the lead there. But in Jharkhand, it's neck and neck. Bataiye, Nilesh, who all are leading, trailing?
जी अभी जो बहुत टफ फाइट है, 17 सीटों पे एनडीए आगे है, 15 सीटों पे इंडिया आगे है। झारखंड विधानसभा के जो अध्यक्ष हैं वो पीछे चल रहे हैं। नाला विधानसभा से वो चुनाव लड़े रविंद्रनाथ महतो, उनके मुकाबले जो बीजेपी के हैं वो आगे चल रहे हैं। जमशेदपुर ईस्ट से जो रघुवर दास है, उनकी जो बहू लड़ रही है पूर्णिमा साहू बीजेपी की, वो अभी आगे चल रही है, जो ओडिशा के राज्यपाल हैं। जामताड़ा से मंत्री इरफान अंसारी वो कांग्रेस के वो आगे हैं। रामगढ़ से सुनीता चौधरी आगे हैं। पांकी से देवेंद्र सिंह आगे हैं, चतरा से रश्मि प्रकाश आगे है, जो आरजेडी की एकमात्र सीट है। वो पिछली बार मंत्री सत्यानंद भोक्ता वहाँ से लड़े थे, इस बार उनकी बहू लड़ रही है, वो आगे चल रही है।
काफी क्लोज कॉन्टेस्ट है ब्रिजेश जी, 16-18 in Jharkhand. It's so close. I mean, NDA is right now leading just by 2, but then again the numbers are changing. Why do you think this is happening? Exit polls had predicted it to be a very close contest.
Yeah, it was expected too, because if you look at the caste and class combination of Jharkhand, JMM has a very strong base in the tribal areas, plus they have the minority voters. While the BJP tried this time to snatch as much tribal votes as possible, plus this whole polarization, if you remember the major coinage of the BJP in the Jharkhand Assembly elections, the question of Mati, Roti and Beti. So I think that is working at least in trends, because, you know, last time JMM was in a very good position. The BJP total tally was 25, but if you look at the current trends, out of 38, NDA is 18, you know. So it's a very interesting contest, and it is on the expected lines.
Yes, and now it's 18 all right now.
Yeah. 18 all, so neck and neck fight in Jharkhand. We'll come back to the live result hub in a bit. Quickly telling you this update, Uttar Pradesh by polls. 7-2 in favor of the BJP. It's a BJP versus SP fight directly. Will this also mean a shift in the narrative that was set post Lok Sabha, that Yogi's position is weaker and that there is a change in fortunes? And Akhilesh Yadav said Delhi deputy dono aapke khilaf hai. That's what he said in Hindi, where he said that Delhi and the deputy CM are working against Yogi Adityanath. His stock is coming crashing down. He was the one who first said batenge to katenge, ek hai to nek hai. And the PM then improved it to say ek hai to safe hai. Yogi is campaigned actively in Haryana, he campaigned actively in Maharashtra, campaigned actively in Jharkhand. And in his own bastion, 9 seats. This could have shifted, changed the narrative. Rahul, with the panelists, what does this mean then for Yogi Adityanath, for UP narrative, etc.?
Very important. It's a very important comeback by Yogi Adityanath. A lot of people were asking from within the BJP questions of him. He's been given a free run in this particular election. He's also, of course, remember, the lead mascot for the BJP in other states. The BJP retaining some of its strengths in this key heartland state. Remember, Uttar Pradesh goes to polls in a year and a half. So this is not something that one should discount. And this is where the BJP, whoever gets Uttar Pradesh in today's day and age, wins, stays pretty much invincible, retains its core. I mean, I don't know. How do you look at it?
This bipole has a larger implication for within the BJP than for the government headed by Yogi Adityanath. That government is safe with or without these numbers, that wasn't going to go away. Many of these seats were held by the SP. They have now shifted to the BJP. If these trends hold, that would mean a bit of a reversal from the general elections of 2024. If you remember, there was a national executive meet held in Lucknow where very strong emotions were expressed. First by Yogi Adityanath saying that, this is a difficult situation and atyant self-confidence, Atmavishwas mein kabhi galtiyan ho jati hain. That was like kind of a pinprick to some colleagues within. And some of his colleagues then stepped up and said that it is the organization which is important for the government. The government does not make the organization. So there was this kind of a push and pull happening. With these bipolls, there was a lot riding on Yogi Adityanath and his consolidation of his position after what we saw in the Lok Sabha elections.
Chetan Bhagat, quickly.
What Mr. is saying is also that, it positions Mr. Yogi Adityanath once again as a contender, as a sort of, post-Narendra Modi era, a kind of, prime ministerial aspirant, prime ministerial candidate. So this consolidates his position. Imagine third time if he wins, as Rahul was saying, in 2027, 3-time Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister will always be a very powerful person for a prime ministerial post.
Chetan Bhagat, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think Yogi never really went away. I mean, there were some talks right after the Lok Sabha election results, as people always try to play some power politics. But he's very much like the moment, like a few by-elections and people are like calling him PM candidate. I mean, that's his power, right? I mean, and it's just one MP seat equivalent, it's okay. It's not so
Let
relevant.
me tell you, if his star starts rising too quickly, too rapidly,
Yeah,
there'll be
it's
other
a-
people in the BJP that will be not very happy. So, you know,
basically these has implications for the party rather than the government.
It's a double-edged
is what I
sword.
would-
It's quite deja vu-ish because between the 2009 to 2014 timeline, it was a similar sentiment with PM Narendra Modi. With Narendra Modi, there were many within the BJP who didn't want his stock to go up because they were saying they'll be uncomfortable. And if 2027 success happens, three-time Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, obviously it was very important. So there are a lot of similarities in the way pulled out of nowhere, worked in the Sangathan, not core BJP, not core RSS. But I'm just saying there are people who talk, and there are others who say that he's the BJP star campaigner. He's the poster boy of Hindutva right now. As far as the BJP is, and he's very hard on his line. He's steadfast on that line.
Who will have problems?
He's steadfast on that line.
And the batenge cutenge came from him first.
Batenge
Cutenge came from him first.
Batenge to katenge, and he said ek hai to nek hai. That's what his thing is. You saw what happened in the elections. This is what will happen if you allow your votes to splinter.
Record as a campaigner. I would still hold Prime Minister Modi as the only person in this country who has the power to shift more than 2% of the vote on the basis of his campaign.
Many would also argue.
I would still go with that.
The difference with Yogi is, see, Narendra Modi there's brand Modi, right? Yogi is a more right-wing brand than Narendra Modi, right?
Correct.
Number one. Number two, while Narendra Modi still goes across the aisle and still gets voters across the aisle, Yogi is still more appeals more to the right wing. However, Yogi has the ability to galvanize the BJP cadre in a way that others can't, and that is his real utility.
And that's
so in Maharashtra, for example, he may not have an impact on the ground.
So I have a theory on this, and I wrote an article for Open. I said that about 4 months back, when Yogi Adityanath came out with this slogan, which was sort of very rancorous, as many people sort of described it then, I thought this was an attempt by the BJP to rally its BJP vote base through Yogi Adityanath, leaving the Prime Minister to do what he does.
I'm sorry for spoiling the party here, but I don't think this contest is over yet. India Alliance has gone up to 46. NDA is at 146. A lot of seats now are reporting in Vidarbha. It's getting a little more closer. Sena UBT was leading only in 4, now it's leading in 13. NCP Ajit Pawar is leading in 14. I think there's some ways to go, folks.
Oh yeah,
there's some ways to go.
I mean, I've been saying from the day one that a large number of BJP people who I spoke with overnight yesterday were telling me that 150 is the number they're looking at. This runaway 170, I don't know where it's coming from.
But there is a nearly 99 seat lead that has been opened up. There's a 99 seat that's been opened.
It did in Haryana.
I'm not saying
it did in Haryana. Haryana went up to 70. I remember that.
Not saying that it can change, but it's we are reporting nearly 200 seats. It's early times.
48 now.
But slowly there is a catch-up, and the numbers that are diminishing are of the Shiv Sena and the NCP there. That's where the toss-up's happening.
I'm not sure where that is, but I don't think this contest is over yet.
But look at the BJP number. That's at 80.
Yeah.
And that'll give the BJP a lot of heart. I don't know about the other two. Remember,
Because
everyone is
inching closer to
transferable
their
here.
target of about 95 seats.
Remember, everyone is transferable. So if the BJP gets 95, it'll be the person around
The
which
interesting
the next
story is
government will
Jharkhand,
form.
where the India Alliance has taken a 4-seat lead now. 23 to 19, 24 to 19 now. They had gone up 2018, it was 2020, and now it is 24 to 19. So
Also,
Jharkhand is
the
not
other
interesting.
significant thing is, remember 10 minutes back when we checked in, it was -4 for the India Alliance. So right now, they are on track to winning all the seats that they won last time around. So they've net not got any losses. The NDA has added one. One
So
less
only
to the
Access
others.
My India, Zach, only Access My India had shown. In fact, they had shown a bigger win.
53 seats,
bigger win,
53 seats was the absolute number that Access My India projected for JMM Congress.
Yes, so that's,
and they said what is working for the NDA in Maharashtra will work for the JMM Congress in Jharkhand.
200 seats reporting in Maharashtra, 147 to the NDA, that's above the halfway mark, 48 to the India Alliance. Some more seats reporting in Mumbai. Let's take a look. From the outskirts, you have in Bhayandar the NC candidate leading, of course in Ovala the Shinde candidate leading, in Kopri the Chief Minister is leading, in Thane Sanjay Kelkar of the BJP is leading, now Mumbara, which is Jitendra Awad's seat, he's leading there, in Airoli again the BJP candidate is leading. Let's look at some of the Mumbai city seats. I think we have one more Sena UBT lead that's coming through. I'm just trying to check which, I think this is Bandra East if I'm not mistaken.
So this is where they reside. Matushri is Bandra East. So if let's have a look. It'll plot in a bit. Mahim has not yet started reporting. Anushakti Nagar is not reporting yet.
No.
Amit Thackeray is trailing in Mahim. So Mahim is reporting. Amit Thackeray is trailing in Mahim. Anushakti Nagar, Mankhurd, interesting seats. Worli, Milind Devra versus Aditya Thackeray. That's not reporting yet. That's not reporting yet. But overall, 148. So this is 4 more than the halfway mark. Majority number is 145. The NDA right now in pole position with respect to the number of leads. 203 out of 288 are reporting already. 148 for the NDA. 82 leads for the BJP. Eknath Shinde's Dhanush Ban, the Shiv Sena, leading in 36. NCP Ajit Pawar leading in 28. Clearly far greater than the UBT and NCP Sharad Pawar in terms of leads. Congress leading in 21. INDA alliance not yet at the 50 number but slowly inching up. Is this going to change? Is this going to change, or will these leads hold? 150. NDA touches 150 out of 203 leads. So leads more consolidating. We should have at least 5 rounds of counting. We'll go across to Avantika to get a sense of Maharashtra. How many rounds of counting already in Maharashtra? 150 and 49. So clearly 3 times more than what the India Alliance has, the NDA holds in Maharashtra. Is it a runaway victory? Will Pradeep Gupta's outer liar number of 200 be within reach for the NDA? We'll have to wait and watch. These are still leads. Yes, Avantika, how many rounds?
153 rounds. 3 rounds have been complete, but in some places the first round has now finished. So there's still early leads. But some of the big names, बताइए प्रशांत जी, some of the big names. What about Milind Devra? What about Shaina NC? उनके बारे में कुछ अभी?
मिलिंद देवरा अभी पीछे है, शाइना एनसी पीछे है. मिलिंद देवरा आदित्य ठाकरे के साथ में उनके खिलाफ लड़ रहे हैं. आदित्य ठाकरे अभी लीडिंग पे है दूसरे राउंड पे. शाइना एनसी का दूसरा राउंड चल रहा है. वहाँ शाइना एनसी भी पीछे है. वहाँ से जो कैंडिडेट है वो आगे चल रहे हैं. साथ में बाला साहब थोरात जो है वो पीछे चल रहे हैं संगमनेर से, जो पूर्व मंत्री भी है. उसके बाद में रोहित पवार आगे चल रहे हैं. इस तरह से अभी धीरे धीरे जो भी चेहरा है वो चेंज हो रहा है. हो सकता है महायुति और महाविकास आघाड़ी दोनों में जोरदार टक्कर हो सके.
बड़े बड़े नाम है, एकनाथ शिंदे, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, ऑल दोस नेम्स दे
सब लोग आगे. सब देवेंद्र फडणवीस नागपुर पश्चिम से आगे है. उसके बाद में खासकर देखा जाए कोपरी पासपागड़ी से एकनाथ शिंदे आगे है. वो भी लीडिंग में है सब लोग. VIPs.
Any update on Mankhurd and Mankhurd and Anushakti?
VIP देखेंगे. रायगढ़ से भरत गोगावने आगे है. उसके बाद में स्नेहल जगताप आगे है. रोहित पाटिल आगे है. संजय काका पाटिल आगे है. गुंजन नवाटे आगे. ये सारे VIP लिस्ट है. माहिम का भी अपडेट नहीं आया है. अभी नहीं आया. अभी आएगा तो हम आपको बता देंगे.
बिल्कुल.
Mahim, Mankhurd, Anushakti Nagar, not yet come.
Not yet.
Worli, Aditya Thackeray is leading in Worli. That's the update. Shaina NC trailing in Mumbai Devi. Amin Patel is leading in Mumbai Devi at the moment. Over in Jharkhand, it's 29-24. So the JMM Congress combined, the India Alliance opening up a 5-seat lead already with the NDA, 2 seats with the others. Is it going to be dead heat, or will the India Alliance open up a bigger lead? 55 out of the 81 seats are reporting in Jharkhand. 153 for the NDA in Maharashtra. 207 out of the 288 seats are reporting. The BJP inching in onto the 90 number. Will it breach 100? Will it get closer to its 2019 score? That's important, interesting. There is a huddle and a hustle going on here in the studio. Nistula Hebar, Nalin Mehta, what's the conversation going on?
So Nalin was asking me if Mahayuti manages to win and BJP manages to turn around what happened in June, who would you give the credit to? So I was just basically going through the hard graft that the BJP did organizationally. And, you know, the biggest thing that was weighing on the party was the Samvidhan Khatre Mein Hai issue, not just in terms of electoral numbers, but in terms of also the Hindutva project. The Hindutva projects will stand on its own politically and electorally only if the marginalized and the subalterns are with them. And if this Samvidhan Khatre Mein Hai cleavage comes in between, then it's, you know, over, because you can't have a Hindutva project with just the upper caste. That is what they had since independence, and it never worked. So that was something that they really worked hard on. And it was really gamed in a proper way. There were the Mahars that were spoken to, the Matangs, and the other 55 other subcastes. You know, these are very small, like, communities, but everybody was talked to. So even if they were not going to vote for you, there was not this feeling of anger or anxiety with which they go and vote for your opposition. So all of that was sought to be curtailed.
So they went, Kiran Rijiju, Bhupendra Yadav were all tasked to address these issues?
Yes, absolutely. And the RSS was spoken to, saying that, look, this is the 100th year of the foundation of the RSS. Maharashtra is the home of the RSS. Nagpur is the headquarters of the RSS. So do you want a government built by a party which is not of the ideological family? Think about it. So very early on, the Joint General Secretary Atul Limay was put in charge of coordination. Even with Ajit Pawar's party, they couldn't have any central sort of a thing in Bombay. Nobody listened to them. So for every seat, they had a committee with people from Ajit Pawar's party, local BJP guys, and the local Shakha workers. And then they coordinated to go out and work together. They said, okay, even if you're not going to win, there has to be some vote transfer. It cannot be like June 2024.
Nistala, in my view, the big difference between June 2024 and now is that in June 2024, BJP entered these states, Maharashtra and UP, where also we are seeing important by-elections, with the arrogance of a champion who thought who couldn't be defeated.
Absolutely.
Right? So they said it doesn't matter. They were unprepared. They were taken by surprise by Samvidhan ko khatre mein.
Absolutely.
This time they've come in and fought their ground game in a way that...
They took the right lessons from
They took the right lessons and they've done a course correction.
Yes.
So the one point that we need to now look at is seat conversions. What's happening actually in both Maharashtra and Jharkhand? Who's moving whom? What's moving? And what about the firewall seats? Because it's very critical that we begin now at this point to look at that basically so that we can project.
Just the Bombay seats, couple of new seats are reporting. Bandra West, Ashish Shelar, who is the Mumbai president of the BJP, he is leading in Bandra West. Bandra East is not reporting yet. That's where Zishan Siddiqui is fighting. Amit Thackeray is trailing. This is in the seat of Mahim. We have further south, Kolaba, of course, Rahul Narvekar is leading in Mumbra Devi. Amin Patel is leading. He's, of course, Shaina NC is trailing in that seat. Couple of more Sena UBTs. Bhanduk West. Ramesh Kurkankar is leading in Bhanduk West, and also the neighbouring seat, the Sena UBT is leading. But in Ghatkopar East, the BJP candidate there is leading.
Zaka in Mahim, Amit Thackeray is trailing, but who is leading? Sada Sarvankar or the UBT?
The Sena UBT candidate is leading. Dr. Mahesh Sawant of the...
That's the home of Sema Bhavan and Bada Sahib's Memorial.
But what about firewall seats? Are they being breached, and on which side are they being breached? Is it an equal sort of breach? That means there is equal transference, or is there now overwhelming in those contests between the BJP and the Congress? The BJP retaining those numbers that we saw
in the 75 seats that are the direct contest, 61 are reporting. BJP is leading in 42 and Congress only in 18. So this is the situation as of
And between the two Senas?
Between the two Senas, yeah, we have that. Between the Sena Shinde and the Sena UBT, 30 of those seats are reporting out of 51. 18 to the Shinde Sena and 10 to the Sena UBT.
So there also the Eknath Shinde is winning the conversation.
And that's
in the
also
Pawars,
true for NCP.
Yeah, we just look at the NCP.
With the NCP versus NCP
That's
again.
a big one.
Yeah, NCP versus NCP, and Ajit Pawar really, 20-8 out of the 29 seats that are reporting, 20 direct fights. Ajit Pawar's candidates are leading.
So are these mostly in the bastions?
So this is largely around Western Maharashtra, but Ajit Pawar has also got a couple of pickups in Vidarbha, which you would imagine is not his sort of stronghold.
So this is very interesting because this tells us that perhaps Sharad Pawar's hold now over the future of the NCP movement, whatever you want to define it as, is perhaps weakening. That's the real takeaway.
Just to caveat one thing, the NDA, the INDA alliance clawing a bit into the Maharashtra numbers. It's inched up from about 40 to about 59. It was 60 just a second ago. It's 150 for the NDA. It went up to about 153, 154. It's come down to 150. Here, Jharkhand. Clearly, this seems to be running right down to the wire. 60 out of 81 leads. NDA is 25. India Alliance is at clearly 33. So they have an 8-seat lead.
So
that
where
they've
are all
opened up.
these seats being reported from? Are they mostly from the south, mostly from the north?
It's pan Jharkhand. It's pan Jharkhand numbers are
Here in the northern part of the state, it seems to be a mix between the BJP and the JMM. Of course, the BJP opening some of its account here. In the western part of the state, the BJP has significant inroads there. And of course, the south, which has always been the JMM stronghold, but bulk of the seats that the JMM is winning happen to be here in the south in the Dumka
But
belt.
the central swath of the state not
Individual contributors to the India alliance. Let's see. JMM leading in 17, Congress leading in 10. But importantly, this is the figure to keep out. Congress has lost 4 from last time around, and JMM is down 3 from last time.
This is interesting. The RJD
has picked up 3, and the CPI-ML has also picked up 2. So RJD and CPI-ML are helping that India number go up to 35.
There was disappointment with the Congress and the campaign it ran.
Yeah. In fact, even JMM was upset with the Congress that Rahul Gandhi was not.
Sir, you were saying something.
Rahul, I think if you have a leadership, you have a face, you have a talking point, and in alliance, it works. So in Jharkhand, if these numbers hold true, then again the India alliance story will have. So in Maharashtra, there was no face, there was no talking point, there was no narrative. So all this thing fundamentally is an internal.
No, there was definitely a face, Rashid Bhai. Uddhav Thackeray had been crowing from the rooftop saying, declare me as chief minister. But nobody declared him chief minister.
Absolutely. So
they had a face.
So that is what I'm saying, Zaka. That was a tactical error. They should go, whether they win or lose, they should have gone with the face.
No. You have Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, and Nana Patole. And you're saying 3 big faces there, 3 faces here?
No.
Sharad
Pawar cannot be a face.
Discussion will happen. Rahul, face discussion will happen tonight. 5 years back, you and I were sitting together. We have also changed parties. We were sitting at a different channel. Okay? And BJP was winning. I have a very interesting math here. By the evening, if India Alliance realizes, okay, half the term for Mr. Shinde as CM, half the term for Mr. Ajit Pawar as CM, come over. It happened in 2019.
Chetan, it's just 10 o'clock in the morning, man. Please. I can't imagine. I really don't want to go there.
Chetan is only having coffee.
I'm only having coffee and I'm telling you. So the Mumbai hotels, they must check the locks, the safety, CCTVs of all Mumbai hotels. Please.
But Chetan, I have to ask you a question. वो तो alliance of convenience है. आपका क्या alliance?
हम तो जहाँ राहुल जाता है.
Rahul का alliance है.
There are many Rahuls. There's a lot of confusion. Even the PM said, "Kaun Rahul?" So I think there's one Rahul here, one Rahul somewhere else, one Rahul.
And one Rahul you wrote about.
So many Rahuls. So.
I think I want to make a point about CM face. The CM face thing is a typical media thing. I don't think the parties are comfortable announcing that. And that is because once you announce one name, you have other alliance partners not too much interested in, contesting or campaigning and all those things. And there are internal bickerings or problems that creep up. I think on the NDA side also, I mean, Rashid Bhai said it was a mistake by MVA that they did not announce the CM face. I don't agree with that because on the NDA side also there was no CM face. I mean, obviously they said that we are fighting the...
No, but there's an incumbent chief minister. You fight on his face.
They said they will fight under the leadership of Eknath Shinde because he's CM, but they also made it clear that after the polls, if they win, they are not sure who's going to be the CM. Obviously, my guess is it's going to be Devendra Fadnavis if BJP gets
160, but the India Alliance is inching up to 70. Jharkhand, a 10-seat gap has been opened up by the India Alliance. JMM, Congress, RJD plus. So this India Alliance has opened up a 10-seat gap. We still haven't reporting all the seats in Jharkhand. 64 out of 81.
The question I want to ask is that in Haryana, just a month ago, while there was no officially declared candidate for the Congress, but it was assumed by a lot of people, and certainly a lot of people on the ground were saying that Huda will be the CM, right? They were almost behaving like he'd already become the CM. But that didn't work.
That was also this, Shelja was there and she was also a contender. So what I'm saying is, I was saying in the context of Jharkhand, that in Jharkhand there was a very clear established leadership of Hemant Soren. There was a talking point that, Adivasi is not getting, and that him being framed in that ED case, etc. So there was that entire narrative was there. In Maharashtra, there was no narrative. And that is what it is.
Well, let me also tell you that in Karnataka, the bypole is there. It's interesting because you have a BJP and you have a JDS in the lead there on 2 of the seats. That's right.
From
Yes.
Channapatna, I think he's in the lead.
And this happens on the back again of a very polarized campaign.
was
Also
run there,
in Karnataka. So it's interesting because the theme was
All
pretty
right,
much
so
the
it's
same.
144.75, folks.
have a
It's
look at Maharashtra
144.75.
Yeah.
It's come back to the halfway mark of 144.
Yeah.
It went up to 150 plus. So that's why I'm saying I don't think this race is over yet.
So-
I think
so
there's ways
I
to
come
go
back
there.
to the point I was making.
Uddhav Thackeray, his party is doing not badly. In
Yeah.
the sense of
Not at all. But come back to the point I made at the very beginning. The people that I was speaking with are not giving the Mahayuti more
runaway.
than 150. Let's say that the 170 is not happening. 150s are more realistic number,
Yeah.
and 150 is a victory. It's good
hotels-
enough. It's good enough.
60 seats, 63 seats are not yet being reported.
That's right. It's not been
63
reported.
seats are not yet
Big
being
caveat.
reported, and the NDA is sitting at the halfway number. In
So
terms
where
of
are these
leads.
63 seats? Which
Yeah.
where are they?
It's across regions,
It's
Rahul. A lot
across
from
regions.
Konkan, which of course is the BJP
Is the
stronghold.
BJP
Shinde
and
Sena
Shiv
stronghold.
Sena.
A lot of them from Konkan are not reporting. A lot of them from northern Maharashtra are also not reporting.
hotels in Bangalore can have still have a booking.
No,
But
not
I
just
just want
hotels
to
in
say,
Bangalore. Chartered
let's
flights
have a
are-
look at Vidarbha a little closer. Let's go to Vidarbha
Because
and let's have a
yesterday
look
you
at
were saying,
Vidarbha
Ajit Pawar-
closer. How many seats have actually changed in Vidarbha? Because, see, that's the region where it's reporting quite a few saffron
Yeah,
seats.
so out of 62 seats, 54 are reporting. NDA has a healthy lead, 33, and the India Alliance only 21. But
So
let's
last
see.
time in Vidarbha, it was 20 out of 62 for the Mahayuti, and MVA was 42. So that number is reversing there.
Yeah.
So,
Vidarbha is reversing.
and
As of now-
Marathwada,
So it's 33-21 out of the
33-21. So that
54
number is
seats that are
reversing,
reporting.
and we still have a number of seats that haven't been called. Now
Yes.
let's look
We
at
have about 8 more
Marathwada.
seats. 8 more
Let's have
seats.
a look at Marathwada. I'm just very
All right,
keen
just
on...
quickly to Marathwada as well. 46 seats. I don't think all of them are reporting yet.
Yes.
42 out of 46 are reporting. NDA 26, India Alliance 16.
So that's more than double of the last. I'm talking about last time, and I'm talking about is Lok Sabha. So 12 out of 46 the Mahayuti had. Now it appears in Marathwada they're more
They've
than
got
double their
26.
numbers.
They've got more than
Make it simple.
Yeah.
This Chacha Bhatija, they have about 50 seats. If they have 50 seats, they will do what they would want to do.
You mean to say they are transferable?
Obviously, even if somebody is
If
140,
both the Pawars have 50 seats, you think they will merge?
Here is the case, sir. Here is what will happen. Neither Eknath Shinde nor Ajit Pawar are going anywhere if those numbers are comfortably above 150 because their legacy is settled, their ownership of their parties is settled, and they're going to sit tight there because their administration is settled. कोई किधर भी बुला ले वो कहीं नहीं जाने वाला है.
पता है हम उस दिन भी हम राहुल और हम ने लंच का प्लान बनाया था 2019 में कि आज लंच पे खत्म है लंच पे जाएंगे एंड ही स्टेड द होल वीकेंड इन द स्टूडियो रिमेंबर 5 AM गवर्नमेंट
Let's go Avantika, live result up. Yes.
Absolutely.
Anand, just a quick update. Other than Hemant Soren, who's leading, everyone else is trailing. Champai Soren, who was leading since the morning, now is trailing. His son Babulal Soren is also trailing. Kalpana Soren, the wife of Hemant Soren, she's trailing as well. Political greenhorn, she led such an impressive campaign. There was a lot of expectations from him. But you know, still in Jharkhand, it's very close. BJP is leading in 25 seats, JMM in 23 seats. Nilesh, just give me a quick update. What's it looking like?
जी अभी के जो रुझान है बीजेपी 25 सीटों पर आगे है जेएमएम 23 सीटों पर आगे है सबसे चौंकाने वाला है कि हेमंत सोरेन की जो पत्नी है कल्पना सोरेन गांडे वो पीछे चल रही है हेमंत सोरेन के जो छोटे भाई हैं बसंत सोरेन दुमका से वो भी पीछे चल रहे हैं सिर्फ हेमंत सोरेन है जो आगे चल रहे हैं उसके अलावा जो चंपई सोरेन है वो भी पीछे चल रहे हैं उनके बेटे बाबूलाल सोरेन घाटशिला से लड़ रहे हैं वो भी पीछे चल रहे हैं पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री अर्जुन मुंडा उनकी वाइफ है मीरा मुंडा वो पहली बार चुनाव लड़ेंगे पोटका से वो आगे चल रही है उसके अलावा जो ओडिशा के राज्यपाल है रघुवर दास उनकी बहू पूर्णिमा साहू पहली बार चुनाव लड़ रही है जमशेदपुर पूर्वी से वो आगे चल रही है जी आरजेडी जो है सो 4 सीटों पे आगे चल रही है कांग्रेस 10 सीटों पे आगे चल रही है उसमें से एक सीट वो भी है चतरा जहां पर एकमात्र वही सीट है जहां लालू यादव चुनाव प्रचार के लिए आए थे सुभाष यादव वहां के कैंडिडेट हैं वो आगे चल रहे हैं चतरा से
And Anand, that's an important point. RJD taking a lead in those 4 seats, at least for now.
All right, I just want to come back to the Mumbai seats. Some more seats are reporting. Like I said, Bandra West, Ashish Shelar is leading there. But in the neighboring constituency of Andheri West, Ashok Jadhav of the Congress is leading. In the next seat of Versova, and this is interesting, Rahul, you might want to talk about this. Haroon Khan, Muslim candidate from the Sena UBT, is leading in that constituency. Shinde Sena is leading in Andheri East. In Bhandup West, the SSUBT candidate is leading. In Vikhroli, again, the SSUBT candidate is leading. In Ghatkopar East, the BJP candidate is leading. In Chembur, the Shinde Sena candidate is leading. In Shivdi, the Sena UBT candidate is leading. Now we have for Mahim, where Sena UBT candidate is leading. Let's take a look at this one. Malabar Hill, Ali Rahim Sheikh, independent candidate. He seems to be leading in Malabar Hill. Worli is not reporting yet, but...
Worli, Mankur, Anushakti Nagar not reporting yet. Mankur will be
So
Nawab Malik. That story.
Clear.
Abu Azmi's seat also we should have a look at Shivaji Nagar and also Anushakti Nagar, where it is Fahad versus Sana Malik.
Yes.
Yes.
Very interesting. If you look at the numbers now, at the bottom of the screen, the Sena UBT and the Shiv Sena official, I mean, you know, they're now, there's a tight contest there. It's not exactly the runaway that Shinde was expecting. And the NCPs also are tight. So
let's take a look at the Sena versus Sena. 38 out of 51 are reporting. It's 20 to the Shinde Sena, 17 to the SSUBT.
It's a neck and neck there.
And I'll quickly check on the two NCPs as well. NCP versus NCP, Ajit Pawar versus Sharad Pawar. Again, 38 seats where they are fighting against each other. There, I think Ajit Pawar seems to be having
which is surprising because in the Lok Sabha, it was actually the NCP SP that did fantastically well.
They had an 80% strike rate.
That's right,
Correct.
80% strike rate.
But there is a theory with respect to the NCP that when it comes to Lok Sabha, it will be Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule. When it comes to Vidhan Sabha, it will be Ajit Dada Pawar. Now, does that hold, and is Ajit Pawar actually milking that to claim legacy rights going forward? We have to wait and watch. The other thing to our viewers, some will inflate, some will deflate across other channels. Eventually, this is the template. So stay here. These are the numbers you can trust. These are the numbers that are coming from the counting centers, and that's why there won't be any runaway numbers. The leads across all television screens eventually will settle here. Now let's try and look at the numbers at this point. The halfway number is just plotting on above us, and clearly with nearly 46 seats to be plotted or to be even reported so far, we have the NDA with 152. Does that not signal a runaway victory by a huge margin? Yes, the India Alliance is playing catch-up. It's inching up into the 90s, slowly inching up to the 90s at 86. But this is a big win. 152 with still 46 seats or 43 seats to be reported is a big one, and these numbers will only consolidate unless there is a huge shift that happens, tectonic, which actually reverses the numbers over the course of the next hour. By the time we get into round 7, round 8 of counting, leads should start settling in. There will be some close contests, and we'll get into those close contests also. But as of now, the NDA is in pole position to rest, to stay on. It's a pro-incumbency mandate. That's what it looks like.
Incumbency is an important point that you're underlining. And look at that number of the BJP at 87. Did we expect?
Rahul,
did we expect?
Just below that, breaking taker, it said Mankur, Nawab Malik is trailing. So Mankur is reporting Nawab Malik is trailing right now.
That is an important one. It's an important marker in the larger fight because, as you know, he was left pretty much on his own. But look at this BJP number, 87. And if this holds, and the BJP is expecting at 95, okay? If that number goes up, and by some dint of fate, the Shiv Sena starts pulling up its socks, I'll tell you, this could be a runaway election.
95 and 55, Rahul,
That's right.
that means these two themselves have 150 seats.
Absolutely.
So
they don't need any.
So there is, Ajit Pawar is not going anywhere.
He's not going.
Whatever Ajit Pawar gets is a bonus. Those 26 seats are a bonus. Then the BJP or the NDA is at 175 and they're comfortable. Nobody's going anywhere.
And that number for the BJP is a very big number because remember, they've contested about 153 seats, isn't it?
157 if I remember.
152. I just want to go back to the
150 plus seats.
Yeah.
But look at that conversion ratio.
Yeah.
That is astounding.
No, so in the ministers who are contesting, we have 27. There are 28 ministers, 27 of them who are reporting, the seats that are reporting. 20 of them are leading, 6 of them are trailing. I'll be interested to see which are the 6 who are trailing.
Anand made the point pro-incumbency. That's a reflection of it.
Yeah.
The other thing is that the last time around, the BJP won 104. If they come to 95, 104 with 4 parties in the fray, 95 with 6 parties in the fray, it also shows that the BJP is not only emerging as a single largest party, it's becoming a pan-Maharashtra party.
It also tells you that Modi still retains overwhelming support amongst a large part of the vote.
The brand Modi conversation.
It didn't work when he was himself.
Sir, people can play on fears, and someone did make the point that fear actually
Then don't say this.
resonant.
That
No,
Mr.
I
Modi,
mean, if people
whenever
are-
he's there,
if people are
when he was
cooking
his
up
own
stories-
election,
Can I make a
he
point
could
here?
not get the majority in Maharashtra.
Very humbly,
May I make a point,
very
sir?
humbly,
Sir,
this
please.
time around, sir, the NDA's campaign was not on how many seats they will win.
Yeah.
400 par was the wrong strategy because that showed arrogance, and within the team, it also brought in complacency. This time around, what they are saying is, ek hai to safe hai. There is a fear factor there that if we don't fight together, if we don't come out, and if we don't work unitedly, we will be demolished. We'll be gone. And that's what worked. There was no talking about how many seats we want to win. Nobody is saying how many seats they want to win. They are saying we need to work together and we need to be together. That shift in the narrative. Had this been the story in Lok Sabha where they said we have to win for a better Bharat, we have to do well rather than saying 400 par, then perhaps nature of the campaign would have been different. Yeah.
I want to make a deeper sociological point here. In Maharashtra politics, there have been two major phases as far as BJP is concerned. So, irrespective of which the elections come and go, right? It depends a lot on what you do on the local level and so on. Look at the last 40 years since 1980 when BJP was formed. 1980, BJP gets 14 seats. 85, 16, 1990, 42, 1995, 65, 1999, 56, 2004, 54, and 2009, 46, which was their lowest. In 2014, they get 122. 2019 they get 106, and now if they're getting around 90, that means for 3 consecutive elections they'll be the single largest
Also,
party.
2014 election, they fought on their own.
Yeah, exactly.
fought all
For
the
3
seats on
consecutive
their own.
elections, they'll be the largest party, and they've been in power for the last 10 years.
Absolutely.
So that tells you a major subterranean shift in
The only
Maharashtra
problem
politics.
right now,
Long
the only
term.
problem right now, I'll hand it back to you. The only problem right now for the NDA alliance is the Shiv Sena's conversion rate. The NCP are actually doing quite well.
Correct.
On the conversion rate. Yes, Anand.
No,
please.
I was just saying that the BJP individually is more than the India alliance 2 hours into counting.
Yes.
5 rounds of counting, the BJP still remains larger than the India alliance put together in Maharashtra. It's a big statement.
Absolutely. But you see, Anand, see, there is a bit of a
डायरेक्ट
paradox.
फाइट्स में देखिए 35-31 है ओवरऑल. अगर आप देखें 51 डायरेक्ट फाइट्स हैं. ओवरऑल स्कोर 35-31 है बिटवीन एकनाथ शिंदे एंड शिवसेना.
Which is very, actually,
UBT.
politically speaking, is very sort of intriguing, because there are 2 political parties, NCP and Shiv Sena. They got split. There are 2 formations, and both are getting 50% of seats. Now this is something which is statistically it can be said, but politically it is very difficult to explain.
It's just basically people saying, okay,
34 more leads to come. 34 more leads to come. The NDA is now above 161 leads. So this is going one way. This seems to be going one way.
Knockout, and I think it also tells the BJP they don't really need the Shiv Sena and NCP in the future. I mean, why do you need this? If BJP would have contested all the seats, they would have won a majority. They don't need this.
Maharashtra, at least for...
I mean, think about it. Why do I need these allies? What are they bringing?
But at least for 2 or 3 more.
For the chief ministerial
appointment.
appointment.
Game changer.
Who is
Thank God
going
you're
to
not
be chief
advising them.
minister? I
I'm
think
not
BJP
advising.
will
I'm
push
just saying.
for its own chief minister to take over now, and that's going to have
See the sum
bit of
of
an issue.
the vote share, till the time the BJP gets to a 35-36% vote share on its own in Maharashtra, it cannot think about fighting Maharashtra on its own.
No, but it has not contested all the seats, so you're not going to get
it contested in 2014, and they got 122 seats.
So this is doing better than that, for sure, because they've contested half the seats. And they're like 94 and some...
But alliances don't work that way.
I'm not advising, I'm thinking, I'm stepping into their shoes.
Alliances don't work that way. There is a vote transfer that happens.
But you would also give
your
credit to
alliance partner
Chetan
has
that there are many within the BJP, including someone like Devendra Fadnavis, who believe that the BJP should have fought 2019 on its own on all the seats, rather than having a pre-poll alliance with the Shiv Sena.
See, these parties are not like the TMC. Shinde Shiv Sena, if you can call it whatever you call it, he cannot take on the BJP or fight yet. I mean, he's proven something, he's been accepted, but only as an ally of the BJP. Can he ever take on the BJP, for example, like TMC can? He cannot. It's not. Why do people of Maharashtra need this?
The sum of all 5 parties is greater than the BJP right now. And till that situation prevails for the BJP itself, it will have to test one election cycle, maybe two 2 cycles from now, but they will eventually have to test the fact that whether can they fight on their own. Right now, that doesn't seem to be, it's not mature enough for BJP. But that's what many others in the BJP feel, that they're not ready yet.
Net 2 takeaways already beginning to form. That is, yes, the BJP is now definitely becoming the single pole around which Maharashtra politics is going to revolve. Now, whether it has come on the back of a split or not, that's an immaterial thing. The Shiv Sena, Shinde Sena has a little bit of work to do, but amazing that it has withstood the UBT, the entire branding of the Thackeray clan. That is an amazing recovery.
Yes.
This is not now down to money power, so that goes out of the equation. And Ajit Pawar is the future of the party. He is going to claim the legacy of the Pawars, and I think that is establishing these 3 big
You
takeaways.
want to check the straight fight, Sena versus Sena. 40 out of 51 are reporting, so 11 more seats are yet to report. Shiv Sena UBT Sena is leading in 20, and Shinde Sena is leading in 18. So now the UBT Sena.
How close are these leads? Can we get a sense of that, Zach?
It keeps changing. It keeps changing, Rahul.
But
So
are these marginal leads, or are they big leads which are not going to change, because a lot could then therefore...
Again, in the NCP versus NCP fight there, I think Ajit Pawar seems to be holding steady. And the fact that he has opened up leads, for example, in the Konkan belt, he's leading. In Pune, 3 seats he's leading. He's got a couple of seats in Vidarbha as well. 4 seats in Marathwada. So I think the spread is beyond his traditional turf of Western Maharashtra.
And he has really
and 1 seat in Mumbai, by the way, in the outskirts of Mumbai.
Well, there you go. And he's worked his socks off. People are saying that he really has got into the weeds of it. But, I'm looking at the leads, the margins, because remember, the vote banks that they're fighting for are pretty much the same. So we need to have a look round by round. How strong are the leads on either sides of the Shiv Sena? How strong are the leads on either side of the NCP fences? That'll be really interesting to see, because it could come down to a margin of, 3, 5, 10,000 votes at the max. Yeah, Jharkhand is on the screen, 27-45. That looks like a runaway right now for the India bloc. It's obvious that the tribal vote hasn't really shifted in that manner.
So if you look at the map, for example, in all regions, in the south, in the west, and in the east. BJP has some pockets in the east, but the JMM seems to be sort of winning seats in all regions, in all 3 regions of Jharkhand. Like I said, the important figure to watch out is this one, which means that they've picked up 2 seats from last time. The BJP has also picked up 1, the NDA has picked up 1, but 3 seats the others have lost. So it's above the halfway mark now. 42 is the halfway mark. They are at 46. Again, can things change? Let's see how it settles. But right now, it seems like the India Alliance, the JMM Congress Alliance.
Right after the general elections, that the cardinal mistake that the NDA did was the arrest of Hemant Soren. Because among tribal society, tribals are extremely marginalized communities, and the state is an oppressor. All right. So, and the most powerful form of the oppressive state is the police. So you have a chief minister who's come out from the tribal community being hauled off to prison. That had a very, very negative impact. And Kalpana Soren has actually emerged as a very strong campaigner. She's done pretty well.
I want to add a complexity to the Jharkhand discussion, which is this, that absolutely agree with you, Nistula, and it's clearly the India Alliance is ahead. But you look at the vote share numbers, and that tells you a different story. BJP is by far the single largest party in Jharkhand right now by vote share, 31.2%. JMM is 19.8%, and the Congress is 14.9%. So if you add these two, BJP is still pretty much the same. That tells you that the BJP is more spread around, but these guys are more concentrated.
The larger question is,
I always say that, the vote share business is a loser's argument, because it's the one who wins. See, look at the BJP. The BJP, like we keep blaming the Congress and MVA for not having a kind of powerful narrative in Maharashtra. Similarly, look at Jharkhand. What did BJP do? BJP got a former chief minister.
That's the point I wanted to make.
That kind of move boomerang. You look at you have a whole Ghuspatia narrative, the Rohingyas and Bangladeshis and all that, whereas Jharkhand does not even have international boundary. So, these were the tactical mistakes about BJP also.
It's nice that you're the simple thing.
It's not nice, it's a statement of fact.
What I'm trying to say is that the way you're trying to stitch the story is beautiful. What's happened is, in Maharashtra, if Ladki Behan has worked, the same way Meri Maiya has worked in Jharkhand. if Maratha, the Samvidhan badal de, this fear factor has gone away. In Jharkhand, the Adivasi Asmita, the fact that there will not be an Adivasi chief minister and an Adivasi was put in jail, this narrative has worked for the JMM cause. These two factors, one of the factors is very common.
And let's
Worli is now reporting. Worli is reporting, and I can report to you that Aditya Thackeray there is leading in Worli against Milind Deora. But early days yet. There are
just coming back to
the
Jharkhand.
BJP has just crossed its projected 95 as Rohit Chandrakar 96. Yeah.
Just a very quick point that I want to build on that Anand was making. We shouldn't just write off the BJP in Jharkhand. Let's have a look at actually the tribal vote. Has it actually increased its presence in the tribal seats? Has it increased its vote share in those tribal seats?
Vote share is a loser's argument.
No, it's not about that, sir. It tells you that it's not as if, the tribals have completely rejected the arguments of the BJP.
In the tribal seats in Jharkhand, 26 are reporting. India Alliance is leading in 22. NDA leading only in 4, but gains of 2.
The gains of 2.
And that tribal seats also, if you were to break it down, the JMM will be leading in more.
Yeah.
The other thing is, Rahul, similar to how more women have voted in Maharashtra, Jharkhand has seen an unprecedented upsurge in the women vote, where the BJP says it is coming, but clearly it's the benefit. It's the Meri Maya.
And they didn't have a tribal leader.
Again, if you look at the more women in Jharkhand, 22 to the India Alliance,
there you go. That's
and
the
5 to the NDA.
So also the BJP needs to find its own tribal leader to project that sort of comes up through the ranks rather than this business.
No, Babulal Marandi was appointed that the Pradesh BJP chief soon after 2014 elections. And he's been there, 2019 elections. He's been there for a while. But the perception is that because you brought Raghubar Das and you put an Adivasi CM in jail, so you will not actually back the Adivasi. This Adivasi Asmita is something which Pradeep Gupta was convinced. That's the reason why he gave 53 to JMM Congress and said this is not going to work.
That's what they just spoke about actually. And in fact, right after the election, there was a general hunt for a scapegoat within the BJP. Ki kiska idea tha to
bring this guy?
Yeah, to clap Hemant Soren.
They were very confident. They got, Champai Soren, who became a chief minister in place of.
No, when you start hunting for a scapegoat, you know that something has bombed.
There's one thing very interesting that what Anand was saying about women voters. Shivraj Singh Chauhan was a point. I mean, he was the kind of person.
Exactly. So it's the same Ladli Behan, what worked in Madhya Pradesh. Ladki Behan is working in Maharashtra, and Meri Maya is working in Jharkhand.
In charge of Jharkhand.
Yeah, every woman in India is soon getting money.
But the scheme was brought by the Mukhyamantri, and whoever delivers the benefit first gets the advantage. That's what it's showing.
We all have women in the
Result hub, Chetan, and to our guests in studio, going across to the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
Yes, Anand, absolutely. And I was hearing you, Anand, I think I second on that. If Ladki Behan worked for the Mahayuti and the BJP in the state of Maharashtra, it's clear that Maya Saman Yojana and also the Adivasi Asmita has really worked for the Jharkhand, at least with the numbers that we're seeing right now. Brijesh ji, bataiye, what's your assessment of the numbers that we're seing in Jharkhand?
I think if you compare it from Maharashtra, then I believe that at both places, the original scheme has given the benefit to the ruling party. For example, in Jharkhand, the scheme particularly for the ladies, it was launched by the Hemant Soren government. It got an improvisation from the BJP, but then again Hemant Soren government, it increased the amount just before the...
But only he is leading, otherwise all the other Sorens, they're trailing, most of them.
It's in the family, but if you look at the overall figure, then it's a very impressive figure for the India Alliance. They are at 50 in the trends, and if you look at the NDA is at 24. Last time, BJP itself, it won 25 seats. So if you compare the 2019 with this current 2024, assembly elections counting, then obviously India Alliance is in a very impressive position as far as the current trends.
Rahul Shankar also raised a very important point about the BJP trying to make its impact amongst the tribals. Do you see that has worked? Have they been able to do that?
If you look at the current figures of 25 in Jharkhand, where the NDA is leading, then in the tribal strongholds, for example, if you look at the Kolhan, for example, Champai Soren, he is trailing, but unfortunately, in few seats, if you look at the both Jamshedpur seats, BJP is in the leading position. Same way, the Meera Munda, the wife of the Arjun Munda, she is also in the lead condition. So there is a certain change in the some of the areas like Kolan, where last time BJP was unsuccessful in getting even a single seat. But this time there is some early trends which is showing positive. But in other areas, obviously, the dominance of the JMM is still there. It looks like in the current trends.
All right, Anand. So, Anand, Brajeshji, thank you so much. Anand, BJP has made those inroads, but the JMM pretty much dominant in the state of Jharkhand.
Right, I just want to come back to Maharashtra once again and look at the Mumbai seats. A lot many seats now are reporting. We talked about Worli, where Aditya Thackeray is leading in the neighbouring seat of Shivdi. SSUBT candidate is leading in Dharavi. Dr. Jyoti Gaikwad is leading in Bandra West. The Ashish Shelar is leading there. In Andheri West, the Congress candidate Ashok Jadhav is leading. In Vile Parle, the BJP candidate is leading. In Andheri East, Murji Patel, Kaka from the Shinde Sena is leading. In Chandivli, again, the Shinde Sena candidate is leading. So, if you were to look at just the Mumbai seats alone, the 36 seats, in fact, we have 50 seats, Mumbai Thane, 29 to the NDA, 49 seats, 29 to the NDA, 19 to the India Alliance. So that is just the Mumbai-Thane belt. And if you were to look at the Sena versus Sena as essentially a Mumbai fight, I think it's going neck and neck. Just take a look at the Sena versus Sena fights to see if we have some indications there. 51 seats, they're fighting against each other. Look at that, 20-20. 42 seats are reporting, 20-20. And also quickly check the Congress versus BJP straight fights, 75 of them. I think 70 odd are reporting there. 72 out of 75 are reporting there. The BJP is running away. It's 45 to the BJP, only 25 to the Congress.
It's a single-handed obliteration, it looks like, by the BJP of the India Alliance. This is one party. I mean, it's like Sehwag batting in Maharashtra.
In fact, the BJP is just one short of 100 now.
This is just a remarkable turnaround of fortunes. I mean, look at from where the BJP has come to in 5 months in Maharashtra. Yeah. And this will go down as an epic comeback, actually. Epic comeback. This is built not just on, your bravery or whatever you want to call it. This is built on serious mobilization of various different stratas of society. This is going to be one of those rainbow coalitions that the BJP stitched together. Unfortunately for it, the Muslim vote hasn't come through. It's got polarized in the other direction. But Rohit Chandrakar, what do you make of it?
I think it is a combination of the schemes that were rolled out and also the Hindutva narrative that was brought in the last phase of the campaigning. And that happened because I think Devendra Fadnavis and his team kept saying that in the Lok Sabha polls, the difference between the Maha Vikas Aghadi or the India Alliance and BJP-led Alliance was just 0.6% votes. And for him, it was a very serious thing that he lost place like Dhule or other places just because of certain community going away from BJP over the Samvidhan Khatre Mein Hai narrative.
BJP is hit 100. BJP is hit 100. 268. 20 seats, 20 leads have not yet been declared. 20 leads from seats have not yet come in Maharashtra and the BJP is hit 100. Rohit, please complete. Yeah.
So this time what the BJP decided was to galvanize the Karyakartas, the activists, and make sure that the Panna Pramukhs and others come out, which they didn't perhaps during the Lok Sabha polls because they were a little complacent in the up tak 400 par narrative. They got a bit complacent. So this time the Hindutva narrative was brought in the last 15 days of the campaigning, plus the schemes like the Ladki Bahin Yojana and the Kisan Yojana, the giving of electricity to farmers' pumps. All that seems to have worked together and we've got these results.
With 20 more seats to be even start reporting, the BJP, the NDA has crossed the prediction of most of the pollsters. It has even crossed the prediction of the NDA itself. That's what's happening. It's touching the 180 number and it is going through the fact that somewhere Access My India and Pradeep Gupta will be saying, I told you so.
On both states.
On both states.
both states.
Jharkhand and with Maharashtra, they may be turning around and saying that.
We should try and
it's a
connect
little
with him.
forlorn behind Mayuresh at Matoshri, but first we'll go to Arunima at Jharkhand. She's there at the counting center. Arunima, two factors which you spoke about. Record number of women coming out to vote, and they seem to have voted in favor of the incumbent. And Maya Samman seems to be working for the JMM Congress. With they are leading in 50 out of 79 reporting.
Yes, Anand, so from the counting center, I decided to move to the political party headquarters to get a sense of what was happening. Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, even though as per the Election Commission website, they are leading in 28, their ally Congress has 12, which makes it 40. RJD has 6, which makes it 46. So they're already through over the halfway mark. But even then, the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha office just has one pravakta sitting there, waiting and watching before any kind of celebration begins. Same at the Chief Minister's residence also. There is no celebration yet. At the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, there is more chehel-pehel. So one of their leaders have just come in. So the media is taking the sound bites from them. There is a brave face that is being put up by the BJP so far. What they are pointing out is that only 4 rounds of counting has happened, and we should wait and watch. But you're absolutely right. The Mahila factor, which perhaps worked for the BJP in Maharashtra, went completely the other way here in Jharkhand. The analysis seemed to be the Maya Samman Yojana and the 4 installments that reached the bank accounts of women voters. That seemed to have worked in favor of Hemant Soren. He also, it seems, has managed to play the sympathy card very well, telling his tribal voters that I was sent to jail not because I was corrupt, but because I was a tribal, and this government at the center is anti-tribal.
Correct.
So that, they claim, the JMM claims, that narrative has worked.
True. Now, before we go across to Maharashtra, Mumbai and Thane, just a quick update, ladies and gentlemen, to our viewers. Quick update to our viewers. The fact is that Jharkhand started reporting only around 8:45. And it's only 3 or 4 rounds in Jharkhand, and some of them are reporting lesser. We'll try and get an update from Avantika, how many rounds in Jharkhand, and there is a reason why, and how many total rounds. We are given to understand it will be about 15 rounds. Will it be close? Because these numbers could go up and down, despite the fact that the India Alliance has taken a runaway lead. It's nearly twice. But if you see, the NDA is catching up. In the last 2.5 minutes that we have spoken with Arunima, these numbers have changed and fluctuated. So will there be more fluctuations, and will it be a closer race than it is being shown? Or will these leads consolidate as we get into round 8 or 9? We have to wait and watch. And how many are really tight fights? Margin of victory is less than, margin of lead is less than 500 or 1,000 votes, because that makes a huge difference when it comes to assembly elections. So we'll have to see that. And Mumbai.
Seats in Mumbai that are reporting, since you asked. Sana Malik is leading in Anushakti Nagar. She's fighting on an NCP Ajit Pawar ticket. And in the neighboring constituency where her father is fighting in Mankhurd, Nawab Malik seems to be trailing.
Sana Malik.
I believe Abu Azmi is leading in that constituency of Mankhurd Shivaji Nagar.
Mankhurd Shivaji Nagar is Abu Azmi. Nawab Malik is fighting from the same constituency.
Yes.
So they are up against each other. Nawab Malik is trailing, but his daughter Sana Malik is leading against Fawad.
I mean, I have to say that Swara Bhaskar's speech that went viral was quite the speech. I mean, to put it politically correctly,
what does it mean?
Rahul,
you cannot be politically correct.
if we talk about incitement, if you talk about trying to, rouse passions, then she was sailing very close to the wind there.
If Fahad leads, then we'll get back to this conversation, Rahul.
Yeah.
Right now, let's get to this conversation on the grid.
No, but I wanted to just say 42. I wanted to say one thing on
Uddhav Thackeray 30. Is the legacy conversation settled? BJP 107 out of 276 reporting, 12 seats not yet reporting.
No, I wanted to say something about what Arunima spoke about. She said that there's not much excitement at the JMM office or even at the BJP office. BJP also trying to put a brave face, but JMM also taking it very, because Jharkhand has a history of very heavy goings on when it comes to government formation, you know. So I mean, I'm old enough to remember, you know, Governor Sikte Razi and what all happened, and you know, Mr. Pramod Mahajan, you know, saying that, you know, Congress is like Hanuman, you know, to rescue another man's wife, they've, you know, set fire to their own tail, you know, and all of those kind of things. We've seen all of those, you know, bags of money and things like that.
But let me tell you one thing.
Everybody's waiting. If they get an incontrovertibly high number beyond the majority mark, then there'll be celebration.
The whole story would be if it is 37, 38, and 41, 42, if it's close. But if this, see, NDA is picking up. It's catching up.
In Maharashtra, there's a crazy landslide, and I'll tell you one thing, that you are seeing now the Shiv Sena pulling ahead of the UBT, the so-called mother organization. And I'll tell you, UBT might have a survival problem. You could, after the election, have a complete defection. And maybe it's Uddhav and his son who will be stuck in Matoshri, and everyone else would have gone. Decamp.
So out of the 51 direct fights, 47 are reporting. Shinde Sena is leading in 26, and the UBT Sena is leading in 20.
Yeah, well,
we want to quickly check the NCP versus NCP fight as well.
Give it some time.
1 second. NCP versus NCP, if I can pull up that number. Yeah, there again, 36 out of 38 seats, 36 are reporting. There, Ajit Pawar is doing phenomenally well. 24 to Ajit Pawar and only 10 to Sharad Pawar NCP.
Okay.
Sharad Pawar, the big leader.
Just going to the reporters. Payal, yes, Payal, Mayuresh and Yesha with us. Yes, Payal.
Yes, I'm at the BJP headquarters. It's still early time over here, even though the numbers are very clear. But it's good. The leaders are going to come here only around 11 o'clock because I'm sure most of them are contesting elections, Anand, and they'll be more busy in their own counting centers. But not really a surprise as far as the BJP Karyakartas, as far as the BJP workers are concerned, because they were very buoyant with the multiple factors. They were buoyant because of the kind of work that has been done by the government of the day. They were buoyant because, you know, the kind of support base and the mass base that they've been able to have. And Devendra Fadnavis, you know, Anand comes out again as one of the biggest stars that the BJP could have, you know, hoped for. And he speaks at a time when the BJP needed it the most as well, because multiple people had written him off, multiple people had cast suspicions on his future, given the fact that the Lok Sabha results weren't the way BJP really wanted as well. So that's something which they, of course, will be speaking about. And Vidarbha, the region that he comes from, is going to be extremely important. And not to forget that 72 rallies was what Nitin Gadkari did in the assembly elections. 8 he addressed through video conferencing. Those two leaders, of course, come from the same region, that is the Vidarbha region. And they're very hopeful that, you know, the trends will continue. They're very hopeful that, you know, and, you know, the happiest over here, and I was talking to a lot of ground reports, Anand, the happiest are the reporters on ground who don't have to go to any resort or don't have to stand outside any hotels. The conversation that was happening over here is that यहाँ पे टाउन में बीजेपी को सूट करेगा क्योंकि यहाँ पे होटल्स ठीक है, अगर उधर सबर्ब्स की तरफ गए तो उधर बहुत शिवसेना का इम्पैक्ट है, तो और चौकसी रखना पड़ेगी. So that's the kind of conversation that people have been having. But for one, everybody seems to be happy, at least on this side.
Resort politics may not have to resort to resort politics is what you're saying, Payal, but phenomenal victory this. Yes, nobody can take credit away from Devendra Fadnavis, Nitin Gadkari, Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar and the entire team that's come together post 4th of June to work together. Very able leaders and able administrators. Keep an eye on Jharkhand even as we talk Maharashtra to our viewers, because the numbers are changing there. As the rounds increase, there may be a shift and that could perhaps change the story in Jharkhand. Mayuresh, quite forlorn behind you at Matoshri.
Exactly, Anand, I'll just show the visuals. There is complete silence outside Matoshri. Hardly few media people over here or journalists from the TV are here, because the trends which are coming are really not good, or we can say in favor of Shiv Sena UBT. The official website shows on 19 places they are leading. And this was not basically expected. The Shiv Sena was not expecting this. So certainly it is a kind of a disappointment from Shiv Sena UBT, who was hoping to come back to the power. As we show early in the morning, the way posters were put outside the Matoshri, just 100 meters away from the Matoshri. But as of now, it's 10:30. Not a single Karyakarta, not a single leader which has come to Matoshri. And usually this is not the scenario if Shiv Sena is leading on good numbers or having a good number. So 19 seats, leading on 19 seats. Certainly it's a big disappointment for Shiv Sena as compared to the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde camp who are leading on the 56 seats.
Well, I'm reminded of Kishore Kumar's song which says, "Ye kya hua, kaise hua, kab hua, kyun hua." And will they eventually say, Chodo ye na socho? Yesha Kotak is in Thane. 287 out of 288 seats reporting. Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena, the Dhanush Ban, leading in 48 compared to Ubata's 30. Big statement for Eknath Shinde.
Absolutely, Anand, and this was something that he had spoken about time and again, saying that the voter base was with him, the voter share was with him. And he always claimed that he is the one who has that legacy. Now, let's recollect that when both the parties, be it the UBT or the Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde, for that matter, NCP and the NCP of Sharad Pawar, they had both claimed it's an ideological battle. Particularly here, for Eknath Shinde, it was more of an ideological battle because he was pitted against Kedar Deghe. The fact that Eknath Shinde claimed he had legacy of Anand Deghe and that of Balasaheb Thackeray as well. Now here, with the kind of lead that he has, he's making a strong statement for UBT, particularly because here it clearly shows that he has a legacy of Deghe, despite the fact that Deghe's nephew is with Shiv Sena UBT. And on the other hand, here, with the kind of voters that have supported the Shiv Sena, that's of Eknath Shinde. Again, a statement is made that he is the one who carries the legacy of the Shiv Sena. But yes, as of now, of course, there's no celebration outside the CM's bungalow. Because,
they will all wait.
They will all wait. A late riser, he begin his day late. Yes.
No, they will all wait and they will all come out together. It will all happen. They will all come out together. It will be coordinated with respect to the NDA. Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde, Ajit Dada Pawar will all be coming out at their respective constituencies or wherever they are, and they will come out and speak together and they will try and speak in one voice. That's what is expected, even as the NDA is inching towards the 200 mark. 287 out of 288 seats are reporting. Nalin Mehta, your point. Yeah.
Firstly, Amit Malviya just tweeted just a BJP comment on the Shiv Sena saying, as things stand now, Uddhav Thackeray faction stands at number 6 among the 6 parties contesting in Maharashtra. From being in the pole position in partnership with the BJP, this is where an inflated ego and abusive mindset has taken Uddhav Thackeray's party and politics too.
Now, this point about this being some sort of a scrappy election that was going to go nukkad to nukkad, I'm sorry, that's gone out of the window.
It's gone.
This is an absolute affirmation for the BJP in Maharashtra. They won on their symbol, the power of what they claim was their vote.
And finally, also an ideological election at the base of it.
Can I ask you a question, a larger question? Is Mr. Shinde going to be CM or is it going to be now BJP CM? I think if you look at that,
we will get to that. We will. Eknath Shinde will make a strong point. Depends upon what the BJP wants.
Patil to gone. Look at the reputations that are biting the dust. He's talking about, because obviously there's a bit of a needle there. But Thackeray's surname in the doldrums. Pawar Senior, who I always have thought, and please forgive me, Rohitji, I've always thought was an overinflated leader.
Sanjay Raut is speaking. He said we don't accept this.
बाद में बात करेंगे ना, क्यों नहीं करेंगे? पैसा तो ऐसा है कि हर चुनाव क्षेत्र में नोटों की मशीन लगाई थी। अरे शिंदे का एक भी उम्मीदवार सिटिंग एमएलए गिरता नहीं, और शिंदे ये बोल रहे थे हमारा एक भी सिटिंग विधायक गिरेगा नहीं। आपको मालूम होगा तो मैं इस्तीफा दूंगा। ऐसा होता है क्या चुनाव में कभी? हमारा एक भी नहीं गिरेगा। ये कौन सा भरोसा है? ये कौन सा लोकतंत्र है? 200 के ऊपर किसी को चुनाव में नतीजे मिलते हैं क्या? जिस देश में, जिस राज्य में सबसे बड़ी बेईमानी हो गई है, इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है। ये नतीजे ऐसे दिए आपने कि अपने राज्य को, जनता को बेईमान ठहराया है। इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है।
जो नतीजे आ रहे हो महा विकास आघाड़ी को कबूल है
नहीं,
आगे की क्या भूमिका रहेगी?
नतीजे कबूल नहीं है। मैं मानता हूं जनता को भी नतीजे कबूल नहीं है। जनता को भी, ये जनता का निर्णय नहीं हो सकता है। मैं बार बार बोल रहा हूं और मुझे बार बार आप वही सवाल पूछ रहे हैं।
लेकिन जो महाविकास आघाड़ी के कुल आंकड़े दिखाई दे रहे हैं, कुल संख्या दिखाई दे रहे हैं, उससे ज्यादा शिंदे गुट के
कैसा हो सकता है? आप अपने मन को पूछे, आप पत्रकार है, आप अपने मन को पूछे क्या महाराष्ट्र में संभव है? आप अपने मन को पूछे कि महाराष्ट्र में शिंदे को 60 सीटें मिलती है, संभव है क्या? ये अजीत पवार को 40 सीटें मिलती है, क्या ये संभव है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 125 सीटें मिलती है, क्या संभव है? क्या इस राज्य की जनता भी बेईमान है? इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है, उसके ऊपर हमारा विश्वास है। चलिए, थैंक यू।
Now, it is the Rajya ki Janta, the people of the state, who have actually cast their ballot. And that's where these numbers are coming from. Classic election denial coming from Sanjay Raut.
Shocking. This is shocking.
The only thing that was left to say was the EVMs are to blame.
No,
I'm glad he didn't say that.
Are they going to
Frankly,
storm that Mantralaya, as she's saying? I mean, this is ridiculous.
No, on the one hand,
he's saying something more than the EVM. He's saying the entire election legitimacy is at stake.
No, he's on the one hand saying pani ki tarah paisa baya. That means he's questioning the integrity of the voter. Then he says the voter cannot vote like this. He's questioning the EVMs. I don't accept this result. Well, you may not
They
want to
were
accept,
saying
but
this
that's the
3 months
result.
ago when they did well in the Lok Sabha election.
It's not yet the result, but that's the direction.
This is going to be the template. All opposition are going to say this. You look at Akhilesh Yadav, who is already on record to say that election commission and the UP bypolls were rigged. And that is sooner or later, Mr. Jairam Ramesh will also come up.
Elections in Jharkhand was not rigged.
Just Sanjay Raut
Bengal was not rigged. Priyanka Gandhi's election was not rigged. I mean, come on.
No, Priyanka Vadra is leading by more than 60,000 votes. So that is all right.
1.5 lakhs.
Now 2.5 lakhs.
No, 1.5.
1.5. Trinamool Congress is taking all the 6 bypolls in Bengal. And also, there is 2 and 3 in Karnataka with respect to the seats. And there is 6 and 3 with respect to UP. So there are votes which are going to the other side also. But overall, this is the score. Sanjay Raut said, Eknath Shinde ko 60 seats kaise mil sakti hai? That's what he said. 60.
That means that
our numbers are right now saying 48, but he's saying 60.
He's saying 60.
No, but that's an entitlement. And that is an entitlement that, Shiv Sena belongs, and if the Thakre is with us, then the votes are with us, then the seats must come to us. And I don't think people like that anymore.
The BJP Chetan Bhagat, as we see, is far more, is nearly 28 more than the India alliance put together.
Yes.
And the NCP Sharad Pawar is the smallest, is the least. It's just 23.
But if the allies of BJP,
And
if they were...
independents and others are more than what Mr. Sharad Pawar's party has got.
Independent and others are more.
If the Shiv Sena and NCP could have been kept by their original owners or CEOs or whatever you can call them, they would have won the election. Think about it. If Shinde's, all those MLAs were still with them, if NCP had not split, it would still have been their mandate. But they couldn't keep their parties together. I mean that.
No, but if they had not split, they would have been on this side. They would not have been on the Maha Vikas Aghadi. They would have been in the Mahayuti.
What will happen now?
And the numbers will be different.
All the UBT workers will get demotivated and they will move to that other side.
But I must say, you said, in our Take 3 program, that when you were there on the ground, you sensed that there was this massive surge for the Mahayuti.
Yes, there was. There was. See, the surge was from the fact that Eknath Shinde had a certain level of equity that he's built on ground, and there is this messaging which every voter wants, that they want a quote-unquote zameen se juda hua vyakti, a chai wala and an auto wala. That's what it is. And clearly, somewhere the BJP needs to understand this messaging also, that it's not arrogance, it's humility. It's always remembering where you are from. The people always want to see that the Pradhan Mantri, no matter how tall a leader he is globally, no matter how respected he is globally, should never forget and should always tell the voter that I grew from amongst you. I was selling tea at the Vadnagar chai station and I made dreams of the impossible possible. The same story with Eknath Shinde. Working tirelessly, auto rickshaw driver, worked hard, won his respect, and he's proved, and he's worked with a team. But out of all of this, the work that Devendra Fadnavis along with the RSS have done on ground, Rahul, is phenomenal.
And should we be surprised?
It's phenomenal.
Because didn't we see in 2019 the BJP sort of veering towards the pole position it did in fact? So
yeah, it was the single largest party, 105.
So yeah, so I mean, why is the Shiv Sena suddenly, the UBT coming out and saying, "Kabhi socha tha, kabhi ho sakta tha"?
See, it's their denial and they will cry because they neither have got the bat nor have they got batting, and they are being asked to sit out as the 12th
So if there has been so much of a consolidation of votes of different types, now this is a question that one should ask. Do you think BJP will lay claim to that Chief Minister's post, Rohit ji?
I think they will. I think they will. It was only some kind of an arrangement that they took the back seat last time when they made Eknath Shinde the Chief Minister. And look, the plan for BJP is to come back in control, completely in control. Even as they took the back seat last time, they were controlling many things.
So
that
could it
we
also
know.
happen that Mr. Shinde just joins the BJP with all his
I don't think so. I
MLAs?
don't
No.
think so. I
The
don't think so.
Dhanush Ban
Shinde
is
will-
very important.
Shinde will retain his
Yeah.
identity, his election symbol, because, very important point all of us have to understand, within 4 months or 5 months, there's
Local
going to be the
elections.
all-important Mumbai
BMC
Municipal
election.
Corporation
Yes.
and 25 other municipal
No, but
corporation
Rohit,
elections happening
if
in
Mr.
Maharashtra,
Shinde is not-
which are very crucial.
If Mr. Shinde is not made CM, then why would he stick with the BJP? I mean, that's his
Where would
only...
he go?
No, see,
Well, if he's not made CM, then why would he stick with the BJP?
he would want to be the chief minister. Any leader wants
Of
to
course,
be the chief minister.
especially once you've already been.
But the next best choice, if you are not able to get it, the next best choice
But
is to
Rohit,
become
why would-
deputy chief minister. And
So,
be
so
the-
you'll see a role reversal, Fadnavis becoming chief minister and Shinde becoming
But
deputy
one
chief
thing we have
minister.
to understand that between Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar, the Mahayuti has 3 very, very strong, hard-working, able administrators who have shown that despite having certain differences, they can work together and they can iron out. There is not a tussle of who controls which bureaucracy, etc., which was seen when the Maha Vikas Aghadi was there, where the NCP, Congress and the Ubata were busy transferring their bureaucrats because they wanted the control, etc. The other thing is the larger question, along with who becomes the CM, is the economy question. Maharashtra was on the cusp of becoming the first 1 trillion economy in our country, and it was going to set the benchmark. What does this do to the Viksit Bharat story? What does this do to the BJP and the NDA, the central government's plans with respect to the Vadhavan port, with respect to the bullet train, with respect to connecting the defense corridors, with respect to connecting all the industrial hubs to the ports, and thereby with the India-Middle East economic corridor? There's a huge, big map which is now going to unfold.
Just one point, Anand. I think all the economic policies will continue. Dharavi redevelopment will continue. All the Vadhavan port and other things will continue, and that's a big, positive signal for markets or anybody else. I don't think the BJP, if they're close to 100, and that's what we can now see, if they're going to have 100 MLAs in the House, there's no way they'll give away the chief minister's position to alliance partner this time. There's no way about that. I mean, I'm sure that it will be a BJP chief minister sitting in chief minister's seat.
That would be a little unfair to Mr. Eknath Shinde, because after all, here is a man, a captain. A captain may not have scored a century, but he has led, the alliance to victory and, executed all those plans, or that Ladli Behna Yojana, etc. All those things. How do you deny him that? BJP would sound very, cruel in that. True. And if there is a municipal elections in Mumbai, it's going to create more problems.
But Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray will not be part of Maha Vikas Aghadi. And Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar may come, but Ajit Pawar plus Sharad Pawar does not add up to 145.
Yep. So within the BJP, there was outside of the BJP, there was a lot of talk about how Devendra Fadnavis had become a kind of a hate figure because of the Maratha agitation, him being a Brahmin and this Peshwai narrative that was set. But within the BJP, there was a lot of push for him. And if you travel to the elections, the BJP posters had him very prominently along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So that signaling kept on going on through the election, that he's our guy and we are not giving up on him, So if after they get 100...
Let's also not forget that he's the one guy who lasted full 5 years. And there was a huge transformation in Maharashtra that happened. The internal politics aside, he may have also set certain challengers within the BJP, put them in place, etc. Also, he was in pole position to be the chief minister again had Uddhav Thackeray not walked out.
This is very similar to the national level where the BJP is in an NDA alliance. There are 2 allies. If you want the answer to that question, the number would be BJP plus NCP, where they end up. If that is above the majority, Mr. Shinde will not be treated as nicely as he would have liked. And if BJP, I think so. And
the Maratha factor is still a big.
It is still there.
I was just plotting that on the wall.
If the BJP needs only one ally, then there is a BJP CM.
On the Maratha
I
seat,
see one of the contenders, either Mr. Eknath Shinde or Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, making it to the union cabinet. That is going to be a...
but on the Maratha seats, about the 89 seats, the NDA has got 65. The India Alliance only 20. And
You cannot alienate
break up that. BJP has 34, Shinde Sena has 15, NCP has 14. And this is
can't alienate the
Marathwada, Western Maharashtra, Northern Maharashtra. So this whole Jarange Patil factor has been completely negated in this election.
Pallavi was right there where she said that the
Can
Jarange Patil factor is
I make a point here?
Yeah, of course.
To add to on the leaderboard of the social media this election, Zaka just made the important point on the Maratha vote. Look at 5 other categories. OBC vote in the Kunbi areas, NDA is ahead 23-7. In the seats where women are more than men, NDA is ahead 27-13. In the seats which are Dalit dominant, 19-10. In the seats where there are direct BJP Congress contests, NDA is ahead, BJP is ahead 49-23. And in the seats where the Congress was ahead in the Lok Sabha election, the count right now is 34-27 in favor of the BJP. So on every single
I just want to make one small point. I think this verdict in Maharashtra, to sum it up...
BJP has gone on another tangent also. News just
Okay, there's big breaking news coming in. Obviously, that was bound to happen because... Why? And that leads on to the point. That's because the Congress did not run a positive campaign. And I think voters are beginning to now, at least at the state level, worry about parties that are not giving them a vision. Look at the vision that the Congress offered. That all your jobs are going to Gujarat. Modani is ruling Maharashtra. Everything is going to Gujarat. The Marathi Manus is losing out. This is a consistent thread. Muslims are losing out. And of course, the Marathas are nowhere. This is what was said. Today, that divisive campaign...
See, Congress, Soros can't help Congress and Rahul with respect to Maharashtra. So did Soros help Congress and Rahul in Jharkhand? You know, sometimes this hyperbole from the BJP also needs to be questioned. Fact is, what worked for the JMM and Congress in Jharkhand or did not work for the BJP? Clearly, it is domestic politics. To a certain extent, international narratives, you may say that there is a Soros.
There must be some...
Because they know they have to say this because they've won and Parliament is going to open and you know this entire session is going to be about what. Yeah. So they are just preparing.
About what?
About all this Soros and who this.
But what has happened to Aurangabad?
Last time I checked, the 3 seats, all 3 are with the India Alliance.
So what about
Sena UBT leading in 2 and Congress leading in 1.
What about some of the big clashes, the Worli clash,
Worli last I checked, Aditya Thackeray was leading, yes. Aditya Thackeray is still leading in Worli.
Look, here it is. The Congress is saying it's a EVM's victory.
In the neighbouring constituency of Mahim, it is again the Sena UBT candidate Mahesh Sawant who is leading there. So if you look at the Bombay seat,
Rashid bhai, you were absolutely right. You said that EVMs were going to be blamed.
Mumbai and Thane, 54 seats. The NDA is ahead in 32. And the India Alliance only in 21. So clearly, even in the Bombay fight...
No, Mumbai, Thane, you have to... One has to give Eknath Shinde and the Shiv Sena there the credit for this performance, along with the BJP. And somewhere, the BJP and Eknath Shinde seem to are working together. In the Lok Sabha, it was seen that there was friction. And it also looks at, if you look at the Ajit Pawar story, that this combination seems to have worked even for Ajit Pawar.
But you know, are we taking away a little bit from the Fadnavis factor, from the RSS factor? This, after all, yes, of course, there's a knock-on that has come from Mr. Shinde. But clearly, if the BJP is now coursing towards the 120 mark, I suppose the BJP will feel entitled to say that this is as much as a victory of our own making, as it is obviously of the shoulders that were lent to our charge.
So Amit Malviya is the one taking the jibe, or the Soros jibe.
Yeah, well, I think Amit Malviya, they might be stretching the point, but you know, the fact is that the BJP itself, I mean, is today teetering on the verge of, you know, probably forming this government with some others.
No, the other thing is, look at this, can't be fair with EVMs. Congress is saying with respect to Maharashtra. So the EVMs are fair in Jharkhand.
I know, I mean, this is bizarre. This is again that kind of, you know, politics where, I don't know, they hold on to the constitution, but they seem to not believe in it in spirit and letter. I mean, you cannot sound like anarchists by suggesting this. What is the aim?
And this cannot be a story only when you lose. Exactly. And it's everything is fair when you win. What are your thoughts on this, Nistula, Chaitanya?
I have always held that it's a very, very unfortunate sort of a situation, a comment to make. I don't hold water with it. It's been examined. The Supreme Court has pronounced on it. And when are we going to move on? And although the people of this country, I have seen that the Bechara factor works very well. People do give you sympathy and emotion and do support you if they feel that your back is to the wall. But they do want somebody who will be there, who's a fighter, you know. And if you're constantly saying that, you know, हमारे तो औजार ही खराब है, मैं बैट लेके मैं घर जा रहा हूँ because you gave me out, that doesn't work then beyond a point. And they say, okay, you sit in one corner and we will give the vote to
Then there should be election denial with Jharkhand also. If the Congress is in denial or the India Alliance is in denial with Maharashtra, they should deny the Jharkhand elections also.
Yeah, I think this rhetoric is fine, but the Congress needs, they had a momentum after the Lok Sabha election. They had made some gains. We had a Rahul Gandhi who had come with more gusto, and people rightly so said, let's see some more data points. And the data points were this: Haryana, Maharashtra and Jharkhand. They won Jharkhand, fine. But at the same time, Maharashtra is 3 times bigger, far more prominent, far more important to national politics. And they really need to sit down and figure out. On the exit polls day also, Rahul, I told you, Maharashtra has too many parties.
That's right.
6 parties. People have voted for something that seems a little stable. It doesn't look like the other grouping could have put it all together. And it could be as simple as that, and not the EVMs. It could be something that you were not doing right. And you did it right in Jharkhand, so we are not against you.
I mean, you didn't have a positive agenda. You constantly blathered on and on about the deficiencies and the divisions, and you played a divisive hand.
Yeah.
Look at the BJP's Rainbow Coalition in Maharashtra.
And there is no wave. There is no wave for Rahul or Congress. There are some maybe issues with the BJP. People are willing to...
Correct me if I'm wrong, Zach. Correct me if I'm wrong. In Haryana, the Jats and the other OBCs voted for the dominant party, the BJP. In Maharashtra, the Marathas and the OBCs seem to be voting for...
This whole thing about farmer distress, since Nisula asked, there are about 58 constituencies, 37 NDA, only 21 to the India Alliance.
So when this soya bean bonus was announced, I spoke to some backroom people of the Congress, and they kept saying that, you know, we wanted this announcement to come a little early on in the campaign so that at least people would get to know that this is what our promise is. They announced it like some 3-4 days before polling day. So how does that help?
Of the 37, BJP is leading in 22.
Wow.
NDA just 3 short of 200 now. NDA 3 short of 200, BJP at 110. News from UP by polls, BJP has surged to a lead in Moradabad. That's supposed to be the SP bastion. It's Moradabad. I'm just going to check how many leads out of the 9, who's leading who. Is it 6-3 and 7-2? We'll get an update on that. In Palakkad, it's a very, very close fight. News is that the lead is only about 600 odd votes in Palakkad. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra surging ahead. Surging ahead in Wayanad by a few lakh votes there. 7-2 in Uttar Pradesh. 7-2 for the NDA, BJP plus.
3.75 lakhs. She needs to at least equal her brother.
That's a good point.
No, that's a good point. I mean, you know,
where have those votes gone?
Come on, where have those votes gone?
Rahul, comparison is a thief of joy.
Joy, you can feel joyful, but if you are not going to
Modi
see...
साहब जीते अपनी सीट वाराणसी with a reduced margin, तो आप लोगों ने उसको इतना बड़ा story बना दिया, front page news. अब मैं कह रहा हूँ कि प्रियंका गांधी, why hasn't she won as many votes as her brother? You are saying now.
No, wait till the end. But I'm saying, you know, I was saying something which is very fundamental. That, you know, comparison is a thief of joy.
No, but what does this mean in Kerala? 1-1-1.
Yeah, let's also, you know, go to the other bypolls as well. Let's go to our reporters.
ये तो एकदम Chinese confusion.
Now you become like saying victory and defeat doesn't matter.
Shaina NC is with us. Mumba Devi.
We are all dead.
Shaina NC, first up, maybe a little premature, but so far the trends indicate congratulations are in order for the NDA, for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. As of now, 111 leads for the BJP. What's happening in Mumba Devi? Since the start, we've been seeing that Amin Patel has been leading. You've been trailing in Mumba Devi.
No, that is not factually correct. As we speak, let me please correct you, Anand, that that is not the case. I have been monitoring it completely. We are neck to neck in Mumba Devi, and in Mumba Devi, we will create history because it is a constituency that has 140,000 Muslims, 1 lakh Hindus, and the fact that the Ladki Behen Yojana of the Chief Minister has reached 40,000 homes, of which 15,000 are Muslim women. I'm very, very confident that in the days to come, we will work collectively to ensure that this neglected constituency where there has been no development and is probably
as per the EC website right now, Shaina ji, you are trailing by 800 votes, but the smile on your face and your glowing shows that there is some other information that you have. So share it with us.
No, I know that the Muslim seats is where we are trailing, but where the Hindu seats are going to now be opened, I'm sure that we will make it. And we will make it because on ground, the popularity of the Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar is known to me. I have been campaigning in this constituency for over a month. And as I said, 15 years, there has been no development. So I see the love and the encouragement that the people of Maharashtra and Mumbai Devi and Mumbai are giving. And that is why I feel that this kind of a landslide victory for the Mahayuti only shows that the popularity of the Prime Minister, the work of all three on ground is something that we have to appreciate and encourage in the days to come as a role model to set for a Viksit Bharat and a Viksit Maharashtra.
So, Shaina NC, you're always shining and you're always smiling. There's no doubt about that. But I just want to ask you this. Many people said that this was one of those elections which was very tough to call. It was going into the wire. It was a sort of man-to-man, man-to-woman contest. What is transformed in the last 4 months, 5 months, that has made this a election really about one symbol, and that is the lotus?
I'll tell you what it is. Honestly, whatever I saw on ground is people are not interested in false narratives and just these unnecessary comments. Look at my election. It started by calling me imported mal, item, bakri, all these kind of adjectives. People are not interested in all of this. They want to know what work you have come to do and what is your vision plan. Today is the politics of performance, and the Honorable Prime Minister has proven that across the country, that if you perform, you will succeed. If you don't, you will perish. If you look at the kind of work style of Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar, it has worked phenomenally well for the state for the past 2.5 years. Projects which were in the doldrums have all realized, whether it is Jan Dhan, Mudra Banking, Ujjwala, all on ground, which is what has been done by the center. But if you look at the state, whether it's a Ladki Behna Yojana for the women, if it is an internship scheme or an apprenticeship scheme for the youngsters, whether it is pensions for the senior citizens, whether it's MSP and ensuring that, people have their livelihood intact. It has all been worked on very conscientiously. Now, if you look at the refinery, you look at the Dharavi project, the bullet trains, all the opposition has done is just stop. That is not on. We are here to deliver.
If these numbers hold, the BJP would have at least 20 more seats, if not more, 25 more seats than the India Alliance combined, the Maha Vikas Aghadi combined. So will the Kursi combo change or will it be the same?
Anand, I'm not getting into any speculation here. I have come as a candidate. I'm very, very keen to work for my Mumbai city. And what the leadership decides, what the Mahayuti Netritva decides, is obviously something that we will all adhere to. But for those who are only sitting on commentary, my limited piece of advice is that we've spent the whole election only on false narratives and pseudo-secular vote bank politics. I think it's important for all of us to accept and understand that this government is here to stay, and this is not just a hat trick for Maharashtra. This is a hat trick which in the days to come will be a case study on good governance.
Well, all the best to you. Once the results settle towards the evening, we look forward to you joining us, and then officially we'll congratulate you. All the best. All the best.
Thanks.
Now, Payal Mehta is with us. Yes, Payal, even as Prime Minister is going to be at the BJP headquarters at 6:30 p.m. this evening. Yes, Payal.
I'm joined by Madhavi Nayak, who's the State General Secretary. This election, Anand, has been largely about the contribution of women, and she's definitely wearing a very wide smile as well. Yes. Is this election which has been the Ladki Behna versus all?
It is not only about Ladki Behna, but all the other schemes which were really in favor of the women here in Maharashtra. So, Ladli Behna was just a cherry on the cake, you can say.
not everybody gave you these kind of numbers that you really got. As a person who's worked in the organization, as a person who's worked in the unit, were you guys confident, and what gave you that kind of confidence that you'll get these numbers?
See, basically, we were very confident about it because as an organization, we had a very collective and organized efforts. Besides that, we knew about the mandate and the confidence people had about BJP and the Mahayuti. So we were quite confident when we were working down, when we were in the people, we could get that positive vibe from the crowd itself. So that was enough for us to be confident.
You think that this was an election where you could actually tell?
Payal, continue the conversation. It played out later, but I'm going to pull away from you for now. There is this victory lap that's been planned for at the BJP headquarters this evening. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be at the BJP headquarters at 6:30 p.m. So by 7, he should be there. Generally, there is a half-hour buffer that is given for the Karyakartas to assemble, and then the PM arrives. But big victory lap that will be planned. Will Jharkhand be forgotten, or will Maharashtra be the story? Zaka, how is it plotting right now in Maharashtra?
All right, so it's 288, all 288 seats are reporting. 197 is what the NDA is at, just 3 short of 200. 145, of course, is the halfway mark. If you were to break up how much the BJP has 111. The Shinde Sena has 48 and the NCP has 33. Remember, the BJP was fighting on 152 seats. 111 out of 152 is a strike rate in excess of 75%. Now, coming back to what Rahul Shivshankar was saying, in the Lok Sabha election, the BJP won 9 out of 28 that it fought at a strike rate of less than 30%. From 30%, they've gone to 75% in a matter of 4 or 5 months. Look at the regions. They've won in Vidarbha in a big way. In fact, the Congress, out of the 13 MPs that it had, 9 out of those 13 MPs were from Vidarbha. It is the BJP that is running away with the leads. In Marathwada, people were talking about Jarangi Patil, the Maratha quota, and so on. Again, big wins for the BJP in Marathwada. Even in northern Maharashtra, where you have Nashik and, Nandurbar, that belt, the onion belt, there again, the BJP and the Shinde Sena running up significant numbers. And of course, in the urban pockets of Mumbai, Thane, Konkan, where the BJP and the Sena have traditionally done well, again, they've got massive leads in all of those regions. So the BJP doing well across the state. Just a quick check of where it all went wrong as far as the India alliance is concerned. I'm just going to quickly go back to Maharashtra for the India alliance. Just 82 right now. Where are those leads? The Congress has a bunch of seats in Vidarbha, but not anywhere close to what they had back in the Lok Sabha election. Much fewer seats for Sharad Chandra Pawar's NCP SP here in Western Maharashtra. Very few compared to what they had, even what they had 5 years ago. I think NCP had more than 50 5 years ago. The Sena UBT also significantly falling. They had 55 last time, down to just 29. And look at Mumbai. Mumbai, which used to be their stronghold, the city where they based their politics on, very few seats to the Sena UBT. Even the Congress, it contested 102 seats. 102 seats and just 25 leading, which means a strike rate of less than 25%. So clearly, things have gone badly for the India alliance.
The Congress party is the weakest in that, it's the weakest link. 102 seats they were contesting. They're leading only in 25. And they have performed poorer and worse than the Shiv Sena UBT and the NCP SP. With respect to Uttar Pradesh, it is 7-2. Again, a big statement there. That will also be a narrative changer. Nalin Mehta, Rohit, if you look at this story, what is going to happen if you were to look ahead, not just into the crucial polls, municipal commission polls, etc. in Maharashtra, but also the winter session of Parliament. Rohit, Nalin, thereafter.
I think the municipal polls of Mumbai are very important. It's a 50,000 crore turnover organization, and it holds large area, which is financial capital of the country. Very important for the BJP to kind of get its mayor elected. There's been a fight last few years between Shiv Sena and BJP, that is Uddhav Thackeray's party and BJP inside the Mumbai Municipal Corporation also. But remember, 25 or 24 other municipal corporations all over Maharashtra are going to polling next year, that is by April or so. And all over Maharashtra, these are the units that constitute the assembly segments or assembly constituencies finally. So BJP is going to keenly fight these elections, and they are going to have Eknath Shinde as their partner. That is for sure. Whether Ajit Pawar also participates at that level is a question that will be open, because there might be friendly fights in Western Maharashtra or whatever. Overall in Maharashtra, I think we are going to have a BJP-led government. I can see that the Chief Minister's position will be held by the BJP for sure. And perhaps Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar will come as
200.
200.
NDA hits the 200 mark. 288 leads. NDA hits the 200 mark. 200 par. This is the number, the upward number that Pradeep Gupta of Access My India had predicted, that the NDA could touch 200. That's happened. He also said that the INDI alliance will get 53. They're already at 50. These numbers are oscillating a bit, so we have to keep watching these numbers. But this is 200 par for the NDA. Historic. Sanjay Raut said, how can they win 200? How is it possible? Although he said that Eknath Shinde is getting 60 seats, it's 48. Now, the Election Commission allowed Ladki Bahan rollout before poll dates. Congress is now saying, Ladki Bahan rollout you allowed, why did you do it? And they're blaming it. The EC allowed this money to be paid. Why were Maha polls announced so late? Many questions being asked by the Congress party now.
That is a valid criticism as far as the Maharashtra polls are concerned. Here is a party and a formation that is asking for one nation, one polls. And what you do is Haryana elections were held in October, and then after a month you were having elections in Maharashtra on account of what was the EC's logic. There were festival time. Festival times are there forever.
Rollout
Precisely. No, I'm not talking about rollout. I'm talking about the timing part.
No, but the Ladki Bahan rollout in Maharashtra, but it was allowed in Jharkhand also.
You see, that is not a logic.
To say that, had these elections happened a month earlier, the results would have been different.
I'm not saying that.
I don't think there's any
I'm saying the Congress is questioning.
These are
Supriya
Shrinet who's raised these questions. Yes.
This comes from that mindset that was prevalent before 2019 election, when in the budget the Prime Minister announced the great scheme where farmers were going to were given a DBT, if you remember.
2009 election.
2019.
The Kisan Samman Nidhi.
Yeah. Kisan Samman Nidhi was given out. And many people said, oh, that made the fundamental difference between victory and loss, apart from Balakot and this, that, the other. So I'm just saying that this is routine. But the point is that in Jharkhand, the polls have taken place simultaneously with Maharashtra. There's also a rollout happening there. So I think this is a bit far-fetched.
No, the life of
well, we have Arunima with us from Jharkhand. Daniel Francis, political brand strategist, partner and advisor to the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde campaign and communications, is also with us. Daniel, coming to you after we speak with our reporters. Yesha is from Thane. Yes, Arunima, how many rounds of counting? Why are there not major celebrations? Are people expecting some toss and turn or oscillation in the scores? 29-49 in favor of INDIA right now.
So they want to be absolutely certain. So at the CM residence, this is the residence of the Chief Minister. Hemant Soren is keeping a tab. Kalpana Soren, his wife, who's being given a lot of credit for JMM's turnaround. She herself is in a kind of a tough spot so she's stationing herself in Giridih, and that's why I think there is a wait and watch policy that has been adopted, because they want to ensure that Kalpana also comfortably sails through. Congress party, initially it was being speculated that they could be the weak link in this particular alliance. They had 18 the last time around. They are hovering around the 12-13 mark, so not too bad. And overall, JMM, Congress, RJD have pulled along. The entire alliance have been pulled along. We have been told by the Chief Minister's aides that he would want to be absolutely certain about the numbers before coming out and speaking to the supporters. So even at the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha office, there's not much halchal. Right. You see more people at the BJP office than at the JMM office. As far as rounds are concerned, Hatia, which is next door to Ranchi, that has the maximum number of rounds, more than 20. All the others are, the least is 13. So the average number of rounds will be 16 to 17. And I think we are now closer to the halfway mark for most of these seats. Most people here are now accepting that Jharkhand Mukti Morcha has managed to defeat anti-incumbency.
Well, it looks like it's a pro-incumbency mandate so far, although the numbers are oscillating 30 and 48 now. So from 29 to 49, 49-29, it's 48-30. BJP now moving away, thanks Arunima, moving away to, or pulling away towards Maharashtra. We'll try and see if we can get Mr. Pradeep Gupta to get a way in on this score of 199-200. It was 200, it's just become 199, but the numbers are unprecedented. The BJP's lead just went down one seat from 114 to 113. Yesha, will Eknath Shinde take this score of 48 out of 288? They were hoping to win 55, but right now it's 48. Will Eknath Shinde take it? Their score is 20 seats better than UBT.
So yes, as of now, when you speak of some seats, there are leads, but of course, the picture would only be clear later in the day. So yes, 48 to 50 is somewhere, of course, Eknath Shinde would take further. Of the 55, yes, possibly they wouldn't get all the 55, but yes, 48 to 50 is something that we see that they are confident about. But as of now, when you speak of the whole mood outside the residence of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, we in fact show you what it looks like outside the bungalow of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde at Thane. In fact, late last night, he had stepped out from his residence, that is Varsha residence, official residence, which was in Malabar Hill, and he was here. And of course, he's not stepped out until now, but we see supporters of Eknath Shinde have gathered on the streets, waving the Dhanush Ban, waving the flag. And we also heard how Naresh Maske, the MP from Shiv Sena, is confident about the fact that he'll be their leader, who would be CM. Celebrations, fireworks have already started outside the residence of Eknath Shinde. Like you rightly mentioned, we'd expect him to speak only initially when the other alliance partners step out. But Anand, of course, this
to Delhi, no grab 4 or firecracker ban in Mumbai and Thane. So these firecrackers will go. Yeah, we stay with these visuals. Yesha, is Eknath Shinde expected here anytime?
So yes, Eknath Shinde is still inside, but we'd expect him to come out only post 12, because what we were told was Eknath Shinde would step out of his residence post noon. He'd go collect his certificate and then possibly head towards Mumbai. Of course, like you mentioned, Delhi has a cracker ban, but Mumbai and
Thane, no cracker ban. No cracker ban. Celebrations in the NDA camp begin. 201. The firecrackers go up even as NDA crosses the 200 mark. 201, 115 for the BJP. So it's pulled more than its weight here in terms of strike rate and conversions. Out of 152 seats, 115 Zaka. It's phenomenal what the BJP has pulled.
It's close to 80%. And I just want to show this one seat. It's called Sayan Koliwada, right in the heart of Mumbai. A BJP candidate by name Captain R. Tamil Selvan has won from Sayan Koliwada. For the Shiv Sena, which started its politics against South Indians, against Tamils and lungi-wearing people. I mean, can you imagine in that same city where Uddhav Thackeray resides, a Tamil candidate from Sayan Koliwada under the BJP symbol has won that seat. I just want to run through some of the other prominent Mumbai seats. Of course, in Worli, Aditya Thackeray is still continuing to lead. There is an independent candidate, Ali Rahim Sheikh, who's leading in Malabar Hill. In Kolaba, of course, Rahul Narvekar is leading. In Mumbai Devi is still reporting that Amin Patel is leading Shine INC. We'll see how the numbers eventually stack up. In Baikola, Yamini Jadhav is leading. I just mentioned, in Vadala, Kalidas Kulmbakar is leading. In Dharavi, interestingly, Dr. Jyoti Gaikwad of the Congress is leading. In the all-important seat of Mahim, it is Mahesh Sawant of the SSUBT who's currently leading. Let's go further up. In Kalina, again, SSUBT is leading. Ashish Shelad leading in Bandra West. In Bandra East, Zishan Siddiqui is trailing. It is Varun Sardesai of the Sena UBT who's leading. In Vile Parle, the BJP candidate there is leading. The Shinde Sena candidate in Chandivli is leading. The Shinde Sena candidate also in Ghatkopar West, Ram Kadam of the BJP is leading. In Kurla Mangesh Kudlikar of the Shinde Sena is leading. So clearly, if you were to just take a look at Mumbai alone, and I'm just going to quickly run through the 50-odd seats of Mumbai Thane, NDA at 32, India at 21, The BJP out of that 54 is at 20. Out of 32, BJP is at 20, Shinde Sena at 11.
It's a phenomenal reversal compared to June, 4th of June and the Lok Sabha, how Mumbai had voted at that time compared to now. Quickly going across to Avantika at the live result hub. 203 is the overall lead for the NDA. 117 to the BJP. No one had predicted this. Phenomenal growth. And also, Jharkhand is changing a bit, 31. So the NDA gets into the 30s. INDIA slips down from 52 to 48. Yes.
No, you're right, absolutely. You know, Anand, you were saying that Maha Vikas Aghadi would be saying, ye kya hua? And I bet Mahayuti would be saying, yahan ke hum Sikandar. What a phenomenal comeback. I mean, 203. Just look at the numbers there. A landslide win. And Devendra Fadnavis, who you spoke to, also has spearheaded a very impressive campaign. And RSS going all out there for the BJP. A great win for Mahayuti. But you're right, Jharkhand, you know, is changing 48-31. Brijesh ji is also still here. He's closely monitoring those numbers. Brijesh जी अभी भी ना मतलब एक कंसोलिडेट नहीं हुआ है जैसे महायुति को हम देख रहे हैं ना 203 बट व्हाई डू यू थिंक ये नंबर्स अभी चेंज हो रहे हैं
बट आप ये देखिए जो सिमिलर लाइंस पर हैं अगर आप लास्ट टाइम के देखें तो लास्ट टाइम 30 सीटें जेएमएम ने जीती थी इस बार देखिए 29 पे वो लीड कर रही है लास्ट टाइम बीजेपी ने 25 जीती थी आप कहेंगे कि 28 पे लीड कर रही है तो दरअसल उस समय जेवीएम जो थी बाबूलाल मरांडी की वो पार्टी मर्ज कर गई जिसकी 3 सीटें थी तो 25 + 3 28 आप देखें तो पैटर्न ऑलमोस्ट सेम है कांग्रेस जरूर लास्ट टाइम जो 16 सीटें जीती थी अभी 13 पर लीड कर रही है तो मुझे लगता है कि कमोबेश रुझान उसी तरीके के हैं जिस तरीके से पिछले बार की विक्ट्री रही थी 2019 में मुझे लगता है कि वेट करना चाहिए वेट फॉर सम टाइम बिकॉज एट द मोस्ट ऑफ द प्लेसेस ओनली 3 to 5 rounds have been completed so we should wait for another 90 minutes to get a very clear picture but obviously as far as the leads are concerned India Alliance is in a leading position in Jharkhand just like the last time
so Anand Brijesh ji is not calling Jharkhand just as yet he's saying to wait for 90
because
minutes
the average of about 14-15 rounds so till we get to about 9-10 rounds it will be difficult he's saying 3 to 5 rounds of counting only in Jharkhand started about 25 minutes later than Maharashtra did Maharashtra also we've just crossed about into the 9th or 10th round of counting leads will settle. We'll keep an eye on what happens in Mumbai Devi where Shaina NC told us that she's confident she's taking that constituency. We'll wait and watch. Again, NDA in Jharkhand, it is again oscillating 30-49. So this will keep oscillating for a bit. Shinde Sena supporters are celebrating the win already. Will Eknath Shinde speak? Will Devendra Fadnavis speak? We'll wait and watch if Ajit Dada Pawar speaks. But the BJP inching towards 120. This is runaway. Look at where the INDIA is. Who is the worse off? 21 out of 102 seats Rahul Shivshankar for the Congress party, 28 for the Shiv Sena UBT, 19 for NCP SP. This is a rout, and this means they're all finished.
My dear friend, 80% plus conversion rate for the BJP alone. I don't know. I just want
119 now.
Yes, I just want to look now at the exact number of others. Because if they come to about 120, 122, that's only 20 short.
Others is 10.
Halfway.
Others is 10. Well, how many of these are?
2014 they got 120.
And remember, there were some other candidates that were fielded that are proxy candidates of the BJP. I think there were 6 or 7 of those.
Such as China NC.
Yes, so let's see if those win, and then you might actually have a game on of a different kind.
But you know, Shaina NC's victory will go into the Eknath Shinde this one kitty. But this 10, how many of them do we know? We'll try and check with the LRH also. How many of them are pro-BJP guys or BJP plants or whatever?
One of the,
there is there is Sanjay Kaka Patil in Sangli, there is Shaina NC, there is one in Ajit Pawar group also, about 5 I think. About 5 candidates.
So that look at that. Look at that strike rate, 80%, 20%. I mean, the Congress is nowhere in the equation. Rahul Gandhi is going to be standing up in a few days in the Parliament House. And he's going. Yes, exactly, 80-20. And he's going to say exactly this. Already, they are saying that you know, Adani power, Adani Green has powered this victory anyhow. Look,
Daniel Francis is with us, Eknath Shinde's advisor.
Let me bring you in. Daniel Francis, you were with us just 3 days back at the exit poll stage. I want to ask you, what do you put this implosion of the Congress down to?
The implosion of the Congress. Nobody has to implode the Congress. The Congress implodes on its own. You know, from the victory that they had in Lok Sabha, what they did is that they became so arrogant and the MVA started fighting amongst themselves. For the last 2 months, the whole picture that Maharashtra saw, that these two people are fighting for chief minister's chair and slinging mud at each other, which really destroyed their credibility, which was only for time being during the Lok Sabha, while Eknath Shinde and the Mahayuti partners worked very quietly and
Okay,
silently.
Daniel, just hold on. We've just got pictures of Devendra Fadnavis in conversation with someone. Let's we got the audio also.
Hello. येतो संध्याकाळी येतो आता इकडून सगळं निघतो आम्ही येतो मी कळवतो यस चला धन्यवाद आशीर्वाद देतो
Hello.
Okay, so he's saying I will come in the evening. He's saying in Marathi, yeto sandhyagali yeto. I'm going to leave from here in a bit. And he says dhanyavad. Clearly somebody is congratulating him. The fact he's sitting at Meghdut. This is where we had gone ahead and spoken with him. Me and Mandar
He's spoken to his mother, Sarika Fadnavis, who called him from Nagpur.
So he's spoken to his mom. He's spoken to his mom and he's saying that I'm going to reach Nagpur in the evening. Payal Mehta had already confirmed this here on CNN News 18 that he will leave for Nagpur to collect his victory certificate from his constituency, where Devendra Fadnavis is very confident about his own constituency. He was quietly confident about the Mahayuti's chances, even across Maharashtra. But what a phenomenal win. This is close to the 2019 number where they contested more seats.
Yeah.
This is 152 leading in 121. This is like a wow. That's what you got to say, because this is
This is a revenge of 2019.
Yeah, in 2014.
This is a revenge of 2019.
In 2014, when they fought separately, BJP had 122. Of course, they came back again after the elections. In 2019, they had 105.
105,
so this is about 15 more than that.
Correct.
16 more than that.
The number of seats they've contested is less. So their
Correct.
strike rate conversion is far
Absolutely.
greater. In 2014,
Strike rate
they
is 80%.
contested all the seats. They got 122. Here they have fought 152 and they're leading in 121.
So it's an 80% conversion.
Just going to Daniel. Daniel, the Shiv Sena 47 and Ubata UBT 28. Does this, if this score stays, does this settle the legacy aspect? Will this now once and for all settle it altogether? Yeah.
In our mind, the legacy aspect is already settled. Those who need the votes of the traditional Congress voters to win elections, they are not the real Sena. Those who are getting original votes of Shiv Sainiks is the real Sena. On the 5th round, I'll tell you, Aditya Thackeray is telling me 1,000 vote in Worli. That's called real Sena and fake Sena. So the legacy battle is already settled. The kind of overwhelming response that Eknath Shinde and the party has got is phenomenal. Now we have no doubt in mind. Mr. Uddhav Thackeray will survive in some pockets. Parties don't die so easily. But, overwhelmingly, in the whole...
You have a strike rate of 58%. Ubata has 29%.
And we will cross that strike rate also. By the time the seat numbers were settled, we'll be crossing 55. This is my confidence.
So you are confident that you will get 55 seats?
Over 160. Overall, we'll be crossing 160, but I'm getting more than that. Yesterday, I came that 160 plus. But this is all work done by Mr. Shinde and the Mahayuti partners in the last 4 months, 5 months to change the narrative, going underground, taking the kind of public connect.
This some time back, that if this such an overwhelming majority, 207 is where NDA is right now, BJP at 120, why would the BJP give the Chief Minister's post to Mr. Shinde? Mr. Fadnavis would stake claim to be Chief Minister.
See, it's a very valid question, but I'll tell you one thing. If there's one man, I don't know who will become the Chief Minister, that the NDA partners will decide, NDA leadership will decide. If there's one person who changed the narrative for the NDA in Maharashtra, this was not an election that was on national issues. This was not an election that was, had any kind of national impact on it. Like we won some war against Pakistan or something and it has affected Maharashtra. No. This is one election that the tide was turned over by only one man called Eknath Shinde. His work, his image, his policies, his programs. There is no other than this. And his popular face has pushed the NDA voters, Mahayuti voters to come out in large numbers. The numbers are striking. The kind of women who have voted in this election, phenomenal. Women at Ladki Bahin is electing her Ladka Bhau in Maharashtra.
Okay, Ladki Behin is electing the Ladka Bhav. What may be the national implications, Rahul, in terms of, you have the parliament session that's going to come up from Monday. Clearly, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress think they've latched on to this whole Adani issue. But now with this kind of a mandate, it's not a 145, 150 kind of victory. 209.
It's just phenomenal performance.
We can check if, in history, if this is one of the
biggest
victories.
I'm just purely saying, with respect, you have to say as a performance with respect to strike rate. The leads are showing you're winning almost you're losing just 30 seats out of the total of contested, 152. It's not a small performance, irrespective of which party does it. So this has to be acknowledged. We've got news coming through. Sorry, just quickly taking this news. Payal Mehta is with us. New cabinet to be sworn in before the 26th of November, and the Central Observers team is flying into Mumbai on Sunday. Yes, Payal. Tomorrow.
Yes, what we do understand that since the assembly ends on the 26th of November, Anand, the BJP and the Mahayuti are not going to waste any more time. They're going to have their internal meeting today between Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar and of course Eknath Shinde. But the central observers will be sent from Delhi tomorrow so that they can have a conversation with all the three parties. So what I'm going to understand by way of my sources in the BJP, that a cool and calm customer like Rajnath Singh is going to be sent as a central observer, given the fact that he's been a party president in the past, he's a union minister. He's been somebody who commands a lot of respect. He doesn't lose his cool very early, has the ability to take people on their side as well, doesn't irk anybody the wrong way as well. So he's going to be one person who's going to be coming in. The BJP leadership will trust him with that. Of course, the talks are already happening. I'm given to understand that Devendra Fadnavis is very coolly and calmly watching the election from his drawing room right now. He's not stepped out as of now. He'll just probably go to Nagpur later this evening to collect his certificate. Might just come to the BJP headquarters for a bit. But the big responsibility will also be on his shoulder to make sure that there are no internal bickerings between the alliance, because that's the last thing that they really want. The blamings that they actually had on the Maha Vikas Aghadi is something which they do not really want. But who downs the chair of the Chief Minister, we'll only know by tomorrow. But thankfully, there are no resort politics that are going to take place. I keep repeating this, but yes, there will be a firm government in place. And once the central observers come, they'll do the legislative party meeting for the BJP. The other alliance partners will also do the legislative party. And then, by Monday, we can have the new Maharashtra Chief Minister in place.
So
is what we're given to understand.
Just to clarify,
and the leadership
Payal, just to clarify, so 26th, the timeline of the assembly expires, and therefore they want to install the next government before the 26th, which is Tuesday, which means if you're saying tomorrow the central observers will be there, the meetings will be concluded, by Monday the swearing in will happen, can we conclude that they will not then change? Because generally change happens, it takes a few days. If they want to quickly install the next government, that means that Eknath Shinde is safe.
Zaka, you and me think today that they've got the numbers, but the Mahayuti was very, very confident of the numbers, their information, their background search, their feedback from the ground. I told them about this kind of a slide, rise, a long time ago. So they're very much prepared. They've not had any internal bickering. They've always come out and said that they let the central leadership take a call. Also, very significantly, the parliament session begins on Monday. So they definitely want to have a laugh at the cost of the opposition in parliament on Monday. Tuesday, you can't expect the likes of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, etc., to come in the morning hours if the taking ceremony takes place, because it's the observation of the 75th year of the Indian Constitution. So there's a big program that's going to take place in Parliament as well. With the assembly ending, either you can have the oath taking, practically speaking, either on Monday or probably sometime later Tuesday evening, before the term of the assembly really ends.
Right, Payal, stay on with us. We've got Mayuresh joining us from Ajit Pawar's residence, where Praful Patel has reached Ajit Pawar's residence. So what's the thought process there? Payal says it's all sorted. They've got their arrangements in place and swearing in will happen on Monday. What's the update at your end, Mayuresh?
Absolutely, Anand. Though it is sorted, but the last-minute meetings usually happens. I'll show you the visuals. My camera person is showing you the visuals. Right now, there is no much celebration which is happening, but we have been given to understand that the sweets have been already ordered and they have been delivered. Praful Patel have just entered inside, and the meeting will happen between Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel to discuss the future course. As Payal was sharing the information that soon, within the next 2 days, we are expecting that the swearing in will happen. But who will take the oath? in first cabinet. That is the important thing. And that discussion might take place here, because the information which we are getting that Aditi Tatkare, the only women cabinet minister of Ajit in last cabinet, basically she is on the verge of winning from Srivardhan.
Yes.
So will she get a repeat chance, or will there be new faces? That needs to be discussed, and that's why Praful Patel must have reached here to discuss the issue.
So more or less settled. There are no arguments. Uttar Pradesh, there is some updates coming through. We'll try and look at those updates also. 7-2 is the conversation in Uttar Pradesh, and it only seems to be consolidating or solidifying there. 31-48 with respect to the NDA. 122 is the same 2014 score that the BJP is now equaling with a far lesser number of seats. Payal said that there is not going to be much change.
Yeah, because they want to quickly install the next chief minister, I suspect they will not change the leadership.
It's now
they have to do the swearing in on Monday.
It's now 123. The pictures on screen are from right outside Eknath Shinde's residence. A huge number of supporters who are present there with the Dhanush Band. Sweets are being distributed. We check if Yesha is there, and we'll try and get an update if there are some important leaders present. So they're all celebrating, distributing sweets, and celebrations are in order. This is more than 2014 now, 123. Yeah. Rahul.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at how Indian politics has changed in 4 months. The momentum has completely shifted away now from, the India alliance, so to speak. Suddenly, it's the India alliance that is looking brittle and not so much the NDA. That was the refrain as we came out of the results in June. Congress looking diminished. Rahul Gandhi's acceptability again in doubt, again in question. There will be question marks. I even suspect that the allies now, the India allies, will want to sort of distance themselves from the Congress, which will be seen as a bit of a unfortunate for the Congress party, will be seen as a bit of a liability. And more importantly, the BJP acquires the conviction it needs to push ahead with very critical, this time, socio-political reforms in Parliament. We are talking about the Waqf Amendment. We're talking about one poll, one nation, one poll. We are talking about several other social amendments that it has lined up in its sort of armory. I think this is the affirmation it wanted, and it's got it. So,
basically what this allows the BJP to do is to say that, look, 2024 general election was a blip. It was an aberration. Haryana has corrected it, and now with Maharashtra, it's back to business as usual.
Yeah. But actually, to say that the BJP will have upper hand in Parliament, etc., is a bit exaggerated, because the composition of 18th Lok Sabha has not changed with this election results.
No, but
so what is going to happen is going to be have more acrimonious
Rajya Sabha composition will change dramatically.
No, that will take time, and in Rajya Sabha the BJP already has a working majority.
May I add to this, Rashid? See, it's the composition of Lok Sabha will not change, yes, but in politics is also about momentum, right? So after Lok Sabha results, after Lok Sabha results, people were saying that Haryana will be a wipeout for BJP, Maharashtra will be a wipeout. So this government's stability will be in question by early 2025. Because Delhi and Bihar comes in. Now the BJP is on the front foot again.
What is stopping the BJP from coming up with reveries now for Delhi?
No, that won't happen.
To say that Lok Sabha will
AAP has done well in Punjab, I think.
That is not likely to happen in this winter session of Parliament, because there the strength continues to be 53% and 47% between government and opposition.
But there is also one posturing, the kind of confidence you will take into the winter session of Parliament, that will be dented.
Right?
Mr. Modi and his team is always confident. The confidence has
not Mr. Modi.
There was a certain trend that is this on the decline? Is it now you're like you can lock the fourth term?
125 now,
the fourth term today.
125, 211 and 125.
Yeah. No, so what this also does, if you look at the 2024 Lok Sabha election, the two big states where BJP suffered reverses were UP and Maharashtra. One of those two they've now corrected, and this is a phenomenal winner. I mean, Rohit might know. I think this would easily be comparable to the 1995 victory that the BJP and Shiv Sena had when they came for the very first time in power. I think this is bigger than that. This is probably the biggest victory in Maharashtra.
Not just that, UP 7 and 2, the UP narrative will be corrected, Rohit, and if you look at the numbers, correct me if I'm wrong, there is no leader opposition now.
BJP at 65.
No party is qualified to have a leader opposition in Maharashtra right now. If these numbers hold,
that's true.
No party is qualified to have a leader opposition in Maharashtra.
That's right. We didn't expect Sharad Pawar's party to do so badly. We thought Uddhav Thackeray may not get the momentum this time, and we thought he would be in the range of 25-30. That's what seems to be happening. But this is a big setback for Sharad Pawar's party, I think. 18, 20, these numbers are really very bad for him.
He may be in single digit by the time final results are there.
No, but what happens to Uddhav Thackeray? Because clearly, the battle of legacy, Mr. Shinde has proven that, look, he has the original Marathi Manus. So what happens to Uddhav Thackeray? I mean, does his party survive? Do they continue to help the party? Do they merge with
they
the Shinde Sena
all those
eventually?
MLAs see the writing on the wall.
Exactly.
They made the wrong bet. They should be with the...
They might.
They will move that
No,
side.
see,
And it's a consortium. If you look about it, it's a consortium of dynasts, right? It's Rahul and Uddhav Thackeray who's the direct, just because he's the son. NCP also same situation. And the real talented political capital has moved to the BJP. And that's what the BJP does well. It promotes its talent. Prime Minister Modi was a CM once. He was Karyakarta even before that. And they've taken who has the pull. They've taken Ajit Pawar. They've taken Shinde. They've taken the people. They've bet on those people. And it has paid off. And all you have is the little bit of a Baba Log club running an alliance there. And people don't like it.
So with the Shiv Sena, what happened after the split was that, and I've been writing about this consistently, just above the Shaka level the Shaka Pramukhs and just above that level, there are these people who work, party workers, Shiv Sena party workers, who get money from the party and kind of have civil society penetration, help people out on a day-to-day basis, because it's a very municipal sort of a party.
See, another picture is out. Congratulations, Arun. This is Bawankule. BJP state. Chandrakant Bawankule. Chandrakant Bawankule is there, the BJP state president with Devendra Fadnavis. Even as we say that no party is in position to claim leader opposition here, Amit Malviya has taken another swipe at Rahul Gandhi, saying this is the 89th poll loss under Rahul Gandhi's leadership. That's another part. Rahul Gandhi defeated 89 times till now is what the BJP is saying. What the BJP has to say about this performance, we'll ask them when they join us. But this is celebration in order. This changes a lot of narratives at a lot of levels. I'm also looking at, and please weigh in on what this does to the economic story, the growth story. And also, does this consolidate PM Narendra Modi's position internationally? And
the 240 is gone now. That 240 ki ab 240 par le aaye, it's gone. I think Haryana, Maharashtra, of course Jharkhand they've won. They can keep some consolation prize there. But the momentum that there is, completely shifted. The trend, it more looks like Lok Sabha was a blip.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like it was a blip, and looks like this is, and all the other assembly elections coming. I mean, these were the ones, they were supposed to be easy victories for the India alliance or whatever. They said Haryana, Maharashtra.
I think the India alliance is now facing a question of relevance. They have to ask themselves, why are they around?
Absolutely. Why are they around? That's very true. Because, it's been said that the Congress is incapable of facing the BJP fighting politically. Now, there were three political parties, and all three political parties have collapsed.
Yeah.
And they had kind of, a sort of, person like Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, all of them, they were good for nothing now.
It'll be interesting to also see.
Just a quick score update. We bundled the Aussies out for 104. We are 43 for no loss currently with a lead of about 90 runs.
That's
mixing.
So it's a good...
on a bouncy track in Perth.
It's interesting to see what happens to the small players, Anand. Somebody like Raj Thackeray, what happens to him? Because now the BJP doesn't need him.
Worldly update, Aditya Thackeray trails by 597 votes. Daniel Rohit has just now said after the first round he was trailing by about 1,000 votes.
NCP, Congress and Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray.
No, what I mean is
BJP Neta Praveen Darekar says Fadnavis should be CM. Anyways,
we were predicting to some extent that there will be a large number of independents, there will be rebel candidates getting elected, and the BJP might look at getting them on board to show a clear majority and all of that. That narrative is gone now totally.
Yeah. There are only about 10 others. Many of them, like for example in Karjat, which is Rohit Pawar's constituency, he was trailing. An independent is actually leading there. His name is Sudhakar Parshuram Ghare. This is the seat that Rohit Pawar was contesting in. There's also an RSP candidate who has been leading since the morning in a place called Ganga Khed. So they don't really matter now because it's such a massive win for the BJP and for the NDA. Quick check on Jharkhand. Again, the number seems to be changing just a bit, particularly here in the western part of the state and also in the central part of the state. The BJP seems to be gaining back up some. It's got a gain of 6. The NDA is 33. Let me just look at the breakup of the NDA. The BJP is 30, the AJSU 1, which is down 1 from last time. The JDU is 1. It's a gain of 1 from last time. The LJP has 1. So 33 to the NDA. Again, just quickly running through which are the constituencies where the BJP is leading. In Daltonganj, the BJP candidate leading. Garhwa, the BJP candidate leading. In Bishrampur, again, I think Rajesh was mentioning Bishrampur. The BJP candidate there is leading. Also in the central part of the state, just to get a quick check from Latehar, which is a reserve constituency, you have the BJP candidate leading. Neighbouring Simaria, again, BJP candidate leading. Hazaribagh, urban, so again, BJP candidate there leading. In Bakargaon, again, BJP candidate leading. And Rahul Shivshankar, you'll be interested in knowing in the northern part of the state, couple of seats where the BJP seems to be leading. In Mahagama, the BJP candidate leading. In Rajmahal, the BJP candidate is leading. In Seraikala, which is Champai Soren's seat, he now seems to be back in the lead. In Dumka too, Dumka, of course, the Sorens hail from Dumka. It is Sunil Soren of the BJP who is leading there. So I don't think the Jharkhand story is over just yet.
Karnataka Congress leading. Karnataka Congress leading all three. UP it is 6-3. Kerala by polls it is 1, and the UDF has now snatched the lead from the BJP in Palakkad, so it is 1 and 2 in favour of the UDF. So some things to write home.
In Worli, since
Worli 597 votes. That's what Aditya Thackeray is currently trailing by 597 votes.
He trails whom?
Huh? He's trailing Milind Deora.
Milind Deora.
Wow.
So Milind Deora is Eknath Shinde. So that's what. So Aditya Thackeray is trailing Eknath Shinde there. Eknath Shinde. Shrikant Shinde, Eknath Shinde's son, has just spoken. Let's listen in.
एकनाथ शिंदे साहब आगे बढ़ो.
हा जे अपार कष्ट मेहनत 18 तास मुख्यमंत्री मोदयांनी जे काम केलं, त्या योजना आणल्या वेगवेगळ्या, मला वाटतं मुख्यमंत्री मोदयांचा पण खूप खूप आभार व्यक्त करतो, अभिनंदन करतो की या महाराष्ट्राला पहिल्यांदा 18 तास 20 तास काम करणारा मुख्यमंत्री लोकांनी पाहिला. वर्षा ज्यांच्यासाठी बंद होती त्यांच्यासाठी वर्षा उघडण्याचं काम केलं. रात्री अपरात्री जागून जे आहे हे लोकांना भेटण्याचं काम केलं. मला वाटतं खूप मोठा हा विजय आहे. हा हार्ड वर्क, मी नेहमी म्हणतो की कष्टाला पर्याय नाही. कष्ट आणि कष्ट हे केले, त्याच्यामुळे आज जे आहे आपल्याला रिझल्ट
Shrikant Shinde saying 18 hours. My father worked 18 hours. He worked hard. We brought the Mukhyamantri Ladki Bahin Yojana, and we went out there with the people. And he says there is no substitute to hard work. Hard work, effort, and that's the only thing that will yield results. And we hope that we continue to be able to do the same and serve the people of Maharashtra. So that's Shrikant Shinde, who's been quietly working behind the scenes, helping his father and his and their cause, and they've worked really, really hard. That's what they've come out and said. We've just got another update going across to Arun Dhanta at the BJP headquarters. Arun, thankfully this time around, unlike in Haryana, whoever was making the jalebi will get to eat it too.
Well, that's right. In fact, everybody was worried about it, that it shouldn't be boomerang as it happened in case of Haryana for the Congress party. But here in the BJP office, what we are given to understand is that the message has been given to the workers of the BJP that they will have to come here at the party extension office, which is the new office for, of course, Prime Minister Modi's welcome. We're given to understand that Prime Minister is going to reach here at the party office somewhere around 6:37 p.m. And of course, he will be addressing the gathering here. So preparations are done. At this moment, we are in the main party headquarters, the another office where preparations are taking place on the other side of the road. So that's where all the preparations are going on for the evening Prime Minister's address. Of course, the massive victory which they have got in Maharashtra is something which is really giving that boon to the BJP spokespersons, whoever we are speaking here. In fact, when we started showing that jalebi in the morning, there were few people of the party who came to us, and they said it's a normal culture of celebration. And we said, okay, we have never had jalebi here in this party office. This is for the first time when it is being.
We hope you've got a sampling of jalebi and There is more celebrations towards the evening. It's going to be a long day for Arun Danta and some of our reporters in the national capital, because the Delhi BJP headquarters is going to be a buzz with activity. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to arrive at the BJP headquarters in Delhi by 6:30 p.m. this evening. There will be a victory speech. There will be a celebration because it's a historic mandate. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rohit. This is a never before in Maharashtra.
Absolutely.
This score, if it stays.
Yes, the highest that the BJP, I mean, we are showing 129 right now. And if this holds, then of course this is a record forever, because the best score was 122 in 2014 election amidst the Modi wave. That was the best that the BJP did. After that, they came to 105 in 19. And this time, if it is 129 or anywhere around 25 also, it's a record.
Shiv Sena at 49, nearing 50. Ubata at 26. The big story there. Also with NCP. Ajit Pawar what will he be thinking right now with 35 compared to 15 of NCP Sharad Pawar?
I think the only thing that explains Ajit Pawar's success is Ladki Bahin Yojana, because remember, he was in the earlier government, he was the finance minister. So it is technically his announcement during the budget that was presented in July, where they announced that they'll be rolling out this DBT for women and for farmers also. So I think he took full advantage of that, it's he who has given this money. He's the one who's approved it. And I think he's benefited.
Some mini fights let's focus on with Zaka. Zishan Siddique in Bandra is actually trailing in Bandra East. Anushakti Nagar, Sana Malik is trailing. Fahad is leading. Shivaji Nagar, let's see, Nawab Malik or this one, Abu Azmi. Who's
right
the one?
Right now, Abu Azmi is leading in Mankur Shivaji Nagar. As far as the other, which was the other constituency that you were talking about? Anushakti Nagar.
Anushakti Nagar, Shivaji Nagar, and Anushakti Nagar. Yeah, Mankut Shivaji Nagar and Anushakti Nagar.
of course, Abu Azmi is leading.
Yeah, Anushakti Nagar.
In Anushakti Nagar, I believe Sana Malik is trailing.
Sana Malik is trailing, and so...
I mean, Sharad Pawar has probably put in the worst performance of his life.
Yes, his team, Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, we'll have to say, and Rohit Pawar.
This would be the worst performance of his political
this
career.
Legacy fight, etc.
Is he over?
When it comes to the two Shiv Senas, I mean, it's very interesting how Eknath Shinde has been completely on point with his messaging. When the NDA government came to power and at the center, and there were some ministerial berths to be divided, he made the announcement that, my son is not going to be made minister. He's the leader of the legislature party, Dr. Shrikant Shinde, who we saw just now. And he made it very clear. It's not like Shrikant Shinde didn't feel bad about it, but the point was that you had to show that you have a difference. You are not the...
Sign.
Yeah, you're not... this party is not going to work on a dynastic principle in that sense, that whatever prizes that are to be distributed is there only for the family.
Well, I think one interesting point, just briefly I'd like to mention, is this shows that the voters of Maharashtra are not getting swayed by emotions. Okay, they have not gone for Sharad Pawar, who was pitching an emotional appeal that he was, there was an injustice, etc. And Uddhav Thackeray, who pitched sympathy, just sympathy and nothing else.
Two things. But the thing is, the emotion card will not work all the time. No, emotion card worked last time. Sharad Pawar, every time he goes to campaign, he says, this is my last election. So vote for sympathy. Uddhav Thackeray, sympathy worked last time. It did not work this time. Sympathy doesn't work every time. You have to...
According to me, emotions have worked.
The BJP...
No, but it doesn't work again and again.
No, I'm saying different. I'm saying emotions have worked.
Penny for your thoughts.
That has worked.
We know. Last election in
Right, yeah. All right. We can't put that, say that on air. But Rahul Shiv Shankar, the BJP has turned around and said, Ek hai to safe hai, the Maha Mantra, and the Vikas narrative. These are the two things that worked for us.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Do you agree that there has been a perhaps quiet undercurrent of this counter-polarization?
I'm glad you brought it up, because that's the reason why I reached across to Nalin and asked him for some statistics. There is proof that ek hai, hum safe hai. Marathas dominated seats, BJP 68, 18 the other side, OBC 61-25. I mean, Haryana saw the power of ek hai, safe hai. At that time, of course, the supercharged election there, that dynamic was injected by Mr. Yogi Adityanath in a much more sort of, abrasive sort of manner, or through abrasive slogan. But that worked there. Dalits, 19-10. Dalit-dominated seats. So there's proof that people have come together, and there's also proof that there has been, unfortunately, and this is really something that the Muslims now will have to start thinking about, internalizing, are they actually benefiting by voting for parties that do not have a vision for the future, or are they better off now shaking off this fear factor, taking off these sort of glasses that they're wearing, colored glasses, and looking at what they're getting, how they're benefiting as a society, as a culture in this country. And that is fundamentally where I think reassessment has to happen. The farmers, the women, all with.
Rahul,
Yes, of course.
No.
Yeah.
You are entitled for your view, but what I'm saying is it takes two to tango. Where is that level of, participation and empowerment?
Sir, Congress ne kam seaten diye
I'm not about Congress. I'm not about Congress.
I'm
not about Congress. I'm saying you look at the beginning.
आप representation की बात कर रहे हैं in Lok Sabha.
Yeah.
The Congress gave one
point. By giving seats, you don't say that you are empowering somebody. It is about what you have done on ground in terms of the social upliftment which has happened. And the electricity. That game is a different one. We're digressing. Please, let's look at this. Shinde Sena has already become the chorus.
Sir, all the representation that the Congress gave over 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, and Satchar Commission came out and said, ki bhaiya, look at your numbers on demographic status. Where are you on the various indices? You're nowhere. What did the representation get you?
This rising above this appeasement game and how many seats have you given? That's not the answer. What you've done to work collectively for society is important. The other aspect, Shinde Sena is now saying, has begun this chorus that Shinde as CM. Will this be the same equation that will continue just to underline and perhaps rub it in to Uddhav Thackeray and to say that we don't have a problem yielding space, etc.? Or will there be a shuffle, the three people itself, but somebody else will have to wait and watch? Griha has an update from the live result hub. Yes, Griha.
Okay, two important players as far as Mumbai City is concerned. We are now learning Aditya Thackeray is trailing by 597 votes, and those are the number of votes that Milind Devra is in fact leading from Worli. That's an important update that we are getting from here. So that's one. We are also learning, Anand, that from Mahim, you have Raj Thackeray who's trailing, right? He's trailing by how many votes?
Amit Thackeray.
Amit Thackeray, I beg your pardon, is trailing. I'll just tell you the number of votes. Is it a huge gap? Okay, we'll let you know about the gap, but we do know about this important update. It's a neck and neck from Worli, Mumbai City, between Aditya Thackeray and Milind Devra.
Okay, Sharad Pawar's weakest performance in his career. We'll go across to Payal Mehta from the BJP headquarters or main office in Mumbai. Yes, Payal.
More information trickling in. Anand, the oath taking might take place on the 26th of November. The exact time is being studied because they want to go as per the Shubh Muhuratam, taking into consideration everybody's stars put together. But 26th November is going to be very interesting. It's Samvidhan Divas, and the opposition has been attacking the government of the day in the center on Samvidhan. Samvidhan Divas, 75th year of adoption of the Indian Constitution, a very, very significant day in that respect. And most probably the venue is likely to be the Shivaji Park. That is where in his last rally, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said, I'll come back here for the next oath taking, and I'm sure the next government will be formed soon as well. And a very, very important, venue as far as the sentiments of the Shiv Sena is concerned, both the Uddhav Thackeray faction as well as the Shinde faction. And most importantly, the women have been the chief contributors of this particular election. That's why a special invitation will also be sent to the women folk, will be sent to the Latki Bands to attend the oath taking ceremony.
Right, Payal, so stay on. Payal getting us three important updates. One, there is a change in the swearing-in date. It's going to be on the 26th of November, Samvidhan Divas, 75th year of adoption of the Indian Constitution. On that day, the swearing-in will happen because that's also the day of a good Mahurat or Shubh Mahurat. Third update is that this swearing-in ceremony most likely will happen at Shivaji Park. It's the same place where the Prime Minister had said कि सरकार हम यहीं पे बनाएंगे, वापस हम आएंगे और आपसे ही आशीर्वाद लेंगे और यहीं पे करेंगे.
Where Mr. Thackeray started the Shiv Sena from.
And 2611.
Where evil was punished.
So the idea is not as a reminder, stark reminder of the terror attack, but from the positive aspect of it being Samvidhan. But from the narrative of Samvidhan badal denge, us din they are going to say कि हम संविधान पे शपथ लेंगे. So they are going to take oath on the Constitution on that day. So that's what Payal is telling us. and all of them will be there. Ajit Pawar, Devendra Fadnavis, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Eknath Shinde, all of them will be there. And she's also said the fourth update is that the Ladki Bahan Yojana, so women will be given, a lot of women across Maharashtra who have worked hard on ground will be specially invited, and there will be more number of women present at the swearing-in ceremony as part of the Karyakartas across the party lines. Yes.
I hope more women
Depends
present
on
as
who gets
ministers
elected. Depends on who gets elected. Aditi Tatkare is one.
There will be enough to maybe make
there is
ministers,
Shaina
at least
NC. If she
3 or
wins,
4.
as she claims, we have to see what's happening with Shaina NC in Mumbai. Devi.
She's still trailing.
Yeah, she's still trailing. As of now, she's still trailing. And Worli seat, again, Aditya Thackeray trailing by 597. Does that change? After the 5th round, Daniel Francis said he was trailing by about 1,000 votes. We wait and watch. Celebrations at the Ajit Pawar camp. Dances are happening. Pugudi is happening there. We also have Mayuresh. Mayuresh, what's the update from the Uddhav Thackeray camp, from Matoshri? Any word?
Anand, right now I'm outside the Ajit Pawar's residence, but Matoshri and Sena Bhavan are completely silent. There is no one at Matoshri, outside Matoshri or in Sena Bhavan. Usually that is not the scenario, and whenever there is this kind of a big event which are happening, usually Karyakartas or the local leaders come there and stand and interact with the media. But as of now at Shiv Sena Bhavan, there is no one except Harshal Pradhan, who is the PRO of the party or head of communication, and at Matoshri, it's Thackeray family. They are also closely watching the results. But so far, there is no word from the Thackeray family. Back to you.
You know, Dam Capital, they put out a note and they said they believe that now it's time to go overweight on the tech space. And I'm putting it as, it appears the bulls, well, now they're getting a little bit more tech savvy, or let's call them the tech-savvy bulls. And the reason I'm talking about it is, if you look at it in the last 1 year or so, well, those lines are pretty much going in sync, you know, for majority of the time. But in the last 1 month or so, suddenly tech has broken away. And in the last 1 month, the tech index is up close to around 6.5%, while the Nifty is down close to around a percent or thereabouts. So what has changed, you know, in terms of why have we seen such a big move? Let's pull up first the last couple of years. You know, in FY24, if you're looking at the Nifty 50 earnings growth, well, that was pretty good. And the tech space, the Nifty IT index, you know, if you look at the Nifty IT index, the growth out there was close to around 6%. We should actually pull up the previous plate up for you on the screen, because in FY24, the tech space actually was lagging in comparison to what the Nifty earnings growth was. So earnings growth comes up for you. But in the next couple of years, actually, the IT index, well, the earnings growth there could be better than what the Nifty 50 will do. So, you know, Dam Capital has put it out at close to around 14%. Why is that? They're expecting better revenue growth, and also they're expecting the rupee to be relatively weaker, which they believe will be good for earnings. Now, the Trump trade. Trump is reportedly good for tech. That's what the Dam Capital note as well mentions. And they have mentioned 3 big points out here. One is in terms of the rupee depreciation. They say that in the last term, the rupee depreciated by nearly around 4% on an average every year, you know, in his last tenure. And they have put up a plate as well, where they say that, in fact, you know, every percentage or point in rupee depreciation will actually be good for earnings as well. So that's point number 1. Point number 2 is he's been talking about potential reduction in the US corporate taxes, which in turn could result in higher spending. And talking about spending, we have seen a lot of focus on spending on equipment. Now they believe that there'll be a lot of spending in the services sector, which in turn will be good for Indian IT companies as well. Moving to growth then, you know, growth for the tier 1 companies, well, it's gradually been in that 3 to around 4% odd. But now the expectations in the next couple of years, things will pick up as the rupee depreciates. You know, you're expecting tech spends as well to go up. So that's what will work in their favor. And just to give you a comparative study of the previous 2 years, the way some of these tech companies were growing and how they're expected to grow. As you can see, some of them were growing. They'll grow at a faster clip. Some of them were degrowing. They, in fact, will return back to growth. And some of them that were growing, like Persistent was growing at around 16%, it'll continue to keep in step. So growth in the next couple of years will be better than what we saw in the last few years. And also, if you're looking at valuations, and some of them should come up for you on the screen, the better the growth engine, obviously you get a better multiple. Stocks like Persistent are trading at a bit of a premium, while some of these stocks are in that vicinity of around 19 to around 22%. So the few points to note from here on is tech has started outperforming. The rupee could be, you know, relatively weaker, and also growth will come back. So let's see how this plays out.
В ответ на применение американского и британского дальнобойного оружия 21 ноября текущего года российские вооруженные силы нанесли комбинированный удар по одному из объектов оборонно-промышленного комплекса Украины. В боевых условиях было проведено в том числе и испытание одной из
Welcome to CNBC TV 18's Election Exchange. I'm Parikshit Luthra. The BJP-led Mahayuti is cruising along in Maharashtra, having crossed the 200 mark in the 288-seat assembly. In Jharkhand, trends suggest that Hemant Soren-led India alliance is all set to retain the state. In the Lok Sabha by-polls, Priyanka Gandhi continues to maintain a healthy lead over her CPI rival in Wayanad. While the BJP is leading in Nanded, the assembly by-polls, meanwhile, are a mixed picture so far. Let me first go across to my colleague Santya Gora, who's joining us from the BJP headquarters in the city of Mumbai. And there we have NDA on course for a historic victory there in Maharashtra, Santya. Clearly, the RSS-BJP combined has to be credited for that. We didn't see the RSS too much in action during the Lok Sabha polls, but it seems that the outfit has managed to close the gaps this time around. And how?
Absolutely, Parikshit, and it's so much more than that. But while you talk about that, let me show you what's happening here. I'm at the BJP headquarters, and the decorations have started. The preparations are underway, and soon, actually, it's a matter of few minutes, I guess. Seat distribution, and the celebrations will properly begin. Now, talking about the RSS role. Listen, first of all, this victory of BJP is unprecedented. This is the best BJP has done in Maharashtra so far in the history of the state. It was in 2014 when there was a Modi factor, Modi wave, Modi magic. Even then, in 2014 assembly elections, BJP got only 122 seats. But now, despite the fact that there is no Modi factor this time, BJP has done wonders, and RSS has played a key role. As you rightly mentioned that in Lok Sabha, RSS was not there in the picture. There was a reason behind that. RSS stayed out of the elections because it wanted to show many people in the party leadership that RSS is extremely important for BJP. But when we all saw what happened during Lok Sabha as far as BJP is concerned. Their performance was a little underwhelming and extremely underwhelming in Maharashtra. So this time RSS took the matter in its hands, and immediately after Lok Sabha, RSS started its program. They named, and on multiple fronts. First of all, they launched multiple rallies and campaigns and programs, and they named that particular program Constitution Awareness, Samvidhan Jagran. This was to counter Congress's narrative that BJP is going to change the constitution if voted to power with a very strong mandate. That clearly worked because that helped RSS and BJP to get Dalit who are from Hindu Dalits in their favor, and we can see the magic here. RSS is, because much more than BJP's cadre, it was RSS workers who were there on the ground campaigning aggressively, not just for BJP leaders, but for all the allies of Mahayuti alliance. So RSS played a key role. Second, RSS also, consolidated the Hindutva votes, because RSS was not there in the picture during Lok Sabha. The Hindutva factor in Maharashtra didn't really work, and we all know that the Hindutva factor works in the favor of Saffron Alliance. In this case, that is BJP and Eknath Shinde, not so much Ajit Pawar, because Ajit Pawar stems from NCP and that their secular ideology. So RSS took care of that. RSS also helped in the candidate selection, which is something which RSS always does. Only in 2024 Lok Sabha elections it did not do that. So we saw the results. So RSS played a key role in every aspect and every phase of this election, and the results we can see. Parikshit.
Right. Thank you so much, Santya. So lots of excitement behind you. Sweet distribution set to begin. And very soon we will possibly see the big leaders from the BJP arriving at the BJP headquarters there. So lots of activity there in Mumbai. Advantage NDA. Let's go across to BJP spokesperson Gopal Krishna Agarwal, who's joining us. We're also joined by Congress spokesperson Saral Patel, Business Standards A.K. Bhattacharya, political analyst Sajjan Kumar joining me in our Noida studios. Let me go across to you, Gopal Agarwal. How do you see this sweep by the NDA in the state of Maharashtra? The Lok Sabha elections did not go in the NDA's favour in the state of Maharashtra. What were certain gaps that the NDA tried to plug this time around? It is being said that the RSS, BJP combined, put their act together, worked very hard to reach out to the backward communities, the farmers and different groups in the state of Maharashtra.
There are multiple factors in the election. Important is that how the whole team works and what are the narratives that they try to build and what are the counter narratives of the opposition, whether it is fake narrative or misleading the voters, that we counter. In 2024 central election, 2 states were very crucial where we needed a rethink. That was Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh. And in the both states, we found that the false narrative by the Congress and opposition about constitution or about the policies of BJP, there was a fake narrative which was built and they were successful in influencing voters at that point. Therefore, we put up as a team to counter those narratives, and your anchor was also saying always RSS is an important factor. The RSS, around more than 30 organizations nationwide, RSS the Parivar has, and they work in unison on various areas where it is tribal, education, whether it is the consolidation of various factors conducive to BJP. They have been working, and I think the whole RSS leaders, RSS workers, BJP leadership, vision, our countering communication skills and the ground connect have all contributed. It is ultimately Prime Minister Modi ji's leadership and vision and his implementation of penetrative welfare policies which has won the election.
Right. I think the Ladki Behen Yojana was also a very important factor in the election. Let me also go across to the Congress spokesperson who's joining us, Saral Patel. Saral Patel, how do you see these results coming out of the state of Maharashtra? Clearly, the NCP Sharad Pawar faction and the Uddhav Bal Thackeray faction not being able to capture the imagination of the voter. What do you think is going wrong in the state of Maharashtra for the opposition?
So first of all, before I begin, I would like to congratulate the BJP panelists on the show. I think they have put up a good show, better than anyone expected. With that said, I would like to draw the attention to what your colleague from Mumbai was saying, and also what BJP spokesperson was saying, that RSS is the factor. So this is something which we did not hear throughout 2014 or 2019, 2 terms of Mr. Modi. It was always that Mr. Modi's popularity was working. So both of them have accepted that Mr. Modi's popularity is waning. That is why now they are relying on the RSS factor, number 1. Number 2, obviously the allies, our allies and Congress party, we have not performed as per our expectations, so we will introspect. But with that said, we saw the kind of misuse of every institution, every agency possible in Maharashtra. The way income tax, IT department, ED and all were weaponized. There is a record of Mr. Chhagan Bhujbal saying on record that, I joined BJP alliance because otherwise I would have been in
Saral
jail.
Patel, I'll request you to hold on for a moment. We're getting Eknath Shinde, the Maharashtra Chief Minister's soundbite right now. Let's listen in.
आमची आणखी जबाबदारी वाढली आहे आणि म्हणून जनतेला त्रिवार वंदन करतो आणि माझ्या सर्व कार्यकर्त्यांना देखील महायुतीच्या मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो. महायुतीचे सर्व कार्यकर्ते मनापासून काम करत होते आणि म्हणूनच हा विजय एवढा मोठा विजय मिळतोय. मी माझ्या ठाणे मतदारसंघातल्या कोपरी पाचपकाडी मतदारसंघातले देखील मतदारांना धन्यवाद देतो की खूप मोठ्या लीडने मार्जिनने त्यांनी मला विजयी करण्याचं काम करतायत आणि त्यामुळे मी पुन्हा एकदा सगळ्यांना मनापासून खूप खूप शुभेच्छा मनापासून सगळ्यांचं सर्व मतदारांचं मनापासून अभिनंदन आज मैं महाराष्ट्र के तमाम मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ उनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ क्योंकि ये विक्ट्री जो है ये लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है ये मैंने कहा था कि महायुति को थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी मिलेगी और इसीलिए मैं तमाम मतदाता जो है मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ लाडले किसानों को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ और लाडले हमारे भाई हैं लाडले सीनियर सिटीजन हैं सभी वर्ग जो है सभी वर्ग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने ऐसी विजयश्री प्राप्त कर दी है कि न भूतो न भविष्य तो ऐसी विक्ट्री जो इस बार मिली है जो 2-2.5 साल हमारी महायुति ने काम किया है ये महायुति ने जो काम किया है उसके काम के ऊपर ये जनता ने शिक्कामोर्तब किया है काम को तवज्जो दिया है प्राथमिकता दी है और इसीलिए महायुति को इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल हुई है इसलिए मैं महायुति के पूरे महाराष्ट्र की जनता को तो धन्यवाद देता ही हूँ उनका स्वागत करता हूँ लेकिन महायुति के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ उन्होंने जो काम किया है बहुत ही बढ़िया काम किया है और इस चुनाव में हमारे महायुति को जिताया है इसलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनका आभारी हूँ
All right, so that was Eknath Shinde saying that I thank the Ladki Behen. So he was thanking all the women in Maharashtra, thanking the farmer communities, and both these vote banks, so to say, have played a very important role in the NDA's victory in Maharashtra. Let me go across to Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya. Mr. Bhattacharya, has this election also shown the rise of a new leadership, new regional leaders in Maharashtra in a big way? Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar. The families have been divided in Maharashtra politics, but would you say the regional satraps have shown the way again that when it comes to elections in India, regional leaders can play a very big role? And this is the next gen showing that they have done phenomenally?
Well, I would agree with you that, yes, the regional leaders, the rise of regional leaders is an important factor in this election. The national leadership was not that pronounced in its projection. So I think you have made a very valid point there. But I think this election, not just in Maharashtra, but also in Jharkhand, underline once again the important role that welfareism plays in electoral politics. Earlier, we used to think that welfareism is an important tool in electoral politics, but now it seems that it has become a critical tool in electoral politics. And that is what even Mr. Shinde also referred to, which is reference to the Ladli Behna program. Remember that in Jharkhand also, the Mahila Samman program is helping the existing, the JMM party to gain a lead in these elections in the state assembly. So therefore, that is one point. Number 2 point I would make is that it is not just a question of welfare politics, but it is a question of welfare for women. So I think the electoral, the scene in India is making a subtle shift in focusing more on giving and taking care of women as an important segment of the electorate. And that is what we see in both the elections of Maharashtra as well as in Jharkhand, where the focus, of course, you have talked about the farmers and the Ladli brothers and all that, but I think the focus of welfareism is this election, the assembly elections, was largely on women, and that recognizes that women are becoming an even more critical segment in electoral politics. So therefore, going forward, you will see more welfareism. Of course, this may be bad news for states which cannot finance and fund these schemes. So that is a big question mark, and it will maybe have an adverse impact on even national politics. So in all these concerns, I would say that welfarism is what I think is the lesson that I would draw from a political economy perspective.
Right, welfarism and importance of women in the elections. We've seen the growing importance. Let me go across to Sajjan Kumar as well. Sajjan, would you agree with Mr. Bhattacharya that women have played a very big role in this election, be it in Jharkhand, be it in Maharashtra, and it is once again welfarism or dole-outs which have helped the party in power continue winning?
Yeah, precisely. I do agree. And the sentiment was very much visible on the ground. Only the extent of that support from the women is now coming to be a bit more surprising. The degree is new, but we did see the resonance of the Ladki Bahin Yojana scheme among the women. Even in the household, we could see some sort of a tension happening between the male household persons and the women. Not only did that, also see all the narratives which were supposed to go against the BJP, like rural distress, agrarian sort of a complaint coming because soybean and cotton crops, the yield was less and the prices were not satisfactory. But at the household level, between two festivals, Raksha Bandhan and Deepavali, on an average 20 to 30,000 of the cash through popular scheme reached out to the family, and therefore women became the anchor because they were the prime beneficiary. But not only this, Maharashtra, in Jharkhand also, before that we have seen that in Madhya Pradesh also, in Nitish Kumar case, in Bihar also. So women are emerging as one sort of a, so there are perspective about whether the cash dole-outs is a positive thing or is it some sort of fiscally not very thing. But women have emerged as a constituency of one thing. But besides that, what is more important in Maharashtra is the emergence of a new generational electorates. So the landscape has changed. See, I mean, the sympathy factor and everything is more resonating among the elderly generation who saw their journey along with Sharad Pawar or Balasaheb Thackeray, but among the new generation. See, it is the Eknath Shinde, it is the, on account of the strike rate, even the Ajit Pawar, who was considered to be the weakest link among the Mahayuti. So it is also showing that a new generational leadership is not going into the old mold of a sympathy factor that remains with the elderly generation. So women and the new generation across the landscape are making up their more mind, and they are assessing the local and the schemes of the government, and accordingly we see, be it Jharkhand or be it Maharashtra, the popular schemes and the appeal of the leadership is having a direct impact in terms of the rewards that the parties are getting.
Mr. Bhattacharya, one more question before we go back to our political guests. It was being said that in a way Maharashtra election will be a litmus test for the NDA and the Prime Minister after Haryana, to say whether they will be very strong politically in the country. It will set the direction for their policy making. Do you expect the NDA to now get bolder with policy making at a national level after the victory in Maharashtra?
Yes, I couldn't agree with you more there. I think the BJP will become more assertive and aggressive, and also it will reflect in the kind of budget that we'll see in 2 months from now. It will also reflect in many other economic policies. And I have a feeling that even at the national level, economic policies will probably draw the lessons that electoral politics have seen in these state elections. There is one side effect I would draw your attention to, which is BJP is becoming a little assertive and aggressive in a state like Maharashtra, may probably lead to some instability of sorts because of the leadership issues. And also remember that in Maharashtra, the Maharashtra, that Asmita is a big issue. The Marathi Asmita is a big issue. And BJP, of course, it has won record number of seats this time, is going to win record number of seats. But on the leadership issue, if the BJP leadership at the national level do not recognize the local aspirations, the aspirations of the younger leaders of the party, of the other constituents, my sense is that this grand victory of the BJP may create some stability issues for the new government.
Right. So that's a straight question to Gopal Agarwal. Gopal Agarwal, clearly there will be a clamour within the BJP and also from the Devendra Fadnavis camp to make him the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Will that be all right with the Eknath Shinde camp? Is the BJP going to demand that, considering that the BJP is winning more than 120 seats on its own? Or would you be all right with Eknath Shinde continuing for the stability of the larger alliance?
Our Home Minister had clearly said before the election that post-election all the three parties and their leaders will sit and decide about who will be the Chief Minister. So it is not that decided that who will be the Chief Minister, that is one point. And we have to also understand that BJP has understood very well about the politics of Gathbandhan, where you take care of all, even your junior partners also. That's very important. We have seen it in earlier in Maharashtra itself. So I don't think it is a decided factor at yet who will be the Chief Minister. It will be a joint decision of everybody. We are very happy that under the leadership of Devendra Fadnavis, BJP has done so wonderfully better than in the earlier election in 2024 central election. But when you see election, it is now very complex. No one single factor can influence any election. As I had said earlier, that it is not only RSS, it is the leadership of Modi ji, the vision, the welfare schemes, their targeted delivery, our local leaders like Vinod Tawde ji, even Devendra Fadnavis ji, or Bhupendra Yadav ji, Amit Shah ji, Nitin Gadkari ji, all people have efficiently and effectively and worked and communicated with people. So you cannot attribute one aspect of reason to the better performance.
You're saying it's not one aspect,
of course. Consolidated effort.
And also, Mr. Agarwal,
Ladli Behna is an
I think everyone would agree, and I'll put that question to. Yes, let me go across to Sarul Patel. Sarul Patel, one thing you'd probably agree with all of us is that this was a very hyper-local election that we saw in Maharashtra. A lot of regional leaders from place to place. If you go in Maharashtra, the issues were different. There were leaders who were stronger in different pockets. So it needed a very seat-by-seat, region-by-region strategy to fight this election. Be it in Maharashtra, be it in Jharkhand. Jharkhand, the opposition is winning right now. It is the JMM Congress RJD alliance which is winning. But there, the JMM seems to be doing the heavy lifting. Where do you think the Congress needs to get its act together? And if you had to look at common cues that you pick up from both Jharkhand and Maharashtra, what would they be as far as the trajectory of Indian politics goes, and what's really the winning formula?
Parikshit, before I answer your question, I would just like to point out it's quite funny that my co-panelist from BJP specifically mentioned the efficiency of Mr. Vinod Tawde. We saw that efficiency live on your camera, on your channels, how he was caught distributing money just a day before elections. So it's quite funny that BJP is very brazen about misusing and weaponizing these agencies and all the malpractices that one can think of, number one. Number two, in Jharkhand, yes, we are a junior partner. We contested in an alliance with JMM, and JMM contested on more number of the seat. If you look at our strike rate, it's better than last time. And I'm sure that as the day progresses, we'll end up surpassing the number that we are currently hovering over. And I'm confident that we'll do much better than our tally last time, which is already visible in Jharkhand. And when you contest in alliance, it's not one party doing the heavy lifting, it's the entire alliance that works together. So as much as the credit goes to JMM in Jharkhand, that much of the credit also goes to the Congress in Jharkhand. About the common cues, I think, if you look at the Haryana election, this Maharashtra elections, the common cue that I would see is that it has helped BJP by keeping Mr. Modi away and making election more localized. So it somewhere shows that Mr. Modi's popularity, Prime Minister Modi's popularity is dipping. BJP is realizing that, and they are pressing their other wings and other RSS and other leaders into action and making them more prominent. So these are the cues that I take away from these elections.
All right, let me also go across to Sajan Kumar. Sajan, if you look at what happened in Jharkhand, do you see a consolidation of tribal votes and also the candidate from Jharkhand, Krantikari Morcha? There is a feeling within the BJP that that candidate cut into the votes of the BJP.
Yeah, precisely. One becomes that a very kind of a customized campaign by the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, and that is, I mean, seems to be rewarding the party and the alliance. And besides that, the sort of consolidation that was needed for the BJP among the OBCs, which doesn't seem to be the case, and that is why the, I mean, division of the vote of OBC votes is quite palpable. Because last time, mind it, Raghuvar Das, the incumbent CM of the BJP, under whose leadership BJP lost, was there precisely to consolidate the OBC seat. But this time it seems that BJP tried to consolidate the non-Santhal tribals by projecting leaders like Marandi, and also tried to, I mean, win back the upper caste. But in that game, the bulk of the OBC vote seems to have splitted, and that has kind of favored the JMM by having the consolidation of more resonance among the tribals, but also sort of benefiting because of the split within the OBC seats. So that clearly shows. And besides that, on top of that also, mind it, the way the women factor has favored the ruling alliance in Maharashtra, it seems that the same case happening in the case of Jharkhand for the ruling incumbent party. So women factor also going beside the caste and community factor. And that is why it's quite simple that the emergence of the women as the X factor is the new trend in the last 5-7 years. That is one thing, how you reach out to them and they make up their own mind in the household, which is considered to be the domain of the elderly, patriarchs.
Right. Yeah, very interesting point, Sajan. And let me go back to Mr. Bhattacharya. Mr. Bhattacharya, comments from you on the importance of the women vote. Would you now say that it is decisively clear that in future elections, women are going to play the primary role? In fact, we were hearing voices on the ground in Maharashtra that women welcomed the Ladki Behan scheme, but they also said that women are clever, women have their own mind, and they'll make their decision at the ballot. So do you feel now that it is the women in every state which will decide who wins?
I think it is legitimate and very rational to believe that way, because I think women do constitute a significant and a part of our total electoral population. And the fact is that today the policies are about cash transfer. And I think if this recognition and the dividends that the parties need to reap from the women voters, it must not stop at cash transfer. It has to graduate to genuine empowerment and creating capacity in this segment of the population so that they contribute to greater and faster economic growth. Remember that the labor participation rate of Indian women is one of the lowest compared to any other country, mostly even if you compare with China or any other developed country. So the labor force participation rate itself shows that it is not a question of transferring cash, 1,500 or 3,000 rupees to the women accounts, but also creating a situation and a capacity in the system to ensure that the women participate and women get empowered, not just to get some dole, get some freebie, but also play an effective role in contributing to the overall national economic growth. And I think that should be the path going forward. The political parties will probably be unwise in thinking that just by transfer of cash, their job is done by getting the vote. Women will naturally expect the next step, which is empowerment of women in a true sense of the term.
Right. We're going to take a short break, but we tell all our panelists to stay with us. Lots more coming up on CNBC TV 18. Don't go anywhere.
Российских ракетных систем средней дальности в Брянской и Курской областях. С этого момента, как мы неоднократно подчеркивали, ранее спровоцированный Западом региональный конфликт на Украине приобрел элементы глобального.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the Maharashtra and Jharkhand election results. And we are seeing the NDA on course for a historic victory in the state of Maharashtra. And in Jharkhand, it is the opposition alliance led by the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, the Congress, the RJD, which is in the lead. Just a word about the by-polls which are on. We are seeing 48 seats across 48 states go to polls in the assembly. There are 16 seats which are being won by the BJP as far as early leads go, 9 by the Congress, 6 by the TMC, 3 by the Samajwadi Party. In the Lok Sabha election, we're seeing Priyanka Gandhi lead from Wayanad, and the Nanded seat, Lok Sabha seat, which goes to polls, there it is the BJP candidate who is winning. Let me go across to Saral Patel at this stage. Saral Patel, let's also talk about Priyanka Gandhi's campaign at this point. She seems to be winning by a record margin in Wayanad. This would be an encouraging victory for Congress supporters and Congress cadre across the state. Give us a sense of how you feel about Priyanka Gandhi's victory and also the national picture emerging for the Congress party.
Well, we are all excited to see Priyanka Gandhi ji in the parliament. It's been a long wait for all the Congress leaders and workers. I succinctly remember seeing her interview in 1999 when she was asked when she was campaigning for her mother's by-poll in Chikmagalur, that when will we see her in the parliament? And she had said it will be a long, long time before that happens. And so that long wait ends today, as we'll see her in the parliament in next session. So it's an encouraging sign. It is also Kerala has rejected the politics of the BJP. The BJP tried very hard in Wayanad also, but they are trailing at number 3, I believe, in Wayanad. The next national picture, of course, is of continuity. Whether it's in Jharkhand or Maharashtra, both the electorates have voted for the continuity. So it remains to be seen whether BJP will respect the mandate of people and continue with Mr. Eknath Shinde as the chief minister, or will they, betray the people's mandate by having a different chief minister? So that remains to be seen.
Okay, let me go across to Mr. Sanjay Jog. Mr. Sanjay Jog, Lok Sabha will be interesting now. It will be both Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi in Lok Sabha, along with Mallikarjun Kharge and all their key leaders. But it does give a boost to the BJP's morale also in the Lok Sabha. The parliament session begins from Monday. How do you think this election and the by-poll result will impact how the national parties behave in parliament now?
Yeah, Parishit, let me talk about particularly Maharashtra. During the Lok Sabha election, it was a kind of a poor and a dismal show of the BJP-led Mahayuti. They managed to win just 17 despite the loud claim of more than 40 of the 48 seats. And there, about 31 seats were backed by the India bloc or Maha Vikas Aghadi. Now, coming to the Assembly elections, it was exactly just opposite. Look at the manner in which BJP-led Mahayuti has performed. 214 seats of the 288 seats they are currently leading. 3 important factors were, because this has definitely a moral booster at the level, national level as a state level. A, the Ladki Bahin Yojana and couple of such welfare and development schemes worth 1 lakh crore. And despite not bothered about fiscal deficit reaching to 2.30 lakh crore, despite not bothered about public debt increasing to about 8 lakh crore, they successfully had carried out this kind of a propaganda that the double engine government is a must for the welfare of all the sections and particularly women, because about 2.36 crore women had benefited because of a Ladki Bahin, and they have been given about 7,500 in last 5 months as a financial benefit. I think this has worked. Secondly, during the Lok Sabha election, the constitution change and the scrapping of this reservation played a major kind of a role, particularly in Vidarbha, which used to be the Congress's bastion, later taken over by the BJP since 2014. But it has no resonance, which was found with the voters in the current election. So that's a very important thing, because Prime Minister as well as Home Minister went on reiterating that we are here to save the Constitution. We have started the Constitution Day as a celebration. So, there is no meaning to this kind of a narrative. And the third very important thing, the manner in which RSS and its all affiliated organizations worked day and night, reaching out to a lack of polling booths in Maharashtra, has kind of come as a moral booster for the BJP to strengthen its organization up to the polling booth. Look at the manner in which, RSS assigned their own, karyakartas and the activists at the local level, and they made all the party cadres basically to devote full attention to bring the voters to the polling station. On the other hand, Maha Vikas, had
that's absolutely true. We had seen that problem in Lok Sabha.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let me get in Mr. Bhattacharya once again. Mr. Bhattacharya, in the Lok Sabha election manifesto, the BJP had said that the Prime Minister's priority is to maintain fiscal discipline. Considering that welfareism has played a very big role in both Maharashtra and Jharkhand in winning this election, do you expect the government, the BJP, NDA at a national level and in states to be more experimental with welfare policies, give out more doles as it seeks to strengthen itself at a national level for 2029?
Well, I think it's a very interesting and a very important question. I personally believe that, yes, welfare politics has come to stay in a country, particularly at a stage of economic development we are in. And there is no going away or getting away from from freebie politics or welfare politics in this country. But the problem would be that states that are financially weak, states that are unable to keep their fisc under check, the states that are unable to raise more revenue or create more developmental projects that yield better returns, they will be suffering more than those states which are unable to create those revenues for themselves to fund the welfare politics. So therefore, your question on the national politics, I think given the track record of the Modi government the last several years, I think the fiscal consolidation program will stay intact, and the fiscal consolidation program will be kept under check in spite of the government's clear intent to offer more welfare schemes to sections of society that need them. So there will have to be a kind of a balance, and the center's position is slightly easier because they are right now on going through a phase where tax mobilization has been huge, tax buoyancy has been rising. So therefore, probably tax revenues will help the center keep the fiscal deficit under check, and at the same time experiment, as you said, with newer welfare policies, because that seems to be working very well in electoral politics in the country today. But I want to make one more point, if you allow me, is the lessons that these two elections have for the country's leading opposition party, which is the Congress. Now, it seems that the electoral messaging is not the same as electoral calculations. Now, census and constitution may be good terms in terms of electoral calculations, but in electoral messaging, somehow the country has changed, the demographic profile has changed. Those messages don't work as much as development, jobs, and welfare schemes. So I think the Congress needs to go back to the drawing room and drawing board and actually revisit its own electoral strategies in light of the verdicts that they have received in both Maharashtra as well as in Jharkhand.
Yes, and elections are becoming very, very local. Assembly elections are always localized, but it is becoming hyper-local now. Let's go back to BJP spokesperson, Mr. Keshwan. Mr. Keshwan, thank you very much for joining us and waiting patiently. The big picture emerging right now, it seems to be the rise of regional leaders in states like Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Welfarism seems to have won the day. Also, very schemes which have been targeted towards women have somehow helped the NDA win in Maharashtra as well. What would you attribute this success to?
Good afternoon, Parikshit, and hello to all my fellow panelists and your audience. I think this is a landslide historic victory given by the people of Maharashtra to the BJP and the Mahayuti, and I think it is also a resounding expression of faith and trust by the people in the progressive, positive politics of development, which was ushered in by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, whenever he campaigned, he was talking about a $1 trillion economy and how a Viksit Maharashtra would lay the foundation for a Viksit Bharat. So I think it's a resounding vote for that. But also, it is a very unequivocal rejection of the divisive and communal politics, and negative politics of the Congress and the MVA, and also we saw how the whole political discourse was polarized. So to an extent, people were saying whether the MVA even stands for minority vote appeasement. We had, while on one side the Prime Minister was saying, giving pride, was taking so much pride in declaring Marathi as a classical language, and even when he went to Nigeria, he presented a pot which showcased the craft of the artisans in Kolhapur, and be it the Atal Setu Bridge, Samriddhi Highway, Sea Link. It was all about progress and development. But the Prime Minister also won, Parikshit, because there in the Lok Sabha elections, when the MB had won, it was due to a very noxious narrative and a communal narrative. And this time when the Prime Minister said, "Ek hai to safe hai," it crushed this, misinformation campaign of the MVA. But still, what did the Congress and the MVA do? You had Congress chief ministers campaigning in Maharashtra, speaking about Muslim reservation. The people want to talk about the farmers and the youth. They said, we'll give Muslim reservation. And there was this ulama board which had 17 outrageous demands. And one of them was Muslim reservation. So people were wondering whether the MVA agenda was dictated by the ulama board. Then you had a spokesperson of the All India Muslim Personal Law Board. He spewed such venom. He spoke everything but development, and he spoke about war jihad. The MVA and the Congress should have condemned, but they maintained a calculative silence because it suited their politics, which is what the Prime Minister. For what? Because they wanted to consolidate their minority vote bank, and they wanted division in the NDA's vote bank. But this time, their narrative was crushed, which is why you see such a historic mandate. And I think this is a great historic mandate for a Viksit Bharat, and this is a vote for the wonderful developmental work carried on by the BJP and the Mahayuti the last 2.5 years.
Right. Just hold on to that thought, Mr. Keswan. Let me go across to my colleague Santya, who's joining us from the BJP headquarters in Mumbai. Santya, what's the mood out there? Any major meetings planned over the next few hours? Any word on the swearing-in ceremony? And the rise of Devendra Fadnavis. What's his camp telling you now?
So Devendra Fadnavis is definitely the one person who's responsible for this massive victory of BJP. Right now we are outside BJP headquarters, and BJP's General Secretary Vinod Tavade is already here. He recently found himself in cash distribution controversy. But the celebrations, as I said, will take some more time, but it can start anytime soon now. Talking about Devendra Fadnavis's career trajectory, Parikshit, this election was extremely important for him. He became the CM of the state in 2014. In 2019's election campaign, his phrase "Me Puna Yein," that means "I will come back again," when it did not turn out, when he did not become the chief minister of the state, obviously it was an embarrassment for him. 2019 results, the way Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis, sworn in as the deputy chief minister and the chief minister of the state barely for 72 hours, and then Ajit Pawar going back, that was another embarrassment. Even in 2022, when Eknath Shinde rebelled and Mahayuti alliance was formed, even at that time, Devendra Fadnavis was not made the chief minister of the state. It was Eknath Shinde who was made the chief minister of the state. So last 5 years were extremely challenging for Devendra Fadnavis. I remember there's massive infighting among BJP as well. There are multiple camps. So there were people who were working against Fadnavis as well from his own party. But with the help of RS's backing and all the work he had put in the last 5 years, because remember the first half of this particular, of the last term, in the last 5 years, Devendra Fadnavis was in the opposition in the first half, and he was a very aggressive leader of opposition. And he cornered the ruling dispensation of that time on almost every single issue. So this is going to play a key role in this particular election, is going to prove to be a milestone in Devendra Fadnavis's career trajectory. And it won't be a surprise if he will be made the chief minister of the state again. Though we recently heard what Eknath Shinde said to media. He said that the way all the three parties sat together and fought the election, came together and fought the election, this is exactly how the new chief minister will be announced. So he clearly, it seems like that he is not, withdrawing his claim as the chief minister. But if Devendra Fadnavis becomes the next chief minister of the state, it won't be a surprise. He and his party clearly have the numbers.
Yeah, and they deserve it. And that's what Mr. Bhattacharya had also pointed out, that this large victory by the BJP could create instability. I'll come to Mr. Sajjan Kumar also very quickly. But Arunima is joining us from Ranchi. Arunima, who's the man of the moment? Is it Hemant Soren? What's happening in Jharkhand? Are we going to see some important meetings being called? When is the swearing-in ceremony? Has all of that being discussed, or is it still too early?
Well, Hemant definitely is the man of the moment, and we're coming to you live from outside the Chief Minister's residence. This is where Hemant Soren is keeping an eye on the election numbers as they're coming in. I think the celebrations are still muted because Kalpana Soren, his spouse, and somebody who was considered the trump card in this JMM victory, is still trailing. From the Gandhi seat, she's still trailing by about 3,000 votes. Her aides say that she's confident. In fact, she spoke to the media as well, saying that I am confident. Ultimately, after the first 6 rounds have ended, the first 6 rounds in their calculation is often the urban voters, and the urban voters usually choose the Bharatiya Janata Party. But Kalpana Soren is confident that after the first 6-7 rounds have ended, and I think we are nearing that stage, her numbers will start climbing. Already she has reduced her margin. Earlier she was trailing by about 4,000. Now she's trailing by 3,000. So Hemant Soren and I think the entire Jharkhand Mukti Morcha is waiting and watching that situation. Good news for the India Alliance is the performance of the Congress Party. Congress Party, it was considered, would be the weak link in the India front. But the Election Commission website shows Congress is leading in at least 14 seats at the moment. They had 18 last time. So they've definitely climbed down from where they were last time. But at one point, it was speculated that Congress could be restricted to single digit. So from there to 14, Ghulam Ahmed Mir, who's in charge of Jharkhand, he's smiling year to year. Congress has done well. RJD has done well. Bharatiya Janata Party leaders are in a shock. They were hoping that after the first few rounds had ended, the trend will change. And BJP's own numbers are not that bad when you compare it to what JMM has. So 31 for JMM and 26 for BJP. But when you combine the 31 of JMM with 14 of Congress and 4 of RJD, it's a clear majority. And I think Jharkhand is creating history. Ever since the state has been created, this will be the first time that a party is inching towards a clear mandate.
Right. Thank you very much, Arunima and Santya, for joining us. We will also go across to Vikas Khemani. I wonder if he's joining us right now. All right. He will be with us in a short while from now. Let me quickly go across to CR Keswan once again. Mr. Keswan, what's the big picture that you're picking up from the state of Jharkhand? Jharkhand Mukti Morcha and the Congress and the RJD saying your politics of hatred has been defeated. You tried to get us arrested. You use intelligence agencies, the ED, the CBI, all against us. But the people have shown affection with the JMM and they've brought them back to power. What does this show?
While the trends definitely don't match expectations, I would still not close the page on this, because I've been looking at the Election Commission website, and even just a few minutes back, the BJP was the single largest party, and now it seems to have changed, because from whatever data we have, the difference in many seats is few hundred votes. So if the JMM Congress alliance falls short of a majority and the BJP emerges as the single largest party, we don't know. So I think we should wait till 233 to take a call on this, where a clear picture will emerge. As far as Jharkhand is concerned, see, this was one of the most corrupt governments, the JMM, Congress government. The chief minister was out on bail, but you had also seen visuals on the TV where, a minister, Alamgir Alam, his house held at 36 crores. And, he was forced to resign. And then you had a Rajya Sabha member who owned a distillery in Odisha where they found 350 crores, and the counting machines, I think, of the departments, government departments couldn't, because of the heat, failed to work because it was 350 crores. So this was right there for the public to see. And also another serious issue was the Bangladeshi infiltration which happened. And I think this definitely endangered the Roti, Beti and Mati of Jharkhand. And I think that is an issue. I think we have to see how it pans out, because we even, there was a circular from a state intelligence department to all the police officials saying there were Bangladeshi infiltrants and they were being given government IDs and enrolled in the voter list. So they said it was an issue which had to be looked at, and we have seen in certain pockets how the tribal population has rapidly declined, due to this infiltration. And, so we have to see. But I think I would hold my horses till about 233 before I even comment on the outcome in Jharkhand.
Okay, my final question to Sajan. Sajan, thank you for being with us today on CNBC TV 18. My final question to you would be, how do you think this election will now augur for the Parliament and the fight in Parliament? There are key bills that the BJP would like to pass. This, of course, gives them a morale booster. But how do you think the opposition and the BJP will now act on the floor of the Parliament?
Yeah, the results are out in open. I mean, it's very much clear that after the Lok Sabha verdict, Congress was behaving as if they have the mandate for agenda setting, you know. And after Haryana, when the Maharashtra has also, which was supposed to be going their way, has completely shown a decisive victory for the BJP. So one thing is clear, that the very body language and the aggressive attitude of the Congress and by extension India Alliance of behaving as a roadblock and trying to force agenda setting certainly will take a backseat. And therefore, in terms of the policy directive, BJP is going to have a headway, and thereby within BJP also all the transition debate that was happening after Modi, who else, that also will be halted for the moment. And therefore, I think both for the opposition and within BJP, the Prime Minister and the some sort of the policy direction, when, as far as the Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu is concerned, I think that's going to be settled for now, and BJP's policy direction will be more stable. And more
so they definitely get more stronger as far as the Central Alliance go. Let me go across to Vikas Khemani, founder, Carnelian Asset Management and Advisors. Vikas Khemani, how do you see the markets actually seeing the BJP NDA's victory in Maharashtra? Do you now feel that the NDA will now be on a stronger and a more sure footing?
Absolutely. I think it's quite natural that, first of all, any decisive mandate is good for any state or any sort of government, because then the government can carry out the agenda perfectly. And in this case, I think having the same government as the central government is even more positive. So I think this also strengthens the government at center in terms of what they want to do, because on and off their sort of strength is kind of questioned post this general election. But I think still this election, Haryana election outcome, kind of vindicates that the popularity of the government is intact, and I think this only strengthens and emboldens the government. Also, it's very important from Maharashtra state perspective, which is a very, very important state from economic growth perspective, where we need lots of sort of policy reform, direction, infrastructure development, which I think can become a lot more fast and clear and strong.
All right, Vikas Khemani, thank you very much for joining us with that quick take. That's all the time we had on our election coverage. Thank you very much for tuning in, and keep watching CNBC TV 18 and log on to our website cnbctv18.com for the fastest election updates.
It's a very special week for us this week. I'm here celebrating our 20th anniversary in India. India is such an important part of AMD. When we look across our, all of our, global portfolio, every aspect of our product line goes through our design center here in India. And so I had a great time this morning with our team. And when I look back at the last 10 years, it's kind of interesting that we we had met each other 10 years ago. It's been a remarkable experience. I mean, if you think about all of the things that have changed over the last 10 years, I say that, semiconductors have now gone from, something that was, kind of behind the scenes, under the covers, to today. Everybody's talking about semiconductors, and semiconductors are essential to, every business, every country, every profession. So I think that feels very good. And then from an AMD standpoint, I think we've also had a very good 10 years in terms of, taking our business from what was, in 2015, we were about a $4 billion company, and this year we'll be north of $25 billion. So there's been a lot of growth in there.
There has been a lot of growth, and I'll address the growth in just a second. But I want to double down on your bet on India. And you have committed $400 million to 2028, and you've just been here to inaugurate the last phase of this campus. Why the decision to make India the home for your largest R&D facility?
Well, we actually look at it in a very logical way. When you think about our business, it's all about having the most talented people around the globe. We run a very global team, and we did make a bet on India. We made a bet that we could build an end-to-end design capability here. So hardware, software, systems. It's an extremely talented team. And with the investments, nothing comes overnight. It comes after literally 20 years. I think 20 years ago we started with, maybe 100 people. Yeah. Now we have 8,000 people in India across all of our product portfolio. And I think the bet has really, paid off. We wanted to have a major site in India, and we wanted to grow that skill set across the board. And I'm very happy to say that this is our largest team at.
Today we drive the most powerful 4-cylinder Mercedes-AMG sedan in the world at the Bodh International Circuit. Check out the BMW i5 sedan and you get a short look at the VLF Tennis 1500W electric scooter. Hello and welcome to Overdrive. I'm Soini Dutt. The 2024 Mercedes-AMG C63 SE Performance has everyone talking, and that's simply because Mercedes has decided to replace the traditional V8 with a 2-liter 4-cylinder hybrid powertrain. Now, this has done nothing to diminish the power. In fact, power is up at 680 PS and 1020 Newton meters of torque. So how does this translate to on a racetrack? Let's find out at the Bodh International Circuit in Greater Noida.
Now, when you think of a C63 AMG, the first thing that comes to mind is a raging V8 that will dominate the entire experience. But as you might already know, this Mercedes-AMG C63 SE Performance, that very long name aside, hides an incredibly complex hybrid powertrain underneath it. But before we get down to driving, a short tech lesson is needed. From a V8, the new C63 now packs a 4-cylinder plug-in hybrid powertrain. But this is slightly misleading, since it now puts out a maximum system output of 680 PS and over 1000 Newton meters. Although you only get this figure in certain drivetrain conditions. The 4-cylinder in question is the Manic M139 motor from the A45, placed longitudinally and reworked with a massive electric turbocharger, improved cooling and internals to make it the most powerful 4-pot in the world with 476 PS and 545 Newton meter, paired with the 9-speed NCT. Working with this is an electric motor that makes up to 204 PS and 320 Newton meters, fed by a 6.1 kilowatt-hour battery pack. But unlike most hybrids, this motor's main function is to assist the engine rather than improving efficiency. So at any time you have electric power on tap. The electric motor powers the rear wheels along with the IC, but both can also send power to the front when needed via the all-wheel drive system. There's a separate 2-speed gearbox for the E-motor. This is an especially complex system that monitors drive parameter to supply anywhere between 25 to 80% of its electric power at all times, with 100% power coming up in the launch and boost modes. Now, just to show you the amount of tech that's on board, there's this something called boost strategy, which I'll explain to you. This uses the track pace app that you have in AMG cars with its timing functions for racetracks to optimize performance from the electric motor. All you really need to do is have the file from your racetrack downloaded onto the car. It then chooses two profiles based on your preference, either a hot lap or an endurance setting, which again manages the electric motors in two different ways. So what that was it uses the electric motor to know exactly, say example at the BIC, where it should deploy all of its 680 PS, and it tells you on the screen, kick down right now, and that's where you'll get all the performance. Now the first thing that you notice is that it's not very quiet. Yes, it doesn't have that big bellowing sound of a V8, that big sense of presence of a V8, but this is not a quiet car, or this is not a car that you might be afraid that you will not have enough attention. It does make quite a racket around you, especially on the inside with all the piped-in audio, and in the race mode as we are right now in. It's a car as loud as you would want it to be. Like I've said earlier with the A45 too, you might think on first glance, looking at the numbers, that this four-cylinder will be very unruly, rough, considering how energy dense, how power heavy it is. You might feel that it might be a bit difficult to tame, but again, you notice that it's very linear, smooth. There's really very little in the way of you knowing that there's turbo. Like, of course, this engine, we always know that it just keeps pulling. It has that really sharp, high-end performance. But the way this electric motor works is also really quite nice. Like for example, right now, you've noticed that it will work very closely with the IC motor and just fill in all the torque gaps. So what that means is you have this very clear linear performance all the time. So pretty much there's a whole load of power or torque available to you at all times. Yes, it won't give you that full 1020 Nm torque. At very rare occasions it will give you that, but always just managing itself very well. There's no waiting for the gearbox to kick down or the engine to be in its power band to give you a good shove of pace. Now this means that the C63 is shockingly good at powering out of corners or at maintaining momentum around the track, but it has brought with it a slightly distanced engagement with the car. You might worry at this time that the relentless top-end surge of a V8 can't possibly be replicated with a hybrid, but Mercedes has gotten quite close. We found that the C63 keeps pulling hard to over 200 kmph on the BIC's back straight. It has direct cell cooling, the 6.1 kilowatt battery pack. So what that does is, it's managing to keep the temperature of the battery at always 45 degrees, and that in turn means that it can charge and discharge very rapidly. For example, just driving around while I'm talking to you, it's just gone up to 100% charge. So which means that you have a charge port, but you really never need to use it often. And that really does help with that sense of performance. Again, it's very F1 derived, so just in the same way that an F1 engine always has electric power on tap, this one too has that. Here on track, this car manages its weight really quite well. Now with that all-wheel drive system and the variable geometry steering and the rear wheel steer that you have at the back, it's only 2.5 degrees, but it does its job. You notice that even at very high speeds, it's turning in so quickly, as you can see. Even when there's a lot of forces acting on it on the track, it's not running wide, it's not losing composure. The new C63 may look like a beefed up C-Class, but only for the second time in its history, it now carries a completely new front section. There's an 83mm wider track and a 10mm increase in wheelbase, all of which has gone into integrating the new powertrain. So there's a visibly more aggressive stance to it. This flat aggressive stance continues to the sides. Here the softer C-Class bodywork works well to give you that traditional cab rearward sedan look, although the Aero style 19-inch wheels could have amped up the sense more. The rear is relatively simple with a blacked out diffuser section and the quad exhaust motifs. The red highlighting and the added cladding seen here are part of the F1 edition cosmetic upgrade, but we'd skip those. Priced at Rs 1.95 crore, the Mercedes-AMG C63 SE Performance is a big step up in price over the last one. There's also the matter of this drivetrain being somewhat divisive among enthusiasts. It takes calibrating what you have traditionally expected from the C63, which may be too much for some. But look past this and you have a car that may be complex, but it sure is effective. It uses the latest tech to give you a natural, engaging feel from behind the wheel, which will scare you and make you grin in the way a performance car should.
Well, it's time to take our first break here on the show, but come right back because on the other side we tell you what's exciting about the BMW i5.
This is our largest design center here in Bangalore, so it is a very special place.
Well, you know, I'm glad to hear that from you, Disa. I also want to link this to the larger semiconductor story that's now starting to play out in India. You met with the Prime Minister in September when he was in the US for his visit. India is aspiring now to become a manufacturing hub of semiconductors as well. How do you see that playing itself out, and what do you believe will be some of the things that we need to be mindful of as we grow this ecosystem in this industry here?
Well, I have to say, I have a very, very high regard for Prime Minister Modi and his strong vision on technology across semiconductors, both the Make in India, semiconductor manufacturing, design, as well as all the focus on AI. I think every aspect of that is truly important as we go forward, and especially around semiconductor manufacturing. What I admire is the very concrete, pragmatic steps that have been taken to both attract global companies here, as well as building the local infrastructure and ecosystem.
Welcome back here with us on Overdrive. Now, BMW has been leading in the luxury electric car segment in India, and the fifth product to join this merry bandwagon is the top spec model of the i5, which is coming via the CBU route. Now, slotting between the i4 and the i7, will the i5 have many takers in the Indian market? Let's find out.
Whenever we talk about electric vehicles, two words or maybe two terms come into picture. One is instantaneous torque. The other is obviously the range anxiety or the charging infrastructure. These electric vehicles are fast, exciting. The soundtracks, which are synthetic. The acceleration, which is really good. I've driven so many exciting electric vehicles. But rarely I've driven that kind of car, which made me so emotional that I felt like calling my auto nut friends, and I wanted to discuss the acceleration, the surge, emotional part of this drive. BMW i5 M60 X-Drive is that kind of car. And as I mentioned, this car evokes many emotions, especially while driving. So let's focus on that part first. How does it look on paper? The motor produces 601 PS of power and 795 Nm of torque, with a figure of 0 to 100 in just 3.8 seconds. The top speed figure is 230 km per hour. Now you know what I'm talking about. I mean, even with its weight, this feels light. The way they have managed the weight and the kind of acceleration, the kind of power it gets is phenomenal. It is such an enthusiast car. And then there's steering response, which feels light, easy at slow speeds, and when you catch some speed, then it feels firm. Overall, well directed, gives good feedback, and yeah, to me, it feels like you're seeing response of a sports car. So this car has got time badging, but there is one aspect which differentiates, or you feel that this is not the typical M which we're used to. The suspension part is very balanced, so in that case it's not on the rigid side. This helps you on uneven urban road surfaces, but at corners you feel that it could use some rigidity. BMW engineers have added one more party trick to this pack. The climax of this whole blockbuster, continuing with the theme of this story, is launch control. Now let's check out the launch control in this i5 M60. It's showing launch control active, 3, 2, 1 and go. Fantastic. You'd want to play with this feature all day long, but then you need to remember that the car is electric. Before we move to another feature which is an EV exclusive, let me tell you that the i5 M60 is fitted with an 83.9 kWh battery with a claimed tested range of 516 kilometers, which can take just about 4 hours to fully charge if you use a 22 kilowatt AC charger. And 11 kilowatt AC charger would double that time. It would take 30 minutes to charge up to 80% if you get hold of a 205 kilowatt DC charger. Since looks are subjective, so I'll express myself right away. I really like the way this car looks, the front especially. And I would request you to share your thoughts as well. How do you like this front look? Because this obviously feels very similar to the regular 5 Series, but at the same time, this doesn't give a typical electric vehicle vibe with this front grille design, which has lots of glossy black panel. Even with the sensor and camera, this looks very compact, sharp and aggressive. The way the bumpers are designed, then you have air dam and this set of headlamps which kind of feels hidden. And then you have the M badging. So M badging is sprinkled all over. If you look at this alloy, 20-inch alloy wheels plus red brake calipers, everything has M mention on the side. You have 5 mention here. And then there's a badge at the rear which announces the car you are following is M60. So a couple of M-specific elements welcome you in this car. For example, look at the highlight on the steering wheel. Makes it feel like a sports car. Then you have a boost pedal. Then you have the M badging on the steering wheel. Plus, you have M stitching. Overall, this feels sporty, compact. And then you have some physical buttons as well. So that's nice. I like it. This huge screen, which is pretty responsive. If you look at the infotainment screen here, lots of features. The typical BMW iDrive functions over here. You have drive selector with auto hold and parking, and then you can adjust the volume or the track, or operate the infotainment screen via this physical rotary knob as well, which has a very nice looking glossy finish. But in case you are sitting in a chauffeur-driven car, how does it feel? Let's take a look. Now the second row of i5 M60. So first thing first, if you're 6'3" like me, headroom might be an issue, but I think for average height, this headroom is okay. The back angle feels a bit too steep, so I'm not sure how comfortable it will be for long drives, but as far as knee room is concerned, even with my driving position, this gives you a decent amount of knee room and leg room. Thigh support could be better. And then again, this also gets a central tunnel, which again, as we mentioned, electric cars don't have, but because of shared platform, you get this as well. And then you have a slot to, I guess, hook your tablet, iPad, and 2 Type-C points with the AC vent with climate control. The BMW i5 M60 has left me captivated, yet a bit torn. Its intense, purposeful design, with just the right amount of gloss, cuts and creases, is matched by an engaging and exciting performance. It's well suited for urban settings as well. The performance makes a strong case for a self-driven experience, but Rs 1.19 CR price tag places it in a segment where second-row passengers expect luxury. While the second row is adequate and functional, it lacks the exclusivity one might anticipate. The range is sufficient, consistently hovering just below the 400-kilometer mark during our static and dynamic shoots. The i5 isn't a blockbuster weekend phenomenon. It's a captivating long-form series you enjoy on an OTT platform. A package which goes beyond the iconic sound and instantaneous talk discussion.
Well, it's time to take our final break here on the show, but don't go anywhere, because on the other side we tell you all about the new VLF tennis scooter, an electric one that has launched in the country.
The one thing is, these ecosystems take time. They don't come overnight. But I would say, lots of, very strong progress. And, we continue to invest in India because we really believe that this will be one of the most important markets and regions going forward, as well as a wonderful, infrastructure and ecosystem for the type of development that we do.
So I bet you were looking at the Swiggy IPO very, very closely. What was going on in your head as you saw the listing, which got off to a slow start and then sort of shot through the roof on day one?
Yeah, I think it's great. It's huge kudos to what Yasha and the team have pulled off, and I think it's great for the ecosystem. I think we should, one of the last things I mentioned, Shireen, is that we should be celebrating this. This is Indian technology, like quick commerce, and Swiggy's IPO, I think it's fair to say, largely powered by excitement about quick commerce, right? Zomato's performance, largely powered by excitement in quick commerce. I think that's not a controversial thing to say, it's a consensus view. We should be celebrating quick commerce. This is good for the country. This is Indian technology, Indian innovation. This hasn't worked anywhere else in the world. And it's real infrastructure for ordinary people. Like, this is not for like the top 0.1% of India, right? These are people who now realize the scale they were getting to. This is impacting ordinary people's lives at scale and now going from metro cities to beyond.
Welcome back here with us on Overdrive. Italian two-wheel manufacturer VLF has launched in the country with its electric scooter called the Tennis. It has launched at 1.30 lakh rupees and offers a riding range of 130 kilometers. But can it take the fight to the big guns? Let's find out.
We just recently saw two new two-wheeler brands being introduced into India under the Motor House umbrella, which is a venture from KAW or Kolhapur Auto Works Veloce Motors Limited. The first being Brixton Motorcycles, who have 4 bikes for us out here in India. Basically 2 variations of 2 different motorcycles, one being the 500cc twin-cylinder Crossfire and 2 variations of the 1200 Cromwell. And finally, we have one electric scooter from VLF, which is the Tennis 1500W. It is VLF stands for Velocifero. It is an Italian brand, whereas Brixton is an Austrian-based manufacturer. Starting off with the design, now there's no denying that the VLF Tennis 1500W is a good-looking scooter. And what sets it apart from the other e-scooters available in the country is its compact design and lightweight construction. The scooter comes with some sleek and suave plastic panels all over, which make it come across as a very attractive scooter, and it even has some guards mounted on the sides of its front apron. The lighting elements definitely give it a very futuristic look at the front and the rear. In terms of design, the scooter is very minimalist and quite easy on the eye, in fact. And in terms of fit and finish, it does quite well too. But in terms of features, well, that is one area where people are going to find fault with this particular machine. Yes, the Tennis comes with a detachable 2.5 kWh battery that promises 130 km of claimed range, a charger that can top up the scooter from 0 to 100% SOC in 3 hours, and a 2.1 kW hub-mounted motor, which is great. You even have some useful features like keyless ignition and a TFT screen with Bluetooth connectivity and 3 ride modes, which are Eco, City and Sport. But that's about it. There's nothing more beyond that. There's no turn-by-turn navigation, music controls, document storage, or even a reverse function on there. In terms of weight, the Tennis tips the weighing scales at a mere 88 kgs, and it features a unique rear suspension setup as well. Now, something unique about this electric scooter has to be that double-sided aluminum swing arm and the cantilever monoshock suspension unit at the back. Unique, yes, but the suspension setup is quite stiff. So the older you are, the more the chances are that you won't quite fancy the ride quality with this machine. The Tennis has 12-inch wheels at both ends and it feels extremely light to maneuver. The 780mm seat height enhances accessibility, while ground clearance is at 140mm. Yes, there are a couple of odd bits about the scooter as well. For one, as soon as you turn the ignition on and press the brake, the scooter is ready to accelerate away, which can be a bit dangerous if you're not careful. There's no way to kill the motor with the scooter on post that. Second is the fact that, inconsiderate of whichever ride mode you're in, when you're rolling off the throttle, the Tennis just coasts ahead with practically no regenerative braking force to be felt, which definitely felt odd. Third, the colored interface is rather simplistic, which is alright, but you just have 2 screens to toggle between, and the second screen layout is that of a blue screen with simple text in white that reads out some vehicle data and reset functions. And this is very reminiscent of the old school Microsoft DOS interface, which is definitely a bit strange. Yes, so in terms of riding posture and ergonomics, everything is pretty much straightforward, upright, nice and narrow. The handlebar, it feels like it at least. It's quite flat as well and quite minimalistic feeling wise. Seating posture, yes, you're seated rather upright, which is alright. Quite comfortable on the go, as we found out on the short stint with the scooter. But one thing that I found to be lacking is the amount of seating space that you have, because my cameraman and me, well, we didn't really manage to fit on this particular scooter. Both of us are pretty tall. I'm 5'9", he's around 5'7". So yeah, not a lot of space. The taller you are, the more you're going to struggle to really be comfortable on the scooter. And also something the scooter seems to be lacking, although it has a hub-mounted motor, you'd think that there would be enough space under the seat. Let me just show you. Well, that's the amount of space that you have to work with, because that is the 2.5 kilowatt battery. It is detachable, as you can see, but not a lot of storage space to work with. I'm not too sure whether half-face helmet is going to fit in there. So yeah, that is going to be one drawback of this particular scooter, the amount of space that you have. Although it may look really nice in terms of functionality, it does take a step back in terms of storage space and seating space as well. The Tennis is essentially a lightweight urban commuter electric that's aiming high. At its current pricing, it will come at a premium above popular models like the Chetak, the iQube, the V1 and the Rista. And the reason for it being so expensive is due to the fact that although the Tennis is designed in Italy and being assembled in India, Motorhouse is sourcing its parts, well, most of them, barring the tires, the battery and the charger, from China. So the scooter can't avail of any government subsidies. And that obviously comes as a major downer for any prospective buyer. Most importantly, what you'll have to look out for is the sales and service network of the Motorhouse brand, because currently they are just going to set up shop as far as sales and services is concerned in Bangalore, which is going to be their first outlet, and they have a